Chapter 453. Boom! In a few short moments, everyone began to move. No one knew what Wang Chong was truly thinking, nor did they know that Wang Chong was truly prepared to die. But everyone had clearly mistaken Wang Chong's order for something else. Besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. Twang. With the twang of a bow, the first to strike was not the elders of the Zhang clan, nor was it the head of the Huang clan, but the distant master archer, Luo Tong. He might not have been so bold as to attack the Anong Protector General Zhang Shogui, but dealing with the Turks in Yaoyuan was no problem at all. Twang twang twang. In an instant, countless arrows pierced through the rain and descended upon Yaoyuan. At almost the same time, the archers under Luo Tong's control fired their arrows. The dense rain of arrows tore through the air, their screeching enough to shatter the winds. In the face of this rain of arrows, Yaoyuan instantly paled. He had not expected Wang Chong to be so bold. The Protector General was already here, but he still dared to attack in front of the Protector General. And Yaoyuan still had to face far more than this. Strike! With a furious roar, the elders of the Zhang clan and the head of the Huang clan, though half a step behind, also attacked. These people had far higher cultivation levels than the others, and their qi roiled like a storm. Their stellar energy exploded and their halos boomed. Torrents of stellar energy clattered against each other, filling the sky with a mountain-toppling momentum as they rumbled toward Yaoyuan. The dense crowd did not give Yaoyuan the slightest sense of security. Listen to young master. Kill Yaoyuan. At almost the same time, Zhao Jingdian, Chen Burang, Sun Jiming, Martianus Yi, Huang Qianer, Zhao Yadong, and Bai Siling once more began to attack the Yuzhou soldiers in an attempt to hold them back. The battle that should have been over now began once more. The Yuzhou soldiers had clearly not expected this, and they instantly fell into chaos. Stop them! Protect Yaoyuan! Cui Qianyu and Tian Qianjun were the first to react. However, before the two of them could do anything to stop it, a majestic saber qi whistled through the air and blocked the two of them. Although he was a little slow, Li Sai's injuries were not as serious as he had imagined. The dark steel heavy armor that Wang Chong had forged for him using the meteoric metal had played a key role. Impudent! Zhang Shogui was instantly enraged by this sight. He was the Anong Protector General, and with a stomp of his foot in the military, he could shake the entire army. He was the undisputed leader of the army. Not even great generals like Fomenlinta dared to act so impudently in front of him, but these people clearly knew that he was here and still dared to attack Yaoyuan, treating him like he was nothing. This was no longer a question of whether to kill Yaoyuan or not. It was an affront to him, the Imperial Protector General. Bang! Zhang Shogui suddenly stomped down. A golden light emerged from the ground, transforming into an oval golden barrier that enveloped Yaoyuan. Boom boom boom! All the arrows and attacks collided with the oval golden shield, and were all blocked. Not only that, but in the next moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the ground. Rumble! The earth quaked and the heavens shattered. No one could describe the power of this energy. In everyone's perception, the entire ground became undulating waves, as if it had come to life. A powerful repulsive force erupted, wanting to fling everyone off their bodies. No. It wasn't just a thought, it was really throwing them off. The experts of the deflecting blade manor, the spirit vein, the Wang clan, and the other great clans were sent flying by that powerful aura like raindrops. As for those in the innermost circle, the elders of the Zhang clan, the head of the Huang clan, Zhao Jingdian, Huang Qianer, Zhao Yadong, Bai Siling, these people were the closest to Yaoyuan and the Yuzhou group, so they were the most heavily injured. Ah! Screams filled the air as their chests caved in, and they were sent flying like wheat being cut down. Blood rained down from their mouths. Zhang Shogui was furious, so he had dealt the heaviest blows to these people. if not for the fact that he valued the status of these scions of the great clans a little more and that it was a little beneath his status to deal with these juniors, Zhang Shogui would have long ago killed them. Too powerful. The combined attacks of several hundred people had collapsed in an instant. At this moment, everyone could sense Zhang Shogui's terrifying strength. In front of a legendary figure of the empire like Zhang Shogui, the strength of these people was far too minuscule. The difference in strength between the two sides could not be calculated with reason. Although they had long since known about this gap, only when they experienced it for themselves did they understand just how great it was. It was a difference between the heavens and the earth. Anyone who tried to resist Zhang Shogui would deeply understand what true despair was. A single barrier of light had made an Yaluoshan as stable as Mount Tai. No matter how many people there were or what level they were, they could not injure an Yaluoshan. And with just one step, not only had the several hundred people present failed, they had all been injured. And this was not even Zhang Shogui's true strength. He probably hadn't even used 10% of his strength. This was no longer something that could be described with just the word powerful. If anyone dares to attack again, I will have the members of your clans banished to the army, sent to the northeast, and sent to Goguryeo. Zhang Shogui's face was ashen, his expression as cold as ice. With the imperial censors in the capital, not even Zhang Shogui dared to act recklessly. In Emperor Taizong's era, So Yong-sun had achieved so much that he had been impeached by the imperial censors. Later, in Gaozong's era, the prime minister had misspoken and had also been impeached by the imperial censors. In the current dynasty, people of virtue and prestige, such as Wang Chong's grandfather, or Wang Zongxi, who had been adopted by the imperial censors as a child and hailed as the new war god, had still been impeached by the imperial censors, forced to relinquish his military authority and return to the palace to become the leisurely junior guardian of the crown prince. Although Zhang Shogui had always thought highly of himself, and even looked down on the imperial censors in the capital, he still had to have some scruples, so he could not act recklessly. However, if anyone thought that he could do nothing to these scions of the great clans, they would be gravely mistaken. Just because he could not kill them did not mean that he could not do anything. With his status as Imperial Protector General, a single order from him could have these scions of noble birth banished to the army and sent to Yuzhou in the northeast. Once he got there, life and death would be up to him. As expected, the moment Zhang Shogui spoke, the entire courtyard fell silent. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts and fear appeared in their eyes. Everyone in the empire now knew that the fiercest fighting in the northeast was not the Shi or the Khitans, nor was it the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates. It was Yun Gaisaman of Goguryeo in the east. Goguryeo had never been much of a threat to the Tang dynasty, until some Yun Gaisaman appeared there. Under his rule, Goguryeo rose swiftly and became a powerful nation. Although it was a tiny place, it had absorbed the strength of China, including the art of war, strategy, and martial arts. At the same time, it had used its own unique traits. This allowed the tiny Goguryeo to become an existence on par with Uzun and the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates. Even though it didn't have many soldiers, its fighting prowess was above that of the Mengshi Zhao Empire. Yun Gaisuan strengthened his defenses and built a large number of fortified cities. Even with Zhang Shogui's abilities, he could only suppress the Goguryeo Empire and make it difficult for them to come out. And the enormous price one would have to pay to attack the Goguryeo Empire forced even someone as decisive as Zhang Shogui to give up on the idea of attacking the Goguryeo Empire. From this, one could easily imagine how fierce the Goguryeo Empire's resistance was. It was easy to imagine how high the death rate of the battles there was. If he was sent there, he would definitely die. However, before they could think too much about it, they heard a scream in the next moment. Ah! Under everyone's watchful eyes, a Wuzi steel sword flew out of Ashina's hand. Thoracic thorns puncture the chest, the back puncture. Ashina? Thoracic Thorns vomited blood and his lips moved, but not a single word came out. His eyes were wide open as he stared in a daze at the eagle. Even in death, he still couldn't understand why the eagle had not gone to deal with Enyaluoshan, but had chosen to kill him, a stranger. Impossible, this is impossible, Ashina? Thoracic Thorn's mind was blank. He had come to save Enyaluoshan. These people had come to deal with Enyaluoshan, not him. Ashina? Thoracic Thorns had always had this impression and thought in his mind, so in this battle, he had been standing on the outside. And the appearance of his commander had made him feel more and more that this battle was already over, so he had not even considered himself. Ashina? Thoracic Thorns had not expected that in the end, while Enyaluoshan had not died, the person to kill would be him. Success. The eagle didn't know why Wang Chong had wanted him to kill that young who standing on the outside, but his long relationship with Wang Chong had given him a thorough understanding of Wang Chong's intentions. The gesture Wang Chong had made was for that who, and even the woozy steel sword in his hand had been given to him by that who. Since Wang Chong wanted him dead, that who assuredly had a reason to die. Swish. The sword was pulled out and blood spurted out. The eagle's strike had succeeded, and he immediately retreated. The eagle had reacted very quickly, but he was still much too slow. You're seeking death. A golden bolt of stellar energy flew out, and before the eagle could even dodge, he was sent flying like a shooting star. Zhang Shogui's face was ashen and unsightly. But none of this could change Ashina? Dry fate. Although his martial arts were unparalleled, he was still a man, not a god. How could he have predicted that the eagle would attack Ashina, who seemed to be completely unrelated and insignificant? Do it. He could defend against the attacks of 200 people against Enyaluoshan, but he couldn't defend against the eagle against Ashina? Kyuchi's attack. The blind spots in one's thinking were the hardest to defend against. No. Become Ashina? The moment Shu Gan's corpse toppled to the ground, Enyaluoshan, trapped in the golden barrier, opened his eyes wide and let out a heart-rending howl. His eyes were blood-red like an injured wild beast. From Drunken Sparrow Restaurant to here, Enyaluoshan's eyes had never once turned red from the pursuit. But to be Ashina? The moment Sugan collapsed, Enyaluoshan seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, his entire body losing control. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Ashina. For changing a major historical fact, reward. 200 points of destiny energy. Almost to Ashina? The moment Sugan collapsed, the stone of destiny's voice rang out in Wang Chong's mind. Ashina? Shu Gan was dead. The future Sure Siming would no longer exist. At this moment, of the twin pillars of Yozhou's rebel army in the history of the Tang dynasty, only Enyaluoshan remained. Chapter 454. In the future rebel army, Sure Siming would play an extremely important role. As Enyaluoshan's left and right arms, he had helped resolve many of his problems. Without him, Enyaluoshan would never have been able to rise so quickly. Enyaluoshan could not be killed, at least not for the time being. As the future leader of the rebel army, Enyaluoshan was protected by fate. That inexplicable barrier made of the energy of the world was enough to explain the problem. And Zhang Shogui would never let Wang Chong succeed. Only Ashina? Whether it was Zhang Shogui, Enyaluoshan, or even the people on his side, if Wang Chong wanted to kill Hsugan, no one would be able to think of it. But in order to avoid the same fate as Enyaluoshan, Wang Chong had borrowed the hand of the eagle to kill Hsugan. Damn it! Zhang Shogui's furious voice resounded in his ears. Without even turning his head, Wang Chong knew that Zhang Shogui's complexion was extremely unsightly. But Wang Chong no longer cared. There would come a day when Zhang Shogui would know that Wang Chong was not humiliating him, but helping him. It's over. Wang Chong raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the dark clouds overhead. The rain was still pouring down, and amidst the dark clouds and lightning, the eagle unfurled its wings and let out a clear cry as it circled in the sky. A red ribbon of silk fluttered around the eagle's leg, an extremely eye-catching sight. Boom! In a dazzling golden light, a wave of golden stellar energy soared into the sky, grabbing at the crowd. An enormous attractive force pulled at them like invisible thread. Ah! Zhao Jingdian, by Siling, Su Gan, Huang Qianer, Zhao Yadong, the Eagle, Wang Chong, Duke of Yi, Elder Zhao, and Li Sai, all 200 people were instantly dragged off the ground by a terrifying energy, flying like ragdolls toward Zhang Shogui. Zhang Shogui was enraged. Ashina? Shu Gan's death had thoroughly aroused the Imperial Protector General's killing intent. In that instant, everyone felt a sense of terror that came from the bottom of their hearts. This was Zhang Shogui's true strength. When he was enraged, whether it was Li Sai, Elder Yi, Elder Zhao, or anyone else, even all of them added together, they were insignificant before him. Reckless fools, you're too presumptuous. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhang Shogui's cold voice resounded through the heavens. What imperial censor? What dignity? None of that mattered anymore. Become Ashina? The moment Shu Gan was killed in front of him, Zhang Shogui felt an indescribable rage burn in his heart. The imperial censor's impeachment could not be ignored, but in comparison, the anger in his heart needed to be vented even more. There was no longer a need for these people to exist. Buzz! A ball of golden light burned like a raging flame. The terrifying light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire world in a golden color. In front of this storm-like aura, everyone was as insignificant as a speck of dust. Lord Protector General, please stop. Just when Zhang Shogui was prepared to deal the killing blow, a black silhouette shot out like an arrow into the densest part of the golden light. Bang! Bang! Two massive booms. The black silhouette had left as quickly as it had arrived, retreating from the depths of the golden light in a flash. But on the other side, the golden light that filled the sky with the power of destruction also disappeared without a trace. Plap plap plap. Those people that had been pulled up by the golden light and thrown into the air toward Zhang Shogui began to plummet back down into the rain. But the crowd was deathly still, no one saying a word. It's you? Upon seeing that black silhouette, Zhang Shogui took in a deep breath and fell silent. Lord Zhang, it's been a long time. The old steward's hands were hidden in his sleeves, his beard trembling. Although his breathing was in disorder, his feet were firmly planted on the ground. The courtyard was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. In all directions, the crowd had long been watching. Zhang Shogui was the Protector General of the Empire, so powerful that not even Li Sai, Duke of Yi, Elder Zhao, the elders of the Zhang clan, and the patriarch of the Huang clan combined would be a match for him. But no one had expected that the old butler would be able to force Zhang Shogui to stop after crashing into his protective golden light. Even Wang Chong was a little dazed. He had seen the old steward in action before, and he was also the person who had interacted with him the most. But Wang Chong had not expected the old steward to be able to stop Zhang Shogui in a direct confrontation. I didn't think that he would be this strong. Wang Chong's gaze flickered as he looked at the old steward standing nearby, exuding an unfathomable aura. The old steward was very strong. Wang Chong had known this a long time ago. Even when he had been idling and stubborn, Wang Chong had already developed this impression of this old steward who served at the King of Song's side. But Wang Chong had never known just how deep his foundation was. He seemed to be very powerful, but he never revealed his true strength. In his last battle, he had only managed to defeat the fleeing King Sojurim, and it seemed like he hadn't even used his full strength. Thus, it was impossible to determine the strength of an expert. But Wang Chong had not expected the old steward to be so strong that he could fight against Zhang Shogui. This was no longer just strength, but ridiculously strength. Buzz! After a momentary daze, Wang Chong quickly came back to his senses. Of all the people present, He was probably the least surprised by the old steward's appearance. With a wave of his sleeve, Wang Chong quickly turned around and walked to the other side. Since the old steward had appeared, this battle could no longer continue. Everything was over. How is it? Wang Chong walked over and stopped at the eagle's side. The eagle lay motionless in the rain and mud. Hearing Wang Chong's voice, he suddenly tore off his mask, revealing a pale face and a faint trickle of blood at the corner of his lips. I'm fine. This armor truly is very strong. If you hadn't told me before and if I hadn't dodged in advance, I would have been dead by now. The eagle said, his elbow propped up on his back as he panted. The meteoric metal was extremely tough, and it was also famous for being difficult to forge. For this reason, Wang Chong had only secretly forged a few sets, one for Li Sai, one for the eagle, and one for Wang Chong. Li Sai was something that Wang Chong had conceived long ago. His strength was of utmost importance to Wang Chong. As for the eagle, his control over the information channels and the ability to quickly communicate with and transmit information were extremely important to Wang Chong. He was essentially a hub for information. The eagle could not die now. Thus, the second set of meteoric metal armor had been given to him. It was precisely because of this that Wang Chong dared to have the eagle assassinate Ashina. Ashina's mission. Sometimes, a difference of a hair could lead to a difference of 1,000 years. Not even Zhang Shogui could have imagined that the eagle was wearing an incomparably tough armor forged from meteoric metal. It's fine as long as you're fine. Here's a pill for you. Take it to protect your organs. Seeing that the eagle was fine, Wang Chong felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. Propping his hands on his back, he slowly sat down and motionless. On the other end, the eagle gazed at Wang Chong's silhouette, a hint of worry in his eyes, but he said nothing. His gaze quickly turned to the old butler. On the other end, the old butler and Zhang Shogui's conversation had reached a crucial point. Humph, old butler, do you also want to oppose me? Zhang Shogui's expression was cold and unsightly. Ha, Lord Protector General is too serious. What sort of status does this old man have? How could he possibly compare to Lord Protector General? This old man was only entrusted by His Highness the King of Song to invite Lord Protector General to the King of Song's residence. The old butler folded his hands in his sleeves and faintly smiled. Zhang Shogui stared at the old butler, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. This old butler had served 2 generations of the King of Song, and Zhang Shogui had already met him during the reign of the king. In the last few decades, he had clearly gotten even stronger. Old butler, is His Highness the King of Song worth it for the sake of a few juniors? Zhang Shogui stared at the old butler. He had said that the King of Song was treating, but Zhang Shogui knew that this was just an excuse. To put it bluntly, it was all for these fellows. Haha, Lord Protector General also said that it's just a few juniors. Lord Protector General is the cornerstone of the empire, with an exalted status. Why should you lower yourself to the level of a few juniors? The old butler indifferently said, his lips moving. Moreover, in the end it's just a few who that died. For the sake of a few who, is Lord Protector General really going to stir up a storm in the city? Is it worth it? The old butler glanced at the corpses on the ground. Zhang Shogui's expression froze, and the anger in his eyes abruptly dissipated. No matter what sort of goal the old butler had, there was one thing he was right about. The people who had died were all insignificant who. Yuzhou didn't have much of anything, but it had the most who. And while he was presiding over Anong, he had killed a mountain of who. In just a few large-scale battles, he had dealt with the who. Thus, Zhang Shogui cared about the who the most, but he also cared about them the least. He cared about the abilities they possessed, but he did not care about their lives. As for Ashina? In the future, the name Shi Siming would resound like thunder through the world, occupying an extremely important position. But at this moment these 3 words were clearly meaningless to Zhang Shogui. Zhang Shogui had killed countless people, so he naturally wouldn't care about a single who. Humph, and if I say no? To Zhang Shogui's surprise, Zhang Shogui suddenly sneered and said something completely unexpected. The king of Song was of the imperial clan's bloodline, an imperial prince, and he held an extremely important position in the army. Zhang Shogui had to give him some face, but if he were to admit defeat like this, he would be showing off too much of a weakness. Zhang Shogui's current status had already surpassed the so-called bloodline shackles. Although he was still not on the level of the king of Song, he wasn't too far off. Zhang Yuanbao, are you still brooding over the matters of the past? Suddenly, an elderly voice, mellow and dignified and wise, resounded in everyone's mind. This voice was neither loud nor soft, like the ravings of a listener. But when Zhang Shogui heard this voice, his body trembled and his face paled. Yuanbao was his courtesy name. In this era where everyone called him Protector General, Milord, Commander, very few people knew of his courtesy name. And almost no one had the right to call him Zhang Yuanbao. Courtesy name was not something that could be casually called. Only a senior could call a junior by his courtesy name. But Zhang Shogui was already in his 50s, and he had a high status and authority. Zhang Yuanbao was not something that just anyone could casually call him. But Zhang Shogui knew that there was one person in the capital who just so happened to be called by this title. Wang Jiuling, the previous virtuous minister of the Tang dynasty revered by everyone in the world. Chapter 455. The current Zhang Shogui was no longer the same as before, and Wang Jiuling had long ago withdrawn from the position of prime minister and the imperial court. He was no longer that lofty bright minister of the Tang dynasty, second only to one and above all. In terms of authority and status, Zhang Shogui was no longer inferior to Wang Jiuling. At the very least, he no longer needed to look up to him. But even so, Zhang Shogui did not dare to be careless. Humph, Zhang Jiuling, I'm not making things difficult for your grandson. It's your Wang clan that has repaid kindness with enmity and made an enemy of me. See for yourself what he's done. Your good grandson took advantage of my absence to attack my subordinate. You're also a soldier, so you should know what the consequences are for taking people to attack active soldiers, right? Zhang Shogui coldly said. Although his expression was cold, there was a tinge of fear in his expression, completely different from how he treated his old butler. This was not just because Wang Jiuling was unwilling to retreat. Although he had resigned from the position of prime minister, he had still been invited into the Four Quarters Embassy by the Holy Emperor, so he still possessed enormous influence in the court. It was also because Zhang Shogui knew that Wang Jiuling was an extremely powerful scholar. Wang Jiuling was not famed for his literary prowess, but his cultivation on the literary path had been acknowledged by the literary world several decades ago. If not for the fact that Wang Jiuling's ambitions lay elsewhere, he might have already become the leader of the literary path. Wang Jiuling was getting older, and the wounds he had sustained on the battlefield had caused his cultivation on the martial path to decline by the day. He was no longer as formidable as he had been in the past. But his cultivation in the literary path would definitely not be affected by this kind of thing. On the contrary, as he grew older, his psychic energy would only get stronger and stronger, and his attainments on the literary path would be even higher than his attainments on the martial path. Back when he was still the bright minister of the Tang dynasty and presiding over the court, Wang Jiuling's psychic energy had already reached a terrifying level. After so many years, not even Zhang Shogui knew what level his cultivation had reached. Those on the literary path were skilled in mental attacks that could pierce through stellar energy to attack the soul. This was completely different from the martial path. In front of the leader of the literary path, not even the strongest martial artist dared to be careless. Wang Jiuling was in the Four Quarters Embassy, but he could still sense what was going on. Moreover, his thoughts were transmitted to everyone's mind. One could well imagine his strength. Although I don't know what's going on. However, I will give you an explanation for this matter sooner or later. That old voice was mellow and heavy, resounding in everyone's mind once again. Grandfather. On the other side, Wang Chong was sitting on the ground with his eyes narrowed. But at this moment, his eyes widened. If the first time was an illusion, then at this moment, Wang Chong was sure that the voice belonged to his grandfather. I didn't think that even Grandpa would come. Wang Chong's heart was in turmoil, but he soon calmed down. He had mobilized all of the Wang family's guards in the capital, as well as the forces that were on good terms with the Wang family. Even Elder Yi and Elder Zhao had come. It would be strange if his grandfather didn't know about it. Humph, Wang Jieling, I'll wait for your explanation. On the other side, Zhang Shogui was not thinking so much. Wang Jieling had already appeared, and with the addition of the King of Song, someone of Zhang Shogui's status would not be able to intervene. Let's go. With a cold face, Zhang Shogui turned and left with a wave of his sleeve. Behind him, although the Yuzhou soldiers were unwilling, they could only follow. Wait a moment. Just when Zhang Shogui was about to leave, a voice came from behind him. This voice stunned not only Zhang Shogui, but also by Xiling, Zhao Yadong, Su Gan, Marchioness Yi, and Huang Qian, because all of them could tell that this was Wang Chong's voice. What does he want to do? Everyone was dumbfounded. No one knew what Wang Chong was thinking. From start to finish, Wang Chong had never given a reason for his actions. Wang Chong was not an impulsive person. At the very least, in the majority of their interactions with Wang Chong, he had always been a rational person. Thus, his sudden impulsiveness was even more perplexing. Lord Zhang, please wait. Wang Chong pushed himself up with his right palm and stood up. Step by step, he began to walk toward Zhang Shogui. The rain was already beginning to lessen, no longer as heavy as before. But there were still pearls falling. Brat, what do you want to do? Zhang Shogui turned his head and stared at Wang Chong, his eyes dark and unkind. The courtyard was quiet, the mood rather tense. No one knew what Wang Chong wanted to do at a time like this. The timing was far too sensitive. Wang Chong said nothing, but when he was still several zhang from Zhang Shogui, he stopped and gave a deep bow. There is something that Wang Chong never had the chance to say. Lord Protector General, many thanks for your assistance in the regional commander's incident and when Wang Chong was imprisoned. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell into dead silence. Zhang Shogui stared at Wang Chong, his eyes flickering. But in the end, he sneered. Humph, I thought that you'd forgotten. Zhang Shogui coldly said, his voice brimming with derision. He naturally knew what Wang Chong was talking about. When Fomin Linta, Gao Xianji, and Geshu Han appealed to the imperial court to have Wang Chong executed, it was he and Zhangzhou Jianxiong who had led the charge to support Wang Chong. Zhang Shogui was the mighty Anong Protector General, and in both seniority and status, he was more than a single level above Wang Chong. He naturally couldn't bring up this matter of his own volition. If Wang Chong didn't bring it up, he would never do so for the rest of his life. But it was precisely because he had helped Wang Chong that Zhang Shogui had become even more enraged when he realized that the one who had attacked him was Wang Chong. Saying that the Wang clan returned kindness with enmity was no joke. No matter what Lord Protector General's reasoning was, no matter how dissatisfied Lord Protector General was with me, kindness is kindness. I owe Lord Protector General a favor. In the future, I will definitely return this favor. However, this is not my true reason for calling out to Lord Protector General. As Wang Chong spoke, he slowly straightened his body, his expression neither servile nor overbearing. Even after the battle, even after experiencing so many things, even after almost dying at Zhang Shogui's hands, Wang Chong remained as calm and composed as ever. Even before Zhang Shogui, the Anong Protector General, he showed no fear. Zhang Shogui's eyes swirled as he examined Wang Chong. Finally, there was a slight change in his expression. "Just what do you want to say?" Zhang Shogui sternly said. In the Yuzhou Protectorate headquarters, he had long ago obtained an investigation report on this youth. Although he had clashed with Wang Chong, and it had even been extremely unpleasant, Zhang Shogui would not underestimate Wang Chong too much. "I only want to say that Ming Emperor has an insightful heart. Although the capital is far, it is a clear example everywhere. Lord Protector General resides in Yuzhou, and as a subject, it is best for you to have a more respectful heart," Wang Chong said profoundly. "Buzz!" Zhang Shogui's body trembled at these words, and his face instantly paled. Even Ashina? Not even when Sugan was killed had he shown this sort of reaction. "In addition, I hope that Lord Protector General will be more careful of the people at your side. Sometimes, your true enmity is not necessarily with those standing in front of you, but with those standing at your side," Wang Chong said. As he spoke, Wang Chong's gaze fell upon Enyaluoshan, a profound look in his eyes. Zhang Shogui looked at Wang Chong with a strange gaze, but he quickly regained his composure. There's no need for you to say these words. It would be more appropriate if it were your grandfather." Zhang Shogui coldly sneered. Wang Chong only faintly smiled, declining to comment. As he watched Zhang Shogui and his Yuzhou soldiers vanish beyond the crumbling walls, Wang Chong's expression did not change in the slightest. Whether or not Zhang Shogui listened, Wang Chong had already done all he could for Zhang Shogui. Zhang Shogui was not a bad person. Even though he had clashed with Zhang Shogui, even though he had almost died at Zhang Shogui's hands, Wang Chong did not hide this fact. But there was a major problem with his personality. Zhang Shogui was too proud. At the same time, he was too conceited. His decades in the military, his age of 60, and his belief that he would be the future prime minister of the empire had made Zhang Shogui look down on everyone and extremely conceited. He was so conceited that he would not listen to any advice, and besides the holy emperor, he would ignore all rules. No, it was not just the emperor. In truth, in Yuzhou, Zhang Shogui's arrogance had reached a point where he even dared to fool the holy emperor. In the future, he would be framed by Enyaluoshan and lose his position as Protector General. One reason was because he had been careless and unprepared. The other reason was also because of his personality. If not for his arrogance and conceit, even if Enyaluoshan wanted to frame him, Enyaluoshan might not have succeeded. As for how Enyaluoshan had managed to successfully frame Zhang Shogui in such a short time, not even Wang Chong was very clear about this. There were far too many riddles and doubtful points in the events of the past. Even Wang Chong had gone too far. Although Enyaluoshan had managed to become Zhang Shogui's adopted son, in Wang Chong's view, this adopted son was probably just an empty title. His true status in the Anong army was not very good. How had he managed to replace Zhang Shogui and take control of the Yuzhou army in just 2 short years? Even many of his seniors from back then found it incomprehensible. Moreover, Zhang Shogui was a legendary figure of the empire, a titan of the army. His strength could be seen from today's event. Just the tip of the iceberg was enough to suppress all of them. But after the Holy Emperor stripped him of his military authority, Zhang Shogui died of depression less than a year later. Died of depression? What did this mean? This sort of supreme expert, who could destroy the heavens with a snap of his fingers, would also die of depression? This was simply a joke. At the very least, in Wang Chong's view, this sort of thing was unacceptable, completely absurd. But Zhang Shogui's death was an undeniable fact. Far too many inexplicable things had occurred around that calamity. Some of these things could be changed by human strength, and some things could not be changed by human strength. Whether one liked Zhang Shogui or not, there was one thing that everyone had to admit. Zhang Shogui's death was a massive loss to the empire. It was precisely because of his death that the rebel army of Yuzhou had completely lost control. Walala! The clattering of hooves against the rain came from the distance. Upon hearing this sound, Wang Chang's shoulders swayed, but his eyes quickly cleared. This was the sound of the imperial army. All the scions of the great clans living in the capital were extremely familiar with this sort of sound. There was no doubt that the battle was over, and his uncle had arrived with his men. The imperial army was responsible for guarding the capital, and there were some things that not even his uncle could stop. Let's go as well. Chapter 456. With the withdrawal of Wang Chong and the others, the Wang clan's operation that had alarmed countless great clans of the capital came to an end. But the effects of this matter were only just beginning. Why didn't you kill him? A furious voice suddenly broke the silence in the rain. In the darkness, the orderly advance of the troops suddenly came to a halt. All was quiet in the darkness, all sound vanishing without a trace. Even the sound of the rain had become indistinct. An uneasy aura began to spread through the air. Some people seemed to sense something, and all of them fell silent out of fear. What did you say? After what seemed like an instant and also like countless eons, they finally heard that familiar, bone-chilling voice. Why didn't you kill that brat? And Yaluoshan didn't seem to sense anything. His eyes were red as he stared at the figure in front of him, his body trembling. Yaluoshan, you're crazy. Is this how you speak to Commander? Shut your mouth. Hurry and apologize to Commander. Cui Qianyu and Tian Qianjun paled as they hurriedly said. The other Yuzhou soldiers were also stunned. No one dared to speak to Commander like this. No one. In Yuzhou, anyone who dared to defy Commander was already buried in the ground. For in Yaluoshan to dare speak to Commander like this, he was simply insane. Slap. Before anyone could react, a powerful palm slapped Yaluoshan across the face. The slap sent Yaluoshan flying through the air. Spinning like a paper kite, he crashed into the wall of the alley 7 or 8 zhang away. The wall, more than 2 zhang tall and covered in moss, was as sturdy as rock, but now it was smashed to pieces, sending bricks and sand flying everywhere. And Yaluoshan sat up after crashing to the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood, his face as white as a sheet of paper. The surrounding crowd lowered their heads, not even daring to breathe too loudly. And Yaluoshan had been too impudent. No one was surprised that he would end up like this. Are you sure that you're talking to me? Zhang Shogui coldly said, his hands behind his back. His face was expressionless, but his body emitted a chilling and dangerous aura. To the people of the underworld continent, the dangerous aura was too familiar. Every time this sort of energy appeared on the commander's body, several corpses would appear beneath the ground of the Anong Protectorate. Don't forget who you are. You and Ashina? Shugon is just 2 insignificant slave catchers under my command. There are as many slave catchers as Ningguan on the prairie as you want. I can promote you and let you live, but I can also destroy you and let you die. Think carefully before you talk to me properly. The surroundings were quiet. Even Cui Qianyu and Tian Qianjun lowered their heads, not daring to breathe too loudly. They didn't even dare to take a look. The capital is too far, but the commander is very close. In Yuzhou, the commander's orders were far more effective than those of the Holy Emperor. There, he had absolute authority. Yes, Yaluoshan was wrong. Please forgive me, Marshal. After some time, Yaluoshan's voice finally rang out in everyone's ears. His head was lowered, his hair draped over his shoulders, and he remained motionless. Around him, Cui Qianyu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They had truly been afraid that Yaluoshan would be impulsive enough to argue with the commander. Fortunately, Yaluoshan had finally come to his senses. Humph, I'll treat it as a moment of confusion and spare you this time. But if there's a next time, you know the result. Zhang Shogui coldly said. After saying those words, Zhang Xian turned around and walked away with large strides. The others did not dare to be slow and hurriedly followed. A gentle breeze blew the rain against their faces. But no one saw that after Zhang Shogui left, Anyaluoshan slowly raised his head from the kneeling position. Beneath his disheveled hair, his eyes were not the humble and fearful look that everyone imagined, but a blood-red and venomous red. "One day I will make you pay the price." That voice echoed in his mind, and then Anyaluoshan swayed as he struggled to his feet and began to walk forward. Putting aside Zhang Shogui and the Yuzhou soldiers, the moment the battle in the courtyard concluded, the news seemed to spread wings, flying to every corner of the capital and into the hands of the various clan heads. The sky had darkened, but this time it was not because of the dark clouds, but because it was already nightfall. But in the capital there were far more people who were not sleepy. From the moment Wang Chong had issued his order, countless great clans had been keeping a close eye on this place. Just what is this fellow doing? In the lamplight, Yao Guangyi gripped a piece of paper, his brow furrowed. He and Wang Chong had interacted more than once, both in the light and in the shadows. Although he didn't want to admit it, Yao Guangyi had to admit that this youngest son of the Wang clan was gradually becoming a great thorn in his side. But even someone of Yao Guangyi's intelligence couldn't understand why that brat from the Wang clan had put on such a muddle-headed show. Several hours had passed since he had received the news, but even after thinking for a long time, Yao Guangyi still couldn't understand Wang Chong's intentions. In the past, Yao Guangyi had at least been able to see what Wang Chong wanted to do and what his goal was. But this time, he truly couldn't understand. Had they mobilized such a large force just to kill an insignificant Turkic Hu? How could this be? Yao Guangyi didn't even remember his name. If the Wang clan thought that he would believe them, they were insulting Yao Guangyi's intelligence. It shouldn't be. Yao Guangyi's brow rose, his mind in a panic. This feeling of not being able to understand the other party's intentions made him feel extremely uncomfortable. And he also felt a deep sense of defeat. "Father, Wang Chong's level of ability is still far from reaching that level. Could all of this be the will of that person in the Wang clan? But isn't this method a little too direct, a little too childish? No matter how I think about it, it doesn't make sense. Father, please enlighten me." Yao Guangyi sighed deeply. He suddenly turned to look at his father, who was seated peacefully in the room, and bowed deeply. His father resided in the Four Quarters Embassy, and he had passed down an order that no one in the Yao clan was to enter the Four Quarters Embassy to visit him unless there was an important matter. Furthermore, the older he got, the less time his father had to show his face. Yao Guangyi was still able to meet his father a few times as his biological son. But as for the other members of the Yao clan, in the past, he could still meet them 3 to 4 times a year. But now, he probably wouldn't be able to meet them for several years at a time. Even for Yao Guangyi, Old Master Yao had made it clear that he shouldn't come to the Four Quarters Embassy in the future. The more one used authority, the less effective it would be. The less one used it, the more one would be respected. The more mysterious something was, the more one would revere it. Yao Guangyi knew that this was the old master's way of survival. However, this matter was out of the ordinary, so he had no choice but to come. The room was silent. Old Master Yao's hands were placed on the 5-chi tall cane, but his body was hidden in the darkness, not moving in the slightest. The flickering candlelight cast a shadow over his entire face, making it hard for one to see him clearly. Only the flickering candlelight continued to shine on the robe he was wearing. Wang Bo isn't such a person. After an unknown period of time, Old Master Yao suddenly spoke. There was an indescribable tone in his voice. The person who understood you the most would always be your enemy. Even though he had competed with Wang Jiuling for several decades, Yao Chong had to admit that the person who lived next door was indeed a person who was one with knowledge and action. Other people might be humble, thrifty, and restrained, but this was just a means to earn their reputation. But Wang Jiuling was truly such a person. If not for his inflexible personality, given Wang Jiuling's contributions to the throne and his position as prime minister, assisting the Holy Emperor, and founding the Tang dynasty, the Wang clan would have long enjoyed great wealth and power. How could they have been suppressed by his Yao clan? This could be considered as the Wang clan and Wang Jiuling restraining themselves. But even so, Wang Jiuling's name had spread throughout the world, and he was loved and respected by the people of the world. Even if Yao Chong wanted to learn this, he wouldn't be able to. I understand what you want to say, but even if the Wang clan wanted to avoid arousing suspicion and sully themselves, they wouldn't use such methods. At the very least, Wang Bo wouldn't. Old Master Yao leaned on his cane and closed his eyes, seemingly in deep thought. Although I don't know what's going on, there's a high chance that this matter was that child's idea and has nothing to do with Wang Bo. A hint of doubt could be heard in his voice. There weren't many things that old Master Yao couldn't understand, but the matter that had happened today wasn't something that even he could understand, not to mention Yao Guangyi. He could understand the crux of the matter, and he could even determine that it was all Wang Chong's idea. But he also couldn't understand why Wang Bo would do such a thing. That Hu was probably just a Hu, and there was nothing special about him. Wang Chong had probably never met him before. But why would Wang Chong act so crazily? Why would he even offend Zhang Shogui? Old Master Yao closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Our Yao clan shouldn't get involved in this matter for now. Let's wait and see before deciding what to do. Old Master Yao suddenly said. Yes, father. A hint of surprise flashed through Yao Guangyi's eyes, but he quickly lowered his head and respectfully said. But father, this is such a good opportunity. Are we really not going to use it to suppress him? What you want to do is your business. But don't use your authority in the Bureau of Military Personnel. If you really want to do something, inform the Court of Judicial Review. Yes. Yao Guangyi was overjoyed. In addition, old Master Yao leaned on his cane and suddenly said, Investigate that Hu. Go and investigate that Hu. He might be useful in the future. Yes. Chapter 457. Similar events were taking place in various parts of the capital. In the several decades that the Wang clan had lived in the capital, this was the only time it had taken such an action. Ha ha, wonderful! The Wang clan is seeking its own destruction. A burst of wild and insolent laughter suddenly came from the Qingqi residence. A black-bearded middle-aged man dressed in a golden imperial robe stood in the middle of the room, his arms wide open. He was so happy that his entire body was trembling, and even his eyebrows were about to squint. Your Highness has tried to contact Zhang Shogui before, but Zhang Shogui never replied. All the letters have been like rocks sinking into the ocean. However, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhang Shogui did not provoke the Wang clan, but the Wang clan provoked him. So many great clans of the capital have seen this, and Zhang Shogui can't possibly hold back. Milord has gained yet another ally. At the side, the goateed elder bowed with a solemn expression as he spoke respectfully. Ha ha, you really know how to talk. Take my seal. Immediately invite Zhang Shogui. In addition, pass on my order. Immediately notify the Bureau of Military Personnel, the Court of Judicial Review, and the Imperial Army. Oh, even the Imperial Clan Court. I want that brat of the Wang clan to be thrown into prison as quickly as possible. I'd like to see just who will save him this time. As Qingqi spoke, his eyes became extremely cold and sinister. In the Imperial Court, the King of Song had always been his greatest rival. And the Wang clan assisting the King of Song was a thorn in his side that he wanted nothing more than to get rid of as soon as possible. Alas, his plan to deal with the King of Song and the Wang clan had failed on the verge of success, and his plans to deal with the Wang clan had all been foiled by Wang Chong. Qingqi had long ago been suppressing a bellyful of rage. But because of his status, King Qi simply could not recklessly deal with Wang Chong. In a place like the capital, there were many eyes and ears. Not even an imperial prince could act recklessly. But this time is different. You're the one who walked right into the trap. In the darkness, an extremely cold light flashed across King Qi's eyes. This was foreordained to be a restless night. The Yao clan, the King Qi residents, all the dukes and nobles of the capital, and even the great clans, were all trying to guess at the Wang clan's inexplicable actions. In a place like the capital, those who could stand for decades without falling were mostly people who had weathered great storms and seen all sorts of schemes. These people were extremely familiar with the political struggles in the imperial court and the mutual deception between the aristocratic families. There were very few things that they couldn't see through. But that night, everything that happened was laid out clearly in front of everyone's eyes. But no one dared to say that they clearly saw what happened that night. This had never happened before. "Grandfather!" In Four Quarters Embassy, Wang Chong called out and then kneeled in front of his grandfather. The atmosphere in the room was solemn. Wang Chong's grandfather, the Duke Zhu that everyone in the world revered, sat at the head, while Wang Chong's big uncle stood on his right and his uncle Li Lin stood on his left. On this occasion, even Duke Yi and Elder Zhao had been sent outside to stand guard. Other than members of the Wang clan, no one else could enter the room. All eyes were on Wang Chong. There were all sorts of guesses about today's event. But only they knew that this operation actually had nothing to do with them. In truth, everything had been Wang Chong's idea, the result of his own actions. But not even the members of the Wang clan knew why Wang Chong had done this. "Chonger, it's no problem for you to mobilize the guards of my residence. Even the matter that happened tonight, including the matter that happened in the Drunken Sparrow restaurant, I'll deal with it for you. None of this is a problem. After all, we're one family. But can you tell me why all of this is happening?" Wang Zhen spread out his sleeves, his expression grave. "That's right, Chonger, there are no outsiders here. Just why did you do this? Can you tell me now?" Wang Chong's uncle Li Lin said. Only he knew how much pressure he had been under tonight, how many favors he had owed, and the matter with the imperial army was far from over. One could already imagine the many troubles that awaited him in the future. But Li Lin didn't care. Although he didn't know the specifics, he had complete trust in Wang Chong. However, Li Lin had never imagined that this matter would involve a personage on the level of the Dong, and Protector General, Zhang Shogui. Everyone was waiting for Wang Chong's explanation. Warning: user is attempting to reveal information that should not have been revealed. This information will severely affect the fate of the world and the course of events, resulting in an exponential attack and rejection by the power of the world. User does not have the strength to protect himself and will instantly die. In order to protect user, all attempts by user to reveal the secrets of heaven will be silenced. Once a third attempt is made, all destiny energy will be deducted and user will die. Wang Chong's lips moved, and just when he was about to speak, a cold and emotionless voice rang out at his ear. In a flash, all words became nothingness. "You still can't say it?" Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Although he had long ago expected this result, Wang Chong still felt incredibly bitter. Today's events were bound to be seen as crazy and incomprehensible by many, but he couldn't even reveal it to his closest kin? At this moment, Wang Chong felt an indescribable loneliness in his heart. He finally had no companions on his path, and the mission he shouldered was something that no one else knew about. This loneliness was too unbearable. For a moment, Wang Chong really wanted to disregard everything and speak the truth, especially after his mission failed. But Wang Chong knew that this was impossible. Even if he wanted to speak, his grandfather, big uncle, and uncle-in-law probably wouldn't be able to hear him. "Grandfather, big uncle, uncle-in-law, do you believe me?" Wang Chong thought for a long time, then raised his head and bitterly asked. Chong or Wang Zhen was just about to speak when a thin and withered hand reached out and interrupted him. Child, speak. No matter what you say, grandfather will believe you. Wang Jiling sat on the highest seat, looking down at Wang Chong said with a wise gaze that could see through the affairs of the world. His eyes were affectionate and full of tolerance. After all that had happened, Wang Chong saw no hint of blame in his eyes. In this hall, there was no Duke Jiao whose name had spread throughout the world and was revered by all, nor were there any important or old officials of the court that deeply loved the Holy Emperor. Standing in front of Wang Chong was an ordinary grandfather, an ordinary old man. This was a grandfather speaking to his grandson. For a moment, Wang Chong felt like crying. Although he had said nothing about Evaluation, for some reason, Wang Chong felt that his grandfather seemed to understand something. These emotions flew through his mind, but Wang Chong quickly regained his composure. Grandfather, big uncle, uncle-in-law, I cannot tell you the exact reason for today's matter. Wang Chong kneeled on the ground, his eyes red. But there is one thing that I ask of you. No matter what, you must believe me. Evaluation, that Hu must die. Otherwise, he will become a great calamity for the empire. Buzz! The moment Wang Chong spoke, the other three people in the room trembled. Wang Chong's big uncle Wang Zhen and uncle-in-law Li Lin looked at each other in dismay. Even Wang Chong's grandfather revealed a look of surprise. Chonger, you're not joking, right? Wang Zhen said. He knew that Wang Chong had his reasons for doing this, but Wang Zhen had never expected Wang Chong to bring up a calamity for the empire. It wasn't that he didn't trust his nephew, but this sort of thing was far too unreliable. He had long ago gathered a great deal of information on that Hu. He was just an extremely ordinary Hu under Zhang Shogui's command. Who knew how many who like this Zhang Shogui had in the Anong Protectorate of the Northeast? The only people that Wang Zhen truly paid attention to were the foreign brothers. But the foreign brothers were only a recent matter. The truly special ones with extraordinary backgrounds were the other three. As for this Evaluation, he was a nameless nobody. He had only run into him by sheer luck. Moreover, it was common for Hu to get along with each other. After drinking a bowl of wine, they would immediately become sworn brothers. But that was just a name. The Hu did not have any culture of swearing brotherhood. This so-called swearing brotherhood was the culture of the Han. When it came to the Hu, they were just monkeys in disguise, and the feeling of swearing brotherhood became much weaker. Chonger Yuzhou is Zhang Shogui's territory. His methods are fierce, and he never shows mercy when suppressing the Hu. Thus, even though he has both Hu and Han, he has never caused any trouble. Under his command, it is impossible for any of the Hu people to be respected. Even if we take 10,000 steps back, even if a formidable Hu does appear, he'll just be a minor character. There are plenty of people in the capital who can deal with him. How could he possibly become a calamity for the empire? Li Lin said from the side. Although he didn't say it explicitly, his meaning was clear. It was clear that he didn't agree with Wang Chong's reasoning. It was truly lacking in persuasion. Big uncle, uncle-in-law, I know that you don't believe me, but that Hu must die. But that Hu must die. I'm not joking. I'm serious about every word I say. Wang Chong sternly said. The Tang dynasty had not yet fallen. The setting sun still shone on it. This massive empire was still bloated and heavy, but it still had figures in the prime of their lives. The war machines of its prime were still operating. Although they were not at their peak, they still had 70 to 80% of their strength. Although a befuddled life had weakened the fighting spirit of the empire, it had the backing of a huge amount of economic support. Although it was on the path of decline, this empire still had a chance to regrow its broken limbs and rise to the peak. And even if it was going to be destroyed, it was still very far from being destroyed. At least, this was what everyone firmly believed. But who could have imagined that this empire would be destroyed in a few short months by the army led by a Hu rising from the northeast? At the start of that rebellion, everyone believed that the empire was still very strong and that the rebellion would be quickly suppressed. But 3 months later, this empire collapsed in a completely unexpected manner, at the feet of that who. The decline that should have taken decades to complete was sped up in just 3 short months. The people of the Central Plains were plunged into misery and suffering, and the once powerful and prosperous Central Plains had been transformed into an Azura hell overnight. Chapter 458. When he thought of his experiences back then, of the mountains of corpses, the collapsed buildings, and the desolate land, Wang Chong felt a stabbing pain in his heart. In that great rebellion, even the nobles were not spared, let alone the common people. This operation had been a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as he could kill Anyaluoshan, he could avoid 10 years of civil strife. Alas, in the end, he had still failed. He had lost his only chance. This thought made Wang Chong's heart ache. Wang Zhen and Li Lin mentally shook their heads at Wang Chong's words. They had always placed great trust in Wang Chong. Wang Chong's past actions were enough to prove that he was worthy of this trust. But this time, this explanation was truly hard to believe. "Grandpa believes in you." Suddenly, an elderly and dignified voice came from behind them. "Father!" Wang Zhen and Li Lin turned their heads, their eyes filled with shock. "Child, Grandpa believes in you." Wang Chong's grandfather once more repeated his words. He had been sitting motionlessly up there this entire time, but at this moment, he slowly stood up with the support of the armrest. "You're a smart child. Your grandfather believes that you must have your reasons for doing this." "Grandfather!" Wang Chong clenched his fists, his eyes red. At this moment, there was nothing more supportive than the trust of one's kin. "Tell me, does it have something to do with a seer?" Standing above, Wang Chong's grandfather leaned forward slightly, and his voice grew gentler. "Buzz." Hearing his father's words, Wang Chong's big uncle Wang Zhen and Uncle Li Lin both trembled. Earlier, they had found Wang Chong's words hard to believe. But now that they heard their father's explanation, everything suddenly began to make sense. "Chonger, is what grandfather says true?" Wang Zhen sternly asked. "You really did encounter a seer?" Li Lin chimed in. Wang Chong's actions did not make sense, but if he had encountered some mysterious divination, everything would not be difficult to understand. This could also explain why Wang Chong hated that Hu so much, even though he had never met him, that he was willing to offend Anong Protector General Zhang Shogui. This, Wang Chong was also stunned. His grandfather's words were truly out of his expectations. Even Wang Chong himself was stunned by the words, astrologer. Of course, it was impossible for him to have seen any seer, but from a certain perspective, his grandfather's guess was not wrong. Although he had never seen a seer before, he himself was the strongest seer in the world. As a person who had lived 2 lives, there was no one in this world who was clearer than him about the future development of this world. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Wang Chong quickly regained his composure. "Yes." Wang Chong nodded. "Chonger, can you tell us the name of that astrologer?" Wang Zhen asked. This time, Wang Chong shook his head. "He's not willing to let you speak?" Wang Zhen frowned. "Yes." After a moment of hesitation, Wang Chong clenched his teeth and spoke once more. Although he was unwilling to do this, it seemed that even knowing the future would be greatly limited. In a situation where he couldn't speak the truth, this was probably the best and most acceptable method. Wang Zhen and Li Lin glanced at each other, their brows furrowed. If that astrologer didn't appear, there was no way to get to the bottom of why Wang Chong trusted him so much. However, astrologists had always had a transcendent status. Whether it was among the people or in the palace, they were highly respected. But it was precisely for this reason that the majority of astrologists had strange temperament. They had always kept a low profile and had eccentric personalities. They were unwilling to interact with outsiders, and they were even more unwilling to have their names known. In the end, they lived the life of a hermit. Wang Chong said that the astrologer didn't want to meet others, and this sort of personality wasn't rare among astrologists. Child, since he isn't willing to meet others, let's forget about it. What do you want grandfather to do for you? Wang Chong's grandfather asked. That's right. No matter what you want to do, you won't be able to do it alone. Grandfather, big uncle, and even your uncle are all here today. How do you want us to help you? Wang Zhen also spoke up with a serious expression. Although he still found it hard to accept Wang Chong's words of calamity to the empire, if Wang Chong only wanted to kill an insignificant who, then regardless of the reason, Wang Zhen wouldn't hesitate to help him. By the side, Li Lin also nodded. Blood was thicker than water. Although his surname wasn't Wang, he was already a member of the Wang clan. If Wang Chong wanted to kill someone, he wouldn't hesitate to help him. Just as he had always done. Wang Chong said nothing, but his heart was filled with warmth. In this life, the people he treasured the most were his family members. Grandfather, big uncle, uncle-in-law, thank you. For a moment, Wang Chong's heart was truly moved and he wanted to begin another operation. But Wang Chong quickly dismissed the idea. And Yaoyuashin's strength had never been crucial. He had far too many people at his side who could kill him. But in the end, all his operations had failed. The first failure had been inexplicable, with even Li Sai being struck by lightning. The second time, a bunch of Yuzhou soldiers had appeared, and in the end, even a supreme figure of the empire like Zhang Shogui had appeared. Just like the Stone of Destiny had always reminded him, it was never easy to change one's fate. When Yaoyuashin was at his weakest and most defenseless, he had still failed. Wang Chong was worried that if he continued, some other variable would appear. Moreover, Yaoyuashin was now on guard and would definitely be extremely careful. And with the protection of a supreme expert like Zhang Shogui, there was no chance for him to strike. Although the Wang clan was a clan of ministers and generals, it was still powerless against an important minister of the empire like Zhang Shogui, a high official on the border. Perhaps this is fate. I'm still too weak right now and can't kill him. At least before the Yuzhou rebellion, no one will be able to kill him. I can only wait for the future. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. From the end of the battle until now, he had gradually come to understand many things. And Yaoyuashin was no minor character. In this world, he occupied an extremely important place. The Yuzhou rebellion he had started was an important part of this world. If he killed Yaoyuashin, it would be a completely different world. Thus, Yaoyuashin could not die, at least not until he had started the Yuzhou rebellion and completed his mission in this world. He could not die so easily. Thus, even though he had gathered so much strength, he had still not been able to kill him. Thus, the Stone of Destiny had warned him not to meet with him too early. Any chance encounter ahead of time would only cause Yaoyuashin's strength to increase, and the world energy protecting him would only grow stronger and stronger. Because no matter how evil Yaoyuashin was, he was still a part of this world. And Wang Chong was not. Defeating a person was easy, but defeating a world was not. Grandfather, big uncle, uncle-in-law, I need you to help me find someone. Wang Chong raised his head and suddenly said. Wang Chong quickly left the Four Quarters Embassy, as did Wang Chong's big uncle and uncle-in-law. Not long after Wang Chong left the Four Quarters Embassy, a series of light, cat-like footsteps came from the back of the hall. The curtain was raised, and an old granny with a kind face and a head of silver hair walked out, carrying a tray of tea. On the tray, the tea in the 4 porcelain teacups had gone cold long ago. This child seems to have a lot on his mind. As the Wang clan's old madam watched Wang Chong leave, her eyes were filled with worry. If he doesn't say it, there's nothing we can do. The Wang clan's old master sighed. If Wang Zhen and Li Lin were here, they would assuredly be flabbergasted, because the old master's current attitude was completely different from before. It was obvious that his talk about astrologer had been completely random. But whether it was Wang Zhen, Li Lin, or Wang Chong, they had all been fooled. This child must have his own difficulties. Otherwise, he would never hide it from even his own family. The Wang clan's old madam sighed. After experiencing so many trials and tribulations in their lives, how could the two of them not see through Wang Chong's thoughts? Tonight, Wang Chong had been far too abnormal, but he also seemed to have some difficulties that he couldn't speak of. The two of them had experienced so many ups and downs, so how could they be willing to put the juniors of their clan in a difficult position? This was why the Wang clan's old master had said those words. The Wang clan's old master said nothing, but a long sigh came from the hall. As he walked out of the Four Quarters Embassy, Wang Chong's mind was in disarray. Although his conflict with Zhang Shogui had come to an end, Wang Chong knew that this matter was far from over. Getting into the carriage, Wang Chong first went to visit his cousin Wang Liang. Wei Anfang and the others found them on the second floor of Drunken Sparrow Restaurant. Although their injuries were severe, they were not fatal. By the time Wang Chong went to visit, his injuries had already stabilized. With specialized people taking care of him, it wouldn't be long before he made a full recovery. But in the end, his martial arts were still lacking, so even after his injuries, he was still in a coma. Wang Chong didn't stay long. Knowing that he was in no danger, he left and returned to Deflecting Blade Manor. On the summit, a gale blew. Although it was late at night, Deflecting Blade Manor was still brightly lit. By Xiling, Zhao Yadong, Marchioness Yi Zhao Jingdian, Fang Xianying, Su Gan, Wei Anfang, Huang Qianer, Zhao Qiqin, all of them were standing on the summit, silently gazing at Wang Chong for a long time. In this operation, all of them had sustained significant injuries, but they had only done some simple bandaging. However, everyone only did a simple dressing. Although it was late at night, no one had any intention of going down to rest. This was because everyone had a thought in their minds. If this thought was not resolved, no one would be able to sleep. Wang Chong. Marchioness Yi was the first to step forward and break the silence. Her expression was solemn, and the others didn't look any better. After the battle in the courtyard was over, everyone had followed Wang Chong's orders and returned to Deflecting Blade Manor. Just like Marchioness Yi, everyone was waiting for an explanation. There were far too many inexplicable and incomprehensible aspects of today's operation. The sudden target, the sudden appearance of a group of who, and then the relentless pursuit of a seemingly unimportant who. But in the end, no one had expected that the one who had appeared behind these people was Zhang Shogui. They did not care about what they did for Wang Chong. Even if they died in battle, they had nothing to complain about. After all, this was their own choice. But they needed an explanation. At the very least, they needed to know why they had done what they had done. In the quiet night, countless pairs of eyes turned to Wang Chong as if waiting for something. No one spoke. There was nothing but the howling of the wind on the summit. Wang Chong slowly raised his head, countless thoughts flitting through his mind like lightning bolts. "I can't tell any of you too much." Wang Chong's voice drifted through the night. As he met everyone's gaze, Wang Chong's eyes slowly hardened. "But there is one thing I can tell all of you. None of you will regret today's events." All was quiet on the summit. The crowd stared at Wang Chong, and Wang Chong stared back, but no one spoke. An uneasy atmosphere hung in the air. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Every second seemed to be stretched to infinity. "I believe in you." Bai Siling suddenly walked out of the crowd, the first to break the silence. "Although I don't know why, it's enough for me to hear your words. I believe in you." "Haha, I also believe in you. I'm not that curious. Just like on a trial mission, I'll do whatever you say." The second to walk out was Su Gan. A soft corner of Wang Chong's heart was touched, and his eyes suddenly became moist. "Haha, just based on those words of yours, you're still the same you I know. If you need anything in the future, just call. Our Zhao clan will definitely do its best." Zhao Yadong also walked out with a smile. This was not her first time interacting with Wang Chong. Wang Chong had already used his own abilities and actions to prove himself. At that time, she had chosen to believe in Wang Chong, so she naturally wouldn't doubt him now. Thank you. Wang Chong was moved. Haha, young master, there's no need for you to explain anything to me. No matter what you decide to do, no matter where it is, I will stand at your side. A few moments later, Zhao Jingdian walked out of the crowd and naturally went to stand at Wang Chong's side. He had only been waiting on the mountain a long time ago, which was why he was standing with the crowd. He had never doubted his young master. If not for the fact that he wanted to avoid a misunderstanding, he wouldn't have even stepped forward, wouldn't have even said these words. With Bai Siling, Zhao Yadong, Su Gan, and Zhao Jingdian stepping forward, more and more people stepped forward. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you. Marchioness Yi Chen Burang, Sun Jiming, Zhuang Zhengping, Qi Weisi, Marchioness Yi, one figure after another stepped forward. Each of them spoke the simplest of words and used the simplest of actions to express their support for Wang Chong. 1, 2, 3, countless of them in the cold night. Wang Chong felt a warmth in his heart as he gazed at those familiar eyes, the firm conviction and support in them. A pine tree that did not experience wind and rain could not grow its strength of character, and a jade that did not experience carving would never become great. This operation had not defeated the crowd. On the contrary, it had brought them closer together. In a daze, Wang Chong seemed to see a pair of invisible wings slowly unfurling. Chapter 459. Bai Siling, Zhao Yadong, Su Gan, and the others quickly left. Zhao Qiqin, Huang Qianer, and Wei Anfang and the other members of Deflecting Blade Manor also left. On this night, many people descended from the mountain. Just like Wang Chong, many of them needed to go back and give an explanation to their families after all that had happened. The densely packed Deflecting Blade Manor abruptly fell silent, leaving only a few lanterns swaying in the cold wind. Cuckoo! The cry of a nighthawk suddenly came from above, bringing with it a whistling sound as it flew towards the top of the mountain. How much longer? In the lonely night, Wang Chong stood at the edge of the summit, his hands held behind his back as he looked down at the pitch-black mountains. The night wind blew at the corner of his robe, making whooshing sounds and making people feel even colder. The Imperial Army is already moving out, and I hear that the Court of Judicial Review has already dispatched troops and is on their way. And I hear that there's also some activity in the palace. The eagle's voice came from the darkness, brimming with worry. He was standing not far from Wang Chong, perched on his shoulder on the nighthawk that had just flown down from the sky. He had just finished reading a piece of white paper and thrown it into the wind, its fragments flying everywhere. One had to pay a price for impulsiveness. Quite a few who had died in Drunken Sparrow Restaurant, and in that courtyard on the edge of the capital, no small number of Yuzhou soldiers had died there. Such a major incident had taken place at the foot of the Son of Heaven, involving an armed melee, and an important minister on the border of the empire like Zhang Shogui. The Imperial Army and Court of Judicial Review could not possibly turn a blind eye to this. In the previous battle, these factions could be said to have been caught off guard. But now that the dust had settled, there was no question that these people had come to capture Wang Chong. In addition, the people of the Chamberlain of Dependencies are currently moving around. They might arrive even faster than the others. With these final words, the eagle's brow was shrouded in a dark cloud. This was not the first time that Wang Chong had clashed with the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Logically speaking, this matter had nothing to do with the Chamberlain of Dependencies. But many who had died this time, and some of them were merchants from the capital, which just so happened to fall under the jurisdiction of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. The Chamberlain of Dependencies had a unique status and enormous authority. It had wanted to deal with Wang Chong for a long time. But in the past, the Wang clan's authority and Wang Chong's caution had never given them a chance, so they had never been able to do anything to him. But this time, it had been delivered by Wang Chong of his own volition. Wang Chong's expression was calm, not too surprised by this. Everything had a price, and he had already thought of this outcome when he took action. This was not the first time he had faced the threat of imprisonment. This had been the Wang for. Wang had Wang Xiaofei, but had as someone who had lived two lives, Wang Chong had long ago seen through all of this. He had only appeared here for one goal, for one reason. To live and die for the benefit of the country. How can one avoid it because of fortune or disaster? This was a famous saying from another world, one that Wang Chong used to console himself. Thus, whether it was the Court of Judicial Review or the Chamberlain of Dependencies, Wang Chong did not care. What he truly cared about had never been these things. I understand. In a little while, whether the people from the Court of Judicial Review or the Chamberlain of Dependencies appear, there's no need to stop them. Just let them come. Wang Chong waved his hand, absent-mindedly saying this. Yes, young master. Eagle clenched his teeth and finally lowered his head. Wang Chong said no more. The howling of the wind in the darkness threw the stars into disorder, and it also threw Wang Chong's emotions into disorder. Following the back of Deflecting Blade Mountain, Wang Chong began to aimlessly descend the mountain. The operation to ambush and Yaluoshan had already failed. After today, he needed to properly organize his thoughts, seriously consider what he should do in the future and what he should do. If he ignored these thoughts, Wang Chong's mind would never be able to calm down. Time slowly passed. Wang Chong strolled alone through the mountains, not allowing anyone to follow him. At some point, the eastern sky was gradually beginning to brighten. Wang Chong believed that he would continue like this, but the development of the situation was far different from what he had imagined. Cuckoo! The strange cry of a bird suddenly rang out in his ears. This cry was completely different from the other cries in the mountains, shattering the silence of the forest and also shattering Wang Chong's thoughts. Wang Chong frowned and subconsciously raised his head. Through the dim light of the hazy sky, Wang Chong could see that in the southwest sky, a massive bird was flying toward him like a bolt of lightning. This bird was neither an eagle nor a sparrow. Its body was massive, and its entire body was suffused with a golden sheen. It was at least twice the size of a normal eagle. But the most eye-catching of all were the two flame-like red rings on its legs. Buzz! When he saw the red ring on the bird's leg, Wang Chong's dazed eyes seemed to have been set aflame, and he suddenly became clear-headed. An extremely bad feeling welled up in his heart, and Wang Chong's entire body shivered. At this moment, he no longer felt the slightest bit sleepy. Wang Chong recognized this bird. This was a strange bird that came from the Gobi Desert of the western regions. It had a fierce temperament and was extremely fast. It could hunt down the green sea that stood at the top of the pyramid in the sky. Wang Chong had seen it before at the eagle's place. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that this Eagle King, which had been trained with great effort and energy after his demotion, had been given to Lone Wolf by Wang Chong more than half a year ago and brought to the southwest of the empire. This Eagle King was ferocious and extremely powerful. It could break through the encirclement of birds in the sky like the green sea. So when Wang Chong gave it to Lone Wolf, he had made it very clear. This Eagle King was not to be used unless it was absolutely necessary, or if there was an extremely dangerous situation or an extremely important matter to report. So even though Lone Wolf had brought this Eagle King with him, he had never used it. Their usual exchange of information was done through ordinary means. The sudden appearance of this Eagle King could only mean one thing. The southwest of the empire had undergone a drastic change, and an extremely important one at that. How could this be? I clearly told him to use this bird. Wang Chong's brows twitched as he suddenly had an extremely bad feeling. Whoosh! Just as Wang Chong was deep in thought, the wind whistled. The Eagle King's eyes were sharp and bright. It flapped its two giant golden wings and slowed down as it descended toward Wang Chong. Wang Chong subconsciously stretched out his arm. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. At almost the same time, an ice-cold voice that made one shudder suddenly rang out in Wang Chong's mind. Host has lived for a year and accumulated more than 400 points of destiny energy. The Trial of Destiny mission has officially been activated. Upon completion of the mission, Host will receive a new title, Controller of Destiny. Host's survivability will be greatly strengthened, and Host's ability to resist the restraints of the world will be strengthened, as well as the ability to dominate destiny. At the same time, new rewards will be unlocked. Mission failed. Host will die. New host will be found. Boom! Hearing the warning voice in his mind, Wang Chong's mind shook violently. But before he had time to think, an endless stream of bloody light surged forth. In front of Wang Chong's eyes, the entire world seemed to be covered in a layer of bloody gauze. Everything exuded a dense blood-red color. Chapter 460. Trial of Destiny, Mission Details. Zhuan Zhu assassinates Wang Liao, a comet attacks the moon. Nie Jing assassinates Hanan, a white rainbow pierces the sun. The collapse of the empire will not happen overnight. Boom! In a flash, the bloody light in front of Wang Chong flourished as countless illusions rushed at him. Rumble! Rumble! A massive continent appeared in front of Wang Chong. The Central Plains. Although this was the first time he had seen it, Wang Chong was absolutely certain. But in the next moment, rumble! The sky collapsed in the southeast, the earth sank in the northwest. As Wang Chong watched, the land of the southwest collapsed. A bloody light soared into the sky, transforming into a roaring flame that engulfed the entire divine continent. In just a few moments, the entire continent was engulfed in a sea of fire. The earth sank and a wretched scream suddenly reached Wang Chong's ears, threatening to tear apart his eardrums. Following that, one person's scream turned into 10, hundreds, thousands. Countless people's screams echoed in the air. Rumble! Countless buildings collapsed one after another, turning into scorched earth amidst the flames and smoke. Corpses. Countless corpses. The old, the young, the strong, the infants, the women, the men. Thousands of corpses piled up in the thick smoke and fire, turning into a mountain of corpses that filled the entire land in front of them. Between the mountains of corpses, thick blood surged violently, like a roaring sea, covering the entire divine continent. Wang Chong heard the endless clashing of metal, saw an endless horde of foreign cavalry and war banners galloping across the land of the Central Plains. The sky was dyed red, the earth sunk in the final scene. Wang Chong saw countless piles of bones floating in the sea of blood, as well as the dragon banners that had fallen amidst the flames and smoke. This prosperous empire that had lasted for nearly 300 years, the culture of the Central Plains that had flourished for more than 3,000 years, had been reduced to ashes. Whoosh whoosh. A series of whooshing sounds entered his ears. Wang Chong opened his eyes. In the sky, that huge golden eagle king had just landed on his arm. There are always clues to the development of any matter. Rise and fall, birth and death, the replacement of any empire, the birth and death of a civilization all have their own sequence. When the Southwest collapsed, the earth collapsed. An empire that had lasted for more than 300 years, on the verge of exhausting its last bit of strength, collapsed in the afterglow of the setting sun. When Qin loses its deer, the world pursues it. The god of death walks on the earth, and the horn has been blown. When a huge creature collapses, it will attract a group of hungry beasts. This is our last chance. Either we save this war, or we slide further and further into the abyss of death until we are destroyed. The Trial of Destiny, Empire's Elegy officially begins. When the Golden Eagle King folded its wings and stood motionless on Wang Chong's arm, the final voice of the Stone of Destiny in Wang Chong's mind faded away. As he gazed at the Eagle King in his hand, Wang Chong felt a wave of cold wash over him, his heart unprecedentedly cold. The War of the Nanzhao. As he listened to that enormous bell in his mind, that voice brimming with warning, Wang Chong could only think of one thing. Only the War of the Nanzhao in the southwest was worthy of the Stone of Destiny's warning. But how could this be? Wasn't the War of the Nanzhao still half a year away? Why now? This was completely unacceptable. No, it can't be. With one last sliver of hope, Wang Chong tore off the metal cylinder from the Eagle King's leg. The metal cylinder contained a crumpled letter. The handwriting on the letter was extremely sloppy. It was clear that it had been hastily written under extremely urgent circumstances. There were even specks of blood on the letter. But Wang Chong could recognize the handwriting on the letter at a glance. It was Solitary Wolf's handwriting. In the past half-year, he had seen many similar handwriting on the eagle's body. To young Master Chong, to Solitary Wolf. According to young Master's orders, after entering the southwest, this subordinate has been in constant contact with Governor Zhang Wentuo of the Sword Pavilion. The southwest is in great danger. What followed was a series of sloppy scribbles. Traces of black ash could be seen on the letter, as if it had been written by the stove of some commoner's home. The wife and daughter of the king of the Mengshi Zhao Empire, Jelifeng, entered the Sword Pavilion. According to young Master's orders, young Master Zhang Wentuo was closely monitored, but young Master Zhang Wentuo was not suspicious. Jelifeng's wife and daughter stayed for 15 days. Everything was normal. This subordinate did not discover anything. On the 15th day, this subordinate entered the governor's residence and paid a visit to Zhang Wentuo. Zhang Wentuo was not around. The maids were killed, and his corpse was strewn all over the residence. Jelifeng's wife and daughter were killed, and his guard's throat was crushed. Shock. It was too sudden. How could this be? The governor's residence was on fire. After leaving the governor's residence, I discovered unfamiliar black-clothed men. They were extremely powerful, and this subordinate was not a match for them. Mengshi Zhao attacked the city, and the city was breached. According to young Master's orders, this subordinate rushed to the city lord residence. Zhang Wentuo returned to the residence and drew his sword, preparing to commit suicide. This subordinate saved Zhang Wentuo and was about to leave when a large number of black-clothed men suddenly appeared. This subordinate was severely injured. The further he went, the more sloppy the words became. Many of them were indistinguishable. Lone Wolf seemed to be affected by the injuries on his body as he wrote whatever came to his mind. It's Solitary Wolf's blood. Wang Chong suddenly realized that the blood on the letter was Solitary Wolf's blood. The affairs of the Southwest had always been Wang Chong's focus. Thus, before Solitary Wolf left, Wang Chong had instructed him to report everything regarding Zhang Wentuo, regardless of whether it was important or not. Solitary Wolf was injured, but too many things had happened in a hurry, so it was impossible to write everything down. Thus, he wrote whatever came to his mind in this manner. Other than the Tang dynasty and Mengshi Zhao, there is a third faction in the city. This subordinate saw them slaughter Mengshi Zhao's cavalry with my own eyes. The city is on fire, and corpses are everywhere. The black-clothed men are searching for Zhang Wentuo. They haven't said a word, completely disregarding me. All of their attacks are directed at Zhang Wentuo, as if they must obtain Zhang Wentuo's corpse. I don't understand. If they wanted to kill Zhang Wentuo, why didn't they make a move when Zhang Wentuo was preparing to commit suicide in the city lord residence? Zhang Wentuo is still unconscious, and he has already consumed young Master's medicine. There are too many confusing things. This morning, the messenger pigeon was captured, and all news in the city has been suppressed. It's the black-clothed men. The situation is urgent, and the city is filled with Mengshi Zhao's cavalry. Fortunately, we have prepared a secret passage according to young Master's instructions. Those people are relentless in their pursuit, and there is the danger of being discovered at any moment. There is no chance to send a message. There is no chance to send a message. Tomorrow will be the last attempt. Rest assured, young master, this subordinate will not let you down and send Governor Zhang out. The letter didn't continue after that. Everything had been confirmed. The Battle of Nanzhao. It really was the Battle of Nanzhao. The last shred of hope in Wang Chang's heart was extinguished at this point, and his heart turned cold. And after the coldness, there was an unprecedented wave of chaos, anxiety, and unease. There was nothing in front of him, but Wang Chong could hear the rumbling of something. Faintly, Wang Chong seemed to see the southwest of the empire collapsing, and flames soaring into the sky. An intense sense of danger assaulted him, almost suffocating him. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Wang Chong muttered to himself, his mind in chaos. As the sun began to rise, Wang Chong felt like he could hear the gates of the empire slowly opening. The capital was still filled with song and dance, but no one besides him understood what the empire was facing. Chapter 461. With the combined forces of Mengshi Zhao and Uzun, the 180,000 elites of the Anong Protectorate were completely wiped out. The gates of the south were wide open, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. But this was not the worst of it. When a tiger showed its age, even a monkey would dare to ride on its back. Pandora's box had been opened, and what awaited this empire was an unprecedented disaster. In a flash, countless thoughts flashed through Wang Chang's mind. He felt a chill run down his spine. No, none of this has happened, and the imperial court has not made a decision. As long as I avoid mobilizing the 180,000 Anon elites and infiltrating alone, there is still a chance. Wang Chang's mind spun. In his previous life, the Wang clan had already declined, and he was just an insignificant descendant of a declining clan. It was impossible for him to participate in a war of that scale. But things were different now. The Wang clan had not fallen, and their alliance with the King of Song was as solid as a rock. As long as he could convince Big Uncle and the King of Song, there was still a chance. No, I have to meet Big Uncle and the King of Song right now. Wang Chong abruptly turned around, and without any hesitation, he headed down the mountain. Big Uncle and the King of Song possessed immense influence in the Bureau of Military Personnel. As long as he could borrow their help to stop the imperial court from sending troops, there was still a chance to salvage the situation. The War of Nanzhao might not happen. At the very least, if the 180,000 elites were not completely wiped out, everything would be different. Wang Chong, where do you think you're going? Just as Wang Chong turned around, there was a flash of light, and a cold bellow suddenly echoed through the air. A figure like a large bird suddenly soared into the sky from the dense forest halfway up the mountain. With a boom, it landed heavily in front of Wang Chong. The Chamberlain of Dependencies is handling a case. Please come with us. That person had a cold expression, and his white robes fluttered in the wind. He exuded an aura as heavy as a mountain. Seeing the emblem of the Chamberlain of Dependencies on this white-robed man, Wang Chong's expression immediately changed. Buzz! Wang Chong didn't even think about it. He leaped forward and suddenly leaped in another direction. He had never feared the people of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Even if he was imprisoned, he did not care. But definitely not now, definitely not now. Boom. However, almost at the same time that Wang Chong leapt out, there was a rumble. Another white figure fell from the sky like a wooden stake, blocking Wang Chong's path. This person had an icy expression, and the symbol of the Chamberlain of Dependencies on his chest was extremely eye-catching. Wang Gongzi, please! You can't escape. A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. If the emperor breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the common people. Do you still want to run? A series of ice-cold voices reverberated in the sky like a great bell. Along with these voices, one figure after another fell from the sky. 2, 3, 4. In a few short moments, 6 callous figures had descended from the sky, surrounding Wang Chong like some mighty god, cutting off all his escape routes. These people were all profound martial realm experts at the very least. A light breeze blew past, and the forest was packed with people. In the first light of dawn, Wang Chong could see the imperial army of the imperial court, the prison guards of the court of judicial review, the experts of the imperial clan court. All of them had surrounded this place and were currently making their way to the summit. After a night, they had finally arrived at Deflecting Blade Manor. Wang Chong's heart chilled, and he immediately stopped. Boom! When the news that Wang Chong had been imprisoned spread, the entire capital was thrown into an uproar. Any influential faction in the capital knew of last night's turmoil. Everyone was paying close attention to the development of this matter. And in the imperial court, this matter had become a major event. With such a large weakness in their hands, the Yao clan and King Qi were truly adding fuel to the fire, doing their utmost to exaggerate the matter. But the most astonishing thing was that the imperial army, court of judicial review, and chamberlain of dependencies were fighting over the right to imprison Wang Chong. This had never happened before. As this matter spread, even the common people of the capital began to discuss it. But as more details began to spread from the imperial court, even the common people began to clamor. In the imperial city, at the feet of the Son of Heaven, Wang Chong had led several hundred experts into Drunken Sparrow restaurant in broad daylight, and without a word, he had begun to kill. Even in the 300 years of the imperial city, this sort of thing was rarely seen. And the many great clans and nobles involved in this matter, as well as the students from the Kunwu training camp, Longwei training camp, and Shinwei training camp, made the common people of the capital feel like they had been injected with chicken blood. There were far too many riddles in this matter. It could be said that Wang Chong had started a fight in Drunken Sparrow restaurant for his cousin, but later on, he had abandoned all the other people in the restaurant to pursue a Yuzhou who under the command of Anong Protector General Zhang Shogui. This was a godlike turn of events, and this wasn't even mentioning that Wang Chong had killed another who under Zhang Shogui's command in front of him, and the latter had never even met Wang Chong. There were far too many suspicious points in this matter. Why had Wang Chong done this? Was there really a need to make such a big fuss just to avenge Wang Liang? And that who? Why did Wang Chong act like he had some deep grudge against him even though he had never met him before? And on the second day of Wang Chong's imprisonment, the matter developed even further. When an important figure was dragged into this matter, let alone the common people of the capital, even the Yao clan and King Qi, who had been fanning the flames behind the scenes, were dumbfounded. Of the foreign brothers, An Yaluishan and An Wenjin, and Xiaojie's other sworn brother, was actually the Vice Protector General of the Northern Protectorate, An Sis-hun. Boom! When this news broke out, let alone the Yao clan and King Qi, even the mentally prepared Wang clan was stunned. Wang Chong had not only offended Anong Protector General Zhang Shogui, he had also offended Northern Vice Protector General An Sis-hun. In the Tang dynasty, An Sishuan's status could not compare to the Han like Zhang Shogui or Wang Zhongxi, nor could he compare to the more experienced Hu like Foman Linta. But as an existence that could deal with both the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates, An Sishuan's status was no less than that of Geshu Han. And in some aspects he even surpassed him. And contrary to what many people imagined, An Sis-hun was extremely young, despite his lofty position as the Vice Protector General of Northern Protectorate. Of the 6 protectorates of the empire, he was definitely the youngest and the fastest rising Vice Protector General. His future potential was limitless. Not only had Wang Chong offended Zhang Shogui, he had also offended Bidings and Sis-hun. No one had expected this. The already intense debate in the imperial court was now even more intense. But no matter how intense the debate was, the Wang family maintained great restraint throughout the entire matter. Chapter 462. 6 days had passed since the eagle met Wang Chong. While the entire affair was causing a storm in the capital, only Wang Chang's faction had maintained an extreme level of rationality. It wasn't because Wang Chong had told them, but because they still had enormous confidence and faith in Wang Chong. This was a powerful cohesiveness. "Come in," a voice rang out. An expert of the Court of Judicial Review coldly stared at the eagle and finally gave the signal for him to pass. "Many thanks." Old Eagle gave a long sigh, raised his sleeve, cupped his hands, and gave his thanks before striding into the courtyard. And this was already 4 hours after the eagle had handed over the token from the Bureau of Military Personnel. Before entering, Old Eagle took one last look around. This was a building built in the style of a government office, its roof covered in green tiles. The surroundings were lush and filled with tall trees, giving it a serene appearance. But in reality, this was an out-and-out prison. This was not the Court of Judicial Review, not the Chamberlain of Dependencies, and certainly not the territory of the Imperial Army. It was the place where Wang Chong was being imprisoned. Even if one had the token of the Bureau of Military Personnel, like the Eagle, they would not be allowed to approach. In the capital, there was nothing more sensational than the matter of Wang Chong. An empire's protector general, an empire's vice protector general, a world of generals and ministers, 2 imperial princes, and the Yao clan, there was nothing more influential than this matter. This was the top-class game of the Central Plains. All sorts of factions were competing in the shadows, and the Imperial Army, Court of Judicial Review, and Chamberlain of Dependencies were also vying for jurisdiction over the Wang Chong incident. But none of the 3 sides could get what they wanted. In the end, they had established this temporary prison in the northwest of the capital to serve as the place where Wang Chong would be imprisoned. The entire government office was surrounded by Imperial Army guards, mixed in with experts from the Court of Judicial Review and Chamberlain of Dependencies. The 3 sides monitored and supervised each other, and at the same time, they worked together to guard the place. The security was so tight that outsiders could not approach. "Young master." The eagle withdrew his gaze, a look of worry flashing across his eyes. Under the guidance of the Supreme Court's expert, he quickly stepped into the government office. Inside the government office, it was dark and quiet. Only a weak light shone in. The ground was made of green stone slabs, and when one stepped on them, one could feel the cold air. Along the long passageway, there was a sentry every 5 steps and a sentry every 10. Experts from the Supreme Court and the Chamberlain of Dependencies were stationed inside. Every one of them had a sharp look in their eyes, and when they saw the eagle, they did not look friendly. In the current Imperial Court, the ones who wanted to deal with Wang Chong the most were the Supreme Court and the Chamberlain of Dependencies. The eagle's identity was no longer a secret to them. However, as much as they wanted to punish Wang Chong severely, the Supreme Court and the Chamberlain of Dependencies were also fighting over Wang Chong's jurisdiction. It had nothing to do with Wang Chong's actions, but rather the prestige of the Supreme Court and the Chamberlain of Dependencies. This gave Wang Chong and the eagle a chance. The eagle ignored the unfriendly gazes around him. He lowered his head and walked forward. In the deepest underground of this government office, the eagle finally saw Wang Chong. "Young master." The moment he saw Wang Chong, the eagle could not help but feel his eyes sting. Separated by a grid of fences, Wang Chong's long hair was draped over his shoulders, covering his face. He sat cross-legged on the ground, motionless, like a wooden statue. After 6 whole days, Wang Chong's skin was pale and his body was thin, as if he had changed into a different person. After following Wang Chong for so long, the impression that Wang Chong gave the eagle was that of a high-spirited person. This was the first time he had seen Wang Chong so haggard. "The eagle, you're here." As if he had heard the eagle's voice, Wang Chong's body trembled, and he finally turned his head slowly. His face was sunken and his eyes were dark, as if he had not slept for a long time. Around him, there were many papers scattered, densely packed with many things written on them. It seemed that this was what Wang Chong had been doing all this time. Young master, don't worry. I will definitely find a way to get you out. The eagle rushed over and grabbed the bars of the cell. Let me out? Hee, do you think I'm worried about this? Wang Chong laughed and shook his head. His long hair immediately swayed like wave. Although he looked haggard, Wang Chong was extremely excited. His eyes were bright and he looked more energetic than a normal person. However, the more Wang Chong was like this, the more worried the eagle was. The eagle, let's not talk about this. Let me ask you, do you have any news of Lone Wolf? Wang Chong asked. No. Hearing Wang Chong speak of serious matters, the eagle shook his head. We have cut off all contact with Lone Wolf. Even if we want the latest news, it will be 6 days later. A dim look flashed through Wang Chong's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Although Lone Wolf is fierce and courageous, he is also extremely cautious. He has already dug out a secret passage according to my instructions. If there are no accidents, he will definitely be able to leave safely. Life and death are decreed by fate. Lone Wolf and I have already died once. Even if something happens, we will already be mentally prepared. So young master doesn't need to worry. The eagle calmly said. Lone Wolf's martial arts were powerful, and he had long since reached the profound martial realm. Even if someone wanted to kill him, it would not be that easy. In contrast, he was more worried about Wang Chong. Wang Chong's current state was clearly not good. Moreover, there was a deep doubt in the eagle's heart. Regardless of whether the matter regarding the southwest Jianghe was true or not, it was still a matter of one city. Things like this often happened in Baiding, Anong, Anxi, and Longxi. Often, a city would be repeatedly fought over, lost, occupied, lost, occupied. In the borderlands, this was nothing out of the ordinary. But in Wang Chong's view, this matter was extremely different. Now that he thought about it, Wang Chong had met Duke Jiu and Lord Wang in the Four Quarters Embassy, and even when he returned to Deflecting Blade Manor, everything seemed normal. All of these changes were due to Lone Wolf's letter. Wang Chong said nothing. Wang Chong did not wish for anything to happen to either Lone Wolf or Zhang Wentu. Lone Wolf had already fought with him several times. In his heart, Wang Chong also viewed him as a like-minded ally. There were far too few experts by Wang Chong's side who were capable of carrying out his orders. In Meng Shizhao's attack, Lone Wolf had sufficiently proven himself. And even though Zhang Wentuo was inflexible and inflexible, he was a loyal official. A person who was loyal to the empire should not have met such a fate. And this was precisely the kind of person that Wang Chong needed. In addition, there were still too many questions about this matter. Jianghe City had already been occupied by Meng Shizhao, and the matter back then had already been an unsolved mystery. At present, other than Lone Wolf and Zhang Wentuo, no one else could explain what had happened. Wang Chong had to ask them personally. Chapter 463. The Eagle, how are things outside? Wang Chong said as he raised his head slightly. The Court of Judicial Review and the Chamberlain of Dependencies are keeping us in check. There are people in the Imperial Army who are against us as well. However, thanks to the Wuzi steel sword, the voices of those who oppose us are few and far between. The majority of the Imperial Army is still on our side. If not for their help, we probably wouldn't even be able to enter. The Court of Judicial Review and the Chamberlain of Dependencies have already dragged Gongzi into their private prison. The eagle said discontentedly. Wang Chong smiled. Previously, he had been selling the Wuzi steel sword to the Imperial Army without restraint. At this moment, it had turned into his greatest advantage. Just like what the eagle said, even the two opposing factions in the Imperial Army didn't wish for him to die. Instead, they were doing their best to protect him. After all, the secret of the Wuzi steel sword was in his hands. How are things with Big Uncle? Wang Chong asked. No. The eagle shook his head. A conflicted expression flashed across his face. The Court of Judicial Review and the Chamberlain of Dependencies won't allow anyone from the Wang clan to enter. I was only able to enter because the King of Song paid a huge price and obtained a token from the Bureau of Military Personnel. But even so, I spent a lot of time outside. I'm afraid that Lord Wang won't be able to enter anytime soon. Tell him that no matter what, he has to come in, Wang Chong suddenly said seriously. In addition, tell my big uncle that no matter what happens next, no matter what he hears before seeing me, he and His Highness King Song must not express their opinions. Any opinions at all. This is very important, the eagle, do you understand? Ah! The eagle exclaimed in surprise. Wang Chong's expression was extremely solemn when he said those words. Even the eagle rarely saw him like this. Gongzi, is something going to happen? The eagle asked. He had followed Wang Chong for quite some time. Whenever this expression appeared on Wang Chong's face, it meant that something big had happened. The eagle, remember what I said. Remember to tell him everything. Wang Chong shook his head and said with unprecedented seriousness, also, I have an important task for you. I want you to complete it in the shortest time possible. Young master, please speak. This subordinate will definitely do his best. The eagle also said seriously. Very good. Wang Chong flicked out his right index finger, his fingertip pointing downwards, and pressed against a narrow piece of paper on the ground. With a light stroke, that piece of paper immediately flew out like an arrow and floated into the eagle's hand. This is the map I've drawn up. The eagle, I need you to help me sell the spirit veins during this time. The calm expression on the eagle's face instantly vanished upon hearing these words. Gongzi! The eagle was taken aback. He stared at Wang Chong in shock. Gongzi, why do you want to sell the spirit veins? This news was so sudden that the eagle's first reaction was to wonder if he had heard wrongly. Wang Chong had a large amount of capital in his hands. The Hyderabad ores, a huge fortune, the deflecting blade manor, the spirit vein, and so on. But the most important, unique, and important thing wasn't Wang Chong's Hyderabad ores, but the spirit vein several dozen li away from the capital. The Hyderabad ores would eventually be used up, but the spirit vein could be passed down from generation to generation. It could help Wang Chong and the Wang clan gather talents and win over the hearts of the people. As long as the Wang clan had the spirit vein, regardless of the ups and downs of the dynasty, the Wang clan would be able to rely on the spirit vein to maintain its status. The Wang clan might not have had much of a foundation in the past, but ever since Wang Chong discovered the spirit vein, it had unquestionably become the foundation of the Wang clan. Only a madman would think of selling the spirit vein. If only Wang Chong had known this would happen, he wouldn't have offended the first prince in the first place. The eagle, listen to me. I know what you're thinking. I'm not crazy, nor have I lost my rationality. As for the spirit vein, just do as I say. This matter has to be done. Wang Chong said. His expression was calm and his eyes were bright. He didn't seem crazy at all. How could he not know what the eagle was thinking? Under normal circumstances, he would never have made such a decision. But after being imprisoned for 6 days, selling the spirit vein was the result of his careful consideration. The Wang clan couldn't possibly continue for 100 generations. The eagle would never know that a massive calamity was about to strike. The storm brewing in the southwest was not some local battlefield, but the beginning of a calamity. When this calamity struck, no one would be able to remain unscathed. If all went as expected, even the spirit vein would explode, so how could it be passed on for 100 generations? Right now, Wang Chong was not worried about the benefits this spirit vein could bring to the Wang clan, but the war in the southwest that was about to shake the entire empire. Preparedness ensures success, unpreparedness ensures failure. Whether or not his plan would be effective, whether or not it could be stopped, Wang Chong had to prepare for the worst. The entire empire was still ignorant. Many people didn't even know that Jelifeng had attacked the Tang dynasty and that the cities in the southwest had fallen. Solitary Wolf's news was much faster than the imperial courts. The chess piece that Wang Chong had planted was finally showing its effect. Compared to the ministers of the court, Wang Chong had known what was happening in the southwest even earlier, and he had also known what he was about to face. But Wang Chong had no way of warning those ministers of the court. This was a matter of national importance, and it was impossible to be biased based on Lone Wolf's letter. The Tang dynasty had its own channels of information. Even Wang Chong could only quietly wait for the news to explode. The Tang dynasty, Mengshi Zhao, and Uzun, after several decades of peace, the three great empires of the continent were about to welcome a war of unprecedented proportions. This war involved more than 500,000 opponents and 180,000 Tang dynasty elites, totaling nearly 700,000 soldiers. Whether it was in Yuzhou, Baiting, Anxi, or Longxi, a war of this scale had never occurred before. Even in the history of the Tang dynasty, the number of times a war involving nearly 700,000 soldiers had occurred could be counted on one's fingers. The Tang dynasty had already slipped into the abyss of decline. What Wang Chong needed to do now was to avoid this war as much as possible. And once war became unavoidable, Wang Chong needed to prepare for the worst. A war of unprecedented magnitude, a war involving 700,000 professional soldiers, was not something that any single person or faction could easily contend against. If he wanted to change this war, to change the fate of the Tang dynasty, he needed one thing: money. A vast amount of money. A vast amount of wealth that surpassed anyone's imagination. War had never been a simple clash of weapons, but a war of economics. In order to wage a war, one needed an enormous economy and a reserve of resources. Similarly, in order to intervene in a war, one needed sufficient wealth, an unimaginably vast amount of wealth. The greater the wealth, the greater the aptitude to intervene in a war. In normal circumstances, let alone someone of Wang Chong's wealth, even if any of the great clans of the capital poured out all their resources, they still wouldn't be able to reach this level of wealth. This was no longer something that a single clan, or even several clans, could do. For Wang Chong, only by selling the spirit vein could he gather this sum of money. The news of Jelifeng's attack on the Tang dynasty and the fall of the southwest was still on its way, but it wouldn't be long before it reached the capital. Thus, Wang Chong didn't have much time. Wang Chong had to complete the sale of the spirit vein before the news reached the capital. Otherwise, the war in the southwest would dilute any activity in the capital. Chapter 464. In addition, there's one more important matter, Wang Chong indifferently said, his expression turning grim. Gather all the wealth we have and send it all to the capital's Zhang clan. In addition, tell the head of the Zhang clan that the Wuzi steel weapons and the meteoric metal can all be started. Clap clap. Wang Chong swiped his index and middle fingers on the ground, and with a flick of his fingers, 2 pieces of paper flew up from the ground nearby and into the eagle's hands. Without my orders, they won't start working, Wang Chong said. But, young master, the matter of the meteoric metal beyond, didn't you order us to keep a low profile and not make any moves to avoid attracting the greed of others and bringing unnecessary trouble? I can't care about that anymore. If I don't use the meteoric metal now, I'm afraid that I won't have another chance. Wang Chong raised his head and sighed. The eagle stared in a daze at Wang Chong. Although he could understand every word Wang Chong had said, when put together, he couldn't understand a single word. But there was one thing that the eagle could be sure of: Wang Chong had already thought through all of these decisions. Couldn't be changed because of anyone, and it couldn't be changed because of anything. Yes, young master. The eagle slightly bent his knees and finally lowered his head. Between his doubts and Wang Chong, the eagle ultimately chose to believe in Wang Chong, just like in the past. In addition, gather Zhao Jingdian and the others. Give this to him. Wang Chong handed over another piece of paper. Yes, young master. The eagle didn't have any more questions this time. With the paper and information from Wang Chong, the eagle quickly left the prison. The prison was quiet. After the eagle left, Wang Chong lowered his head once more. His eyes were fixed on the ground and he did not move. If one looked closely, the ground around Wang Chong was covered in crisscrossing tiny scratches. If one stood up and looked down from above, one would find that the crisscrossing tiny scratches formed a map. It was a map of the southwest border of the Tang dynasty that was complicated and detailed beyond imagination. Countless pieces of paper were scattered on the ground. Almost all of them were written on the paper, all of them about the southwest. Not enough, still not enough. This is far from enough. What's missing? Wang Chong frowned and muttered to himself. Other than himself, no one knew what he was talking about. The southwest border was already in grave danger. 300,000 Mengshi Zhao troops, 200,000 Uzun troops. Once the war started, the southwest border of the Tang dynasty had always been peaceful, but the two powerful enemies who were eyeing them covetously would join hands and attack at the same time. The sword hung over the sky, and there would come a day when it would fall. As a general, what Wang Chong needed to do was find a chance of survival for the Tang dynasty and those 180,000 elites. Boom! Like a boulder thrown into water, the eagle left the prison with the news that Wang Chong was going to auction off the spirit vein. All the great clans of the capital were shocked. What? Wang Chong wants to auction off the spirit vein? Has he gone mad? The Huang clan head's eyes went wide when he heard the news. His first reaction was that Wang Chong had gone mad or that the news was wrong. Of all the assets of the Wang clan, the most valuable was unquestionably the spirit vein in Wang Chong's hands. Why would Wang Chong want to sell it? Ha ha, the Wang clan actually wants to sell off the spirit vein. Buy like crazy. Without the spirit vein, let's see how the Wang clan can act so arrogantly. In the Duke Su residence, Su Bai reclined on a recliner, a letter in his hand as he heartily laughed. Last time, he had lost all face at the hands of Wang Chong. But Wang Chong was too powerful, so Su Bai had no choice but to swallow his anger. Even so, he had never stopped paying attention to Wang Chong. For the Wang clan to be willing to give up on the spirit vein outside the capital was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This time, Su Bai was confident that he could convince his father to buy the spirit vein in Wang Chong's hands. Good. If the Wang clan wants to sell the spirit vein, why shouldn't we buy it? Pass down my order. Gather all the funds of our Qing clan. Even if we have to borrow from loan sharks, we have to get the money. In the residence of the Qing clan, one of the four great sword-smithing clans, the head of the Qing clan was also looking at the letter in his hand with delight. But father, didn't we offend Wang Chong last time? Won't he? By the side, the only son of the head of the Qing clan, Qing Gongzi, Qing Shaoshan, couldn't help but interject. He remembered that when Wang Chong was selling Wuzi steel in the Bluebottle Pavilion, the Qing clan had offended him quite a bit. Right after he said those words, he suffered a slap to his head. Those are two different matters. Business is business. What do you know, you stinking brat? If that lad from the Wang clan isn't willing, he wouldn't have taken it out to sell. The same thing was happening in other places as well. Father, what do we do? In the guest hall of the Grand General residence, Abu Tong put down the letter in his hand and turned to his father, Great General Abusi. He wasn't an authoritative general of the empire, and he couldn't compare to Zhang Shogui, Fomen Linta, or Gao Xianji, who commanded hundreds of thousands of soldiers and wielded the power to decide the life and death of a region. However, the tens of thousands of Tongluo elite cavalry under Abusi were known as the number one cavalry in the world, and they played an important role in the empire. Hearing his son's words, Abusi fell silent. It had been several centuries since the Tongluo had surrendered to the Tang dynasty, and if one were to look into it, it was already a matter from the era of Emperor Taizong. The favor of the previous emperor had long since vanished into thin air. The reason why Abusi was still able to lead the Tongluo to the pinnacle 100 years later and suppress the other Turks, and who was because of his loyalty to the royal family and his extreme caution. But the Tongluo were also extremely prideful. If not for this pride, the Tongluo elite cavalry wouldn't have been publicly acknowledged as the strongest cavalry in the world. The regional commander's incident, Wang Chong's memorial, had left Great General Abusi in an ugly position. Before all the officials of the court, Abusi had no choice but to kneel. If it had been the Wang clan's old master, Abusi would have accepted it. But how could Abusi not remember how he had been forced into such a state by a teenage brat like Wang Chong? Pass down my order. Collect the treasures of our Tongluo tribe and exchange them for gold. Buy as many spirit veins as you can. Abusi sternly said. Yes, father. Abusi was overjoyed. Understanding his father's intentions, he immediately turned around and flew away. Spirit veins were priceless treasures, and it was only a matter of time before the Wang clan regretted selling them. The reason why his father had agreed to buy them was because he had a grudge against Wang Chong and wanted to teach him a lesson. As for wealth, the Tongluo had never cared about gold and silver. Wang Chong, you'll regret it when the time comes. Abusi laughed heartily in his heart as he flew away. The Yao clan and Qingqi residents, the two sworn enemies of the Wang clan, were also perplexed. Father, what is that lad up to? In the Yao clan residence, Yao Feng frowned in confusion. Even though he had been overshadowed by Wang Chong, he was no fool. The Wang clan's actions were extremely suspicious. If we want to know what they are up to, we have to know what they are trying to achieve by doing this. Without a doubt, the Wang clan is trying to exchange the spirit vein for money, and a large amount of money at that. Yao Guangyi lowered his head as a contemplative gleam flashed across his eyes. But what does the Wang clan need so much money for? Isn't that lad's wealth already comparable to a country's? How could he possibly have so much money? Yao Feng said. Once wealth reached a certain level, it would become just a concept, a number. Coming from a top-notch clan in the Tang dynasty, Yao Feng was well aware of this. Once one's wealth reached a certain level, one wouldn't be able to use so much money. By then, no matter how much money one had, it would only be a number, and it wouldn't change one's life. It's impossible for us to spend so much. But that lad might not be the case. Yao Guangyi lifted his head and sneered coldly. Yao Guangyi wasn't a fool. The Wang clan had amassed a huge fortune through the Wuxi steel, but a portion of this fortune had disappeared without a trace. Even though Yao Guangyi hadn't figured it out yet, given the Yao clan's capabilities, he was still able to find some clues. It was just that Wang Chong's thoughts were too profound, and it was hard to fathom them. There were some things that even if Yao Guangyi could sense, he wouldn't be able to understand what he was doing. At the very least, those actions were meaningless to Yao Guangyi. Father, if that's the case, then we can't let him get away with it. A sharp glint flashed across Yao Feng's eyes as he spoke without hesitation. Wrong. Yao Guangyi sneered coldly as he put down the news in his hands. His gaze was deep and sharp. No matter what that lad wants to do with so much money, we have to do what we have to do. Even if that lad wants so much money to rebel tomorrow, we will buy as much of that spirit vein as we can. Why shouldn't we do something that will benefit our Yao clan? Fenger, remember this. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Yao Guangyi raised a finger and said. Yao Feng was taken aback, and he couldn't say a single word. At almost the same time, Qingqi and the other great clans in the capital made the same decision. Just like that, a hidden auction began. Whether it was the Yao clan, Qingqi, or the other great clans, it was only a very long time later that they realized what they had done. The preparations for the Eagle's auction went much faster than expected. On the very same night that the news spread, the Eagle began its auction. Now we will auction the first plot on the spirit vein. It has an area of 20 zhang, enough for 5 people to cultivate on. The starting price is 30,000 gold taels. 60,000. 70,000. 110,000. 180,000. 230,000. In a remote alley in the capital, there was a dense crowd. Almost all of the great clans of the capital were present. The announcement of the Eagle's auction was like a boulder falling on the ground, and the entire room was thrown into an uproar. Everyone seemed to have gone mad, and in a few short moments, the spirit vein with a radius of several zhang went from 60,000 to 100,000, and then to 230,000. Chapter 465. Clack. Footsteps echoed through the gloomy prison. While the Eagle was auctioning off the spirit vein and stirring up a frenzy, Wang Chong had a visitor. His clothes were as white as snow, his expression cold, and he wore the insignia of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. It was an old acquaintance of Wang Chong's. "Wang Chong, just what are you doing?" Jing Qinzhou slowly walked up to the bars. Through the bars, he gazed at the cross-legged figure of Wang Chong. "Lord Jing, are you not going to help the Hu suppress the Han?" Wang Chong did not even raise his head, his voice unperturbed. Hearing Wang Chong's mocking voice, Jing Qinzhou's face flushed with anger. "Wang Chong, don't get too pleased. Do you think you can still leave? The Wang clan is powerful, but it can't control our Chamberlain of Dependencies." "I never said that the Wang clan could interfere here." "Wasn't that what you said?" Wang Chong indifferently said. "You." Jing Qinzhou angrily snorted and fiercely swung his sleeve. "Wang Chong, you're the one who delivered this chance to me. In broad daylight you actually dared to kill someone in the capital. Does your Wang clan still have any laws?" Wang Chong's eyes flashed, and for the first time, he did not immediately retort. "There are some things that must be done. You don't understand, and I don't blame you. In the future, you will understand just what you said today. A life for a life. A country has its laws and a clan has its rules. If the Son of Heaven breaks the law, he will be punished the same way as the common people. Let me tell you, Wang Chong, no matter how powerful your Wang clan is, I will make sure you go through prison," Jing Qinzhou harshly said. In the entire capital, Wang Chong was at the top of the blacklist of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. If there was one person in the capital that the Chamberlain of Dependencies hated to the bone, it was undoubtedly Wang Chong. However, Wang Chong was no ordinary scion of an aristocratic family, nor was he so rash. Thus, even after so long, the Chamberlain of Dependencies had been unable to do anything to him. If he didn't seize the opportunity this time, then it would be very difficult to get him in the future. Wang Chong was silent. It was rare that he didn't continue. "I do hope that your wish will come true. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that you won't be able to restrain me," Wang Chong said indifferently, and his voice revealed a trace of sadness. Wang Chong, don't think that we don't know what you've done outside. Let me tell you, even if your Wang clan sells the spirit vein, no matter how much money you get, it's still useless." Jing Qinzhou sneered. "So, everything is for this?" Wang Chong suddenly raised his head and sneered, his eyes blazing like torches. Jing Qinzhou's expression froze, and he was momentarily speechless. I don't know what you're talking about," Jing Qinzhou coldly said, but his gaze subconsciously shifted to the side, not daring to meet Wang Chong's gaze. When did the buying and selling of the capital become so important to the Chamberlain of Dependencies? What, the Eagle must have sold a lot of spirit veins, right? Even the Chamberlain of Dependencies can't sit still. Did he send you to test me? Wang Chong grinned. Although he was smirking, Wang Chong's eyes were sharp and profound, seeming to pierce through one's heart. Although Jing Qinzhou was much older than Wang Chong, in front of this teenager, he was still embarrassed. It was like he was naked and had no secrets, making him feel very uncomfortable. The fact that the eagle was selling spirit veins in the capital naturally could not be hidden from the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Given the amount of trouble Wang Chong had caused and the degree of threat he posed to the Chamberlain of Dependencies, how could the Chamberlain of Dependencies not guard against him and pay attention to him? It could be said that no strange move by Wang Chong could be hidden from the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Given the status and influence of the Chamberlain of Dependencies, it had never treated a teenager with such importance. However, when considering the trouble Wang Chong had caused for the Chamberlain of Dependencies, whether it was the regional commander's incident, the Prince Uzun incident, or this time, no one in the Chamberlain of Dependencies, including Jing Qinzhou, felt that this was a minor matter. He was only a teenager, but he had already stirred up so much trouble. If he got a little older, it would be even worse. If they did not think of a way to deal with Wang Chong, lock him in prison, and resolve this problem, who knew how much trouble he would cause in the future? Wang Chong, don't get too cocky. The Court of Judicial Review and the Chamberlain of Dependencies are about to come to an agreement. When that time comes, I want to see how you'll be able to laugh. Jing Qinzhou fiercely flung his sleeves, angrily storming away. The Court of Judicial Review and the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Wang Chong stared at Jing Qinzhou's back in a daze. After a long while, he gave a long sigh. No matter how the Court of Judicial Review and the Chamberlain of Dependencies planned to deal with him, it was no longer important, because a massive storm was about to sweep through the empire. Boom! The news from the southwest came much faster than Wang Chong had imagined. On the second day after Jing Qinzhou left his prison, a piece of news shook the empire. In the southwest, the king of the Mengshi Zhao Empire, Jelifeng, had personally attacked Taizhe City on the southwest border. Jianghe Governor Zhang Qiantuo had committed suicide, and the entire city had been almost completely destroyed, and this had happened more than half a month ago. Jelifeng had sealed off the news, so not even the nearby Annan Protectorate headquarters knew of it. Only when Mengshi Zhao's army had completely withdrawn did the traveling merchants discover this tragedy. The entire empire was shaken by this news. Everyone in the imperial court was so shocked that they couldn't speak. Bang! A palm slammed heavily on the table, causing the palm to turn red, and the table was almost cracked. Bastard! Has Jelifeng gone mad? How dare he attack a city of the Tang dynasty? The person who said this was not someone from the Ministry of War, but an imperial censor of the court. Zhang Fei's hair and beard stood on end, his face bristling with rage. Absurd! What has the Annan Protectorate headquarters been doing? The imperial court hasn't lacked silver or grain for so many years, but they were told to do something like this? In the entirety of the southwest, at such a close distance, they didn't even know that a city had been breached. Is Jelifeng rebelling? The Tang dynasty has treated him well, but he dares to bite the hand that fed him and attack the Tang dynasty. Immediately send out the army and exterminate Jelifeng. Mengshi Zhao's people are too impudent. Whether civil or military officials, the Bureau of Revenue, the Bureau of Personnel, or even a few offices that normally had nothing to do with the military, all of them were enraged by Jelifeng. Some of the officials from the Bureau of Military Personnel had even petitioned the imperial court. Victory and defeat are commonplace for a soldier. The Tang dynasty had been founded nearly 300 years ago, surrounded by great powers. This sort of war was not unheard of in the past. The Annong Protectorate, the Anxi Protectorate, Longxi, Baiting, it had happened in all of them. But the nature of this incident was completely different. Although it had happened before, it had never reached this scale, and there had never been a situation where an existence on Jelifeng's level had personally attacked the borders of the Tang dynasty. The southwest border had been peaceful for several decades, and the Tang dynasty and Mengshi Zhao had always been at peace. And unlike the other powers around it, the Tang dynasty had provided Mengshi Zhao with much assistance. The writing, language, culture, and court of the two countries were identical. If the Tang dynasty was the teacher, then Mengshi Zhao was the student. But this time, the student had disobeyed the teacher and breached a city of the Tang dynasty, even causing the death of a Tang dynasty governor. Chapter 466. But the true blow came from the common people. The southwest bordered Mengshi Zhao and Uzan, two foreign empires. It had the Tea-Horse Road, a place rich in profit. There were many people in the capital who did business there. When the matter of the southwest reached the capital, the mountain of corpses and sea of blood was not something that could be described in a single letter from the imperial court. Zhelyuofeng was furious, so he didn't hold back at all. One could easily imagine the wretched state of the city. War! War! Mobilize the army and exterminate Mengshi Zhao. What is the imperial court doing? The Uzan are already attacking our Tang dynasty, so why hasn't the imperial court done anything? Exterminate them and teach them a harsh lesson. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. We must avenge the dead Han. Everyone was furious. The Tang dynasty had been peaceful for several decades. It had been able to rely on its army of several 100,000 to subdue the massive armies of the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates, Goguryeo, Uzan, and Mengshi Zhao, and even the Abbasid Caliphate and Karax Spazinu of the far west. This was all because of its indisputable strength. In all these years, this indisputable strength had deeply honored the people of the Tang dynasty. And the war in the southwest had unquestionably made all the people feel a deep humiliation and offense. And when this humiliation and offense transformed into rage, the first to bear the brunt of it was the Annan Protectorate in the southwest. And Zhangzhou Jianxiong, as the previous Annan Protector General, was under even greater pressure. Bastard thing! Just what is Xianyu Zhongtong doing? I gave him the Annan Protectorate, but he actually made such a huge mistake for me. In the Minister of War's residence, Zhangzhou Jianxiong slammed his palm on the table, his face red with anger. The southwest was his territory, and he had presided over the border for several decades, never making a single mistake. Be it Mengshi Zhao or Uzan, they never dared to act rashly. They were not called the Tiger of the Empire for nothing. It was just that Zhangzhou Jianxiong could never have imagined that before he could even stabilize his position as the Minister of War and familiarize himself with the inner workings of the military, something like this would happen in his garrison at the southwestern border. What made it even more difficult for Zhangzhou Jianxiong to accept was that despite being so close to Zhelyuofeng, Xianyu Zhongtong hadn't received any news at all. It was not until Zhelyuofeng had retreated that Xianyu Zhongtong sent a message to ask him what he should do. Everyone in the capital was criticizing the royal court, and the royal court was shifting this pressure onto him. Zhangzhou Jianxiong felt like he was sitting on a bed of needles. During this period of time, the number of civil and military officials who came to visit him almost broke his doorstep. Even though none of them said it outright, they were all criticizing the previous Southern Protector General. There were even a few imperial censors who came to accuse him of being responsible. This placed an enormous pressure on Zhangzhou Jianxiong. He could ignore the other civil and military officials, but no one could ignore the imperial censors of the court. In the records of the Tang dynasty, many of the important officials of the court had been criticized by the imperial censors. If he made a single mistake, he might lose his position as Minister of War before he could even warm it. But even though his heart was filled with rage, Zhangzhou Jianxiong was also deeply puzzled. Zhelyuofeng, oh Zhelyuofeng, just what are you trying to do? You should know the consequences of recklessly attacking the Tang dynasty. This was not as simple as a dispute. Just what else has happened in the southwest that I don't know about? Zhangzhou Jianxiong muttered to himself, his mind spinning. As a great general, one's most basic ability was to remain calm. Although Zhangzhou Jianxiong was furious, he would not be so easily dominated by anger. After presiding over the southwest for so many years, Zhangzhou Jianxiong knew every blade of grass and tree like the back of his hand. Although Jelluofeng had been eyeing them like a tiger watching its prey and had always been filled with rebellious intent, he wasn't an impulsive, brainless existence. Zhangqiu Jianxiong would never believe that Jelluofeng had mobilized such a large force just to break into a city and then retreat with nothing to show for it. This was not Jelluofeng's personality. Zhangqiu Jianxiong was sure that something had happened here that he did not know about. But the southwest was very far from the capital, and a round trip would take at least 10 some days. But he couldn't wait that long. It really was Chong'er's guess. In his massive estate, Wang Zhen sat on a wooden armchair, a worried look on his face as he gripped the letter in his hand. He had probably known about the southwest much earlier than anyone else, but Wang Zhen had never believed it. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Wang Chong, but an important matter of state couldn't be decided so easily based on the words of an outsider, a spy. An important weapon of the state couldn't be treated so lightly. "Milord, it's time for morning court." A maid suddenly walked in and respectfully reminded him. "I know." Wang Zhen nodded, put on his last pair of boots and left the estate. This was the first morning court session since the news of the southwest had spread. Dressed in court robes, Wang Zhen was stunned the moment he stepped into Taiji Palace. The hall was packed with people. In the past, Wang Zhen would only see a handful of people when he arrived. There would occasionally be a few more, but not too many. But this time, almost everyone had arrived much earlier than usual. They were all whispering to each other, excitedly discussing something. Not even Wang Zhen noticed. The mood was completely different from usual. His Majesty has arrived. A few moments later, with the crack of a whip, hundreds of officials lined up, beaded curtains lowered, and an imposing figure descended. The morning court session had finally begun. The Holy Emperor has decreed that if there is a memorial, the court session will end if there is no memorial. In front of the sacred steps, a young eunuch with grizzled temples stepped forward and shouted in a shrill voice. "Your Majesty, this subject has a memorial." An old civil official over 50 years of age immediately stepped forward. This was a routine meeting of the imperial court. Grain taxes, irrigation, the livelihood of the people, there were far too many things to discuss in every court session. The Bureau of Works, the Bureau of Agriculture, the Bureau of Revenue, the Bureau of Personnel one by one, they all took turns. Wang Zhen's eyes were closed, his body motionless. He was already extremely familiar with these procedures. "Your Majesty, this subject has a memorial. The king of the southwest Mengshi Zhao Empire, Jelluofeng, has disrespected the Tang dynasty and led an army to attack the Tang dynasty, destroying its cities and leaving mountains of corpses and seas of blood in its wake. Your Majesty, please make a decision." It was finally the Bureau of Military Personnel's turn. Before Zhangqiu Jianxiong could speak, a fifth-rank general suddenly stepped forward, bowed, and loudly declared, "Buzz." Zhangqiu Jianxiong's face twisted into a purple hue as he turned to look. In the entire hall, the originally trivial atmosphere suddenly changed and became extremely stagnant. "It's here." At almost the same time, Wang Zhen opened his eyes. The previous court session was only the foreplay. The real highlight was the war in the southwest. "Your Majesty, Jelluofeng has offended the Tang dynasty. We cannot let them off so easily. They must be taught a lesson for being so ungrateful. This subject suggests that we immediately attack Mengshi Zhao and make them pay the price." Another general spoke up, his voice impassioned. Wang Zhen recognized Wu Jingpeng of the Bureau of Military Personnel, a fourth-rank general. He was an old general in the Bureau of Military Personnel and did not belong to any faction. Both the King of Song and King Qi had tried to rope him in, but they had both failed. He was a staunch supporter of the war. In the Bureau of Military Personnel, there were many others like Wu Jingpeng who were loyal to the royal family and did not belong to any faction. "Your Majesty, this subject agrees. May the Holy Emperor dispatch troops to punish Mengshi Zhao." Let Jelifeng understand the relationship between a ruler and a subject. This subject agrees. This subject agrees. This subject agrees. In the hall, all the pro-war officials stepped forward to express their support. This subject objects. Just when the crowd was in an uproar, a resounding voice suddenly resounded. A white-bearded civil official with an extraordinary demeanor and the air of a Confucian scholar glared angrily at the crowd. The military is a major affair of the state. It cannot be ignored. Mengshi Zhao and the Tang dynasty have always been at peace. Why would Jelifeng suddenly lead troops to attack the Tang dynasty? There must be something fishy about this. Does Lord Feng mean to say that what happened on the southwest border is fake? So many civilians and Governor Zhang Qiantua died in battle. Did they die in vain? A general immediately glared at him. Lord Li did not say that. All of you keep talking about war. Do you know how many people die in a single war? So many people have already died. Do you want even more to die? This is a major affair of the state. We cannot act so rashly. Another official stepped forward and bluntly retorted. If there were pro-war factions, there would be pro-peace factions. This had been the case in every dynasty, and it was the same in this one. Rashly? You civil officials actually call this rashly? If Mengshi Zhao does not learn his lesson, he will become even worse. If they become even bolder in the future and more people die at the border, are you going to take responsibility? The generals of the pro-war faction who were rebuked flushed with anger. The atmosphere in the hall became tense in a short period of time. The civil officials and the military officials, the pro-war faction and the pro-peace faction, had always been at odds with each other, but this time was especially different. Soon, the controversy became an argument, and the argument became a quarrel. In the end, everyone joined in, and the entire hall was in chaos. Lord Wang! Lord Wang! Just as Wang Zhen was deep in thought, a voice suddenly reached his ears, followed by several other voices. Wang Zhen's expression froze for a moment before he regained his composure. It was also at this moment that Wang Zhen realized that the debate in the hall had stopped. Everyone looked at him with a strange gaze. Lord Wang. What does Lord Wang think of Mengshi Zhao's attack on the Tang dynasty this time? A voice with a strange expression came from his ear. Wang Zhen was dazed for a moment before he finally understood why everyone was looking at him like this. The Wang clan had always been on the same side as King Qi, so there was no question that the Wang clan belonged to the pro-war faction. Chapter 467. If it had been the Wang Zhen of the past, there would have been no doubt that he would have stood up for this matter. This was because the Tang dynasty had enough strength to deal with any side, whether it was Mengshi Zhao, Uzun, the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates, Goguryeo, or Arabia. Without this strength, the Tang dynasty would never have reached its current level of power. This was a point that every person of the Great Tang firmly believed. But this time, Wang Zhen was silent. Wang Zhen's mind was filled with the words Wang Chong had sent to him through the eagle. No matter what happens, Big Uncle should not lightly express his opinion. These words had been spoken several days ago, and Wang Chong had apparently predicted something. Chonger, just what did you see? Just what is it about the imperial court that has you so worried about this matter? Wang Zhen's eyes were dazed, his mind in turmoil. Wang Chong's recent state had been far too strange, but no one dared to say that he had gone mad. At the very least, he had long ago learned of the news from the southwest, much faster than the imperial court had. It was hard to say whether this nephew of his had already predicted something. After experiencing so many things, Wang Zhen no longer dared to underestimate his nephew's opinion. Lord Wang? Lord Wang? A faintly discernible voice rang out. Everyone in the hall glanced at Wang Zhen in dismay. The Lord Wang of the past had always been astute, wise, decisive, but today, he had appeared to be in a daze twice, refusing to answer. The officials of the pro-war faction were even more perplexed by this. Wang Zhen and the King of Song were unswervingly pro-war. To be more precise, they were the standard-bearers of the pro-war faction in the court. Although Wang Zhen was a civil official, the Wang clan was undoubtedly a clan of ministers and generals, possessing enormous prestige in the court. In this sort of situation, Wang Zhen had no reason to hesitate. This matter, court dismissed. Before Wang Zhen could finish, a sharp voice came from the upper reaches of the hall. Bzzz. Wang. Almost at the same time, an enormous pressure appeared in everyone's perception. Everyone was startled, and they hurriedly lowered their heads. However, before anyone could react, the huge pressure immediately disappeared from everyone's perception without a trace. Raising his head, he saw that the bead curtain above the main hall had moved, and that imposing figure had already disappeared. This is what happened to His Majesty? Everyone felt a sense of loss. The Holy Emperor rarely left without listening to his minister's arguments. For a moment, no one could grasp His Majesty's intentions, and they were at a loss for what to do. Luckily, I managed to escape. On the other hand, Wang Zhen heaved a sigh of relief. His Majesty's attitude was unpredictable, but no matter what, at least he did not have to make his attitude clear. It's time to see Chong'er. Seeing the frowns on the faces of the warmongering ministers, Wang Zhen flung his sleeves and hurriedly left the hall. This morning's court meeting was very uncomfortable. He had to figure out as soon as possible why Wang Chong told him not to express any attitude. The pressure from the Court of Judicial Review and the Chamberlain of Dependencies was unimaginable. Although he knew that it would not be easy for his big uncle to enter, it would be several days before Wang Chong was able to meet his big uncle. In the hidden prison, the candles flickered. Wang Zhen was dressed in casual black clothes, his bearing calm and composed, but the worry on his brow could not be concealed. Big uncle. Upon seeing his big uncle, Wang Chong's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly stood up. After so many days, this was his first time seeing his big uncle. Chong'er. Wang Zhen nodded. As his gaze swept over Wang Chong's gaunt figure, a hint of heartache flitted across his brow. Of the descendants of the Wang clan, the one that Wang Zhen cared the most about was not his own son, nor was it Wang Chong's two brothers. Rather, it was this nephew that he had disliked the most in the past, Wang Chong. Seeing his haggard appearance, Wang Zhen found it very hard to bear. But he clenched his teeth and hardened his heart, quickly regaining his composure. The matter of Wang Chong killing a large number of who in Drunken Sparrow restaurant, attacking the Yuzhou soldiers, and killing Zhang Shogui's subordinates in front of him had caused far too much of a ruckus. Even Biting Vice Protector General and Sishun had been dragged in. Although Sishun was Vice Protector General, the Protector General of Biting had always been an empty position. It had always been held by members of the royal family. In other words, Sishun was already the most authoritative figure in Biting. Although Wang Chong had stirred up trouble in the past, none of it had been as big as this. The old master had already sent word that no one was allowed to interfere in this matter. Wang Chong had done something wrong, so he had to be punished. If not for this, Wang Chong would not still be imprisoned in the Imperial Army, Chamberlain of Dependencies, and Court of Judicial Review. Relax. After a while, when this storm has passed, no matter what the old master says, I will think of a way to get you out. My words are useless in front of your grandfather, but the words of the King of Song won't go unheeded. In the end, Wang Chong was still his nephew, and he couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. Big uncle, I know that you want to help me, but I've never been worried about that. Big uncle, I know that you want to help me, but that has never been what I'm worried about. Wang Chong shook his head, a surge of warmth surging through his heart. Everything had a price, and when he had decided to deal with Yaluoshan, Wang Chong had already known what sort of price he would have to pay. Wang Chong had never regretted his decision. Wang Chong was now worried about something else. Big uncle, tell me, is the situation in the imperial court very bad? There's no need to hide it from me. I can guess, Wang Chong said, a hint of worry in his voice. In this period of time, he had been looking forward to news from his big uncle. The tragedy of his last life was repeating itself in this one. Wang Chong could smell the thick scent of a storm in the wind. Ha! Wang Chong sighed and nodded. Right now, the imperial court is full of voices calling for war. The voices coming from the imperial court and the people are too loud. Even many of the old officials who support peace can't withstand the pressure and have changed their stance. I can't last for much longer. Chong-er, you have to tell me, just why are you doing this? The clouds of war were thick over the capital, and in the few days that they had been preparing to meet with Wang Chong, countless officials had come knocking on the gates of the Wang residence to seek an audience with Wang Chong. All of them wanted Wang Chong to make his stance clear, but only Wang Chong himself knew just how much pressure he had been under in this period of time. Wang Chong had always doted on this nephew of his, but this was no trifling matter. Bang! Wang Chong had barely finished speaking when he heard a massive bang. Under Wang Chong's flabbergasted gaze, Wang Chong's eyes reddened as he suddenly bent his knees and kneeled in front of Wang Chong. Chong-er, what are you doing? Wang Chong's eyes went wide in shock. There was no doubt that Wang Chong's performance had completely surpassed his expectations. Big uncle, I know that you have many questions in your heart and that you are in a very difficult position. But only you can help me with this matter. Wang Chong's eyes were red and his expression was solemn as he heavily kneeled on the ground. From the memories of his last life, there was no question that this matter had already reached its most critical juncture. In his last life, the Wang clan had long since declined and was powerless to intervene in this war. But this time was different. If they wanted to avoid a repeat of the tragedy of his last life, they had to make a decision right now. They could not afford to make the slightest mistake. Chong-er, just what are you planning? Looking at his kneeling nephew, Wang Zhen said grimly. His intuition, honed over several decades in the court, had allowed Wang Chong to sense that Wang Chong was plotting something. Big uncle, when the time comes for the final decision, no matter what, you must oppose this war with the king of Song. The war with Mengshi Zhao cannot be carried out at this time, Wang Chong sternly said, his head deeply bowing. What? For the first time, shock appeared on Wang Zhen's face. Chong-er, do you know what you're saying? Jiang'a City has been reduced to rubble, and many civilians have died. This was not a simple resolution. If our Wang clan opposes the attack at this time, we will be condemned by the entire world. Wang Zhen was truly stunned by Wang Chong's request. He had always believed that Wang Chong had kept him from expressing his stance because he had something important to tell him. But this was definitely not the case. Abstaining, remaining silent, and not expressing one's stance. These were two completely different concepts from opposing the war. Moreover, our Wang clan and the King of Song have always been the banner of the pro-war faction in the court, and everyone follows our lead. It is precisely because of this that we have been able to accumulate so many connections in the court. The Wang clan can remain silent, can abstain, but we cannot side with Jelifeng and oppose the war. If I do as you say, the prestige that the Wang clan has accumulated over the decades will vanish in a single day. No. I can't agree to this matter. Wang Zhen flung his sleeves and said without hesitation. He could have never imagined that this was what Wang Chong wanted him to do. If he were to do so, the Wang clan would lose the prestige that it had accumulated over the past generations, and when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. No one would listen to the Wang clan's orders or respond to its decisions. If he were to do so, the Wang clan's downfall would only be a matter of time. It wasn't without reason that many of the pro-peace faction were unable to hold on and change their stance. Big uncle, if we don't oppose the war, we might really be facing a calamity. Prostrating himself on the ground, Wang Chong said in agony. The Tang dynasty has existed for more than 300 years, and its collapse will probably happen today. In the vast divine continent of the billions of people, only he and the Wang clan could have foreknowledge of this crisis and understand it. If even the Wang clan couldn't take the appropriate measures, what hope did the Central Plains have? Without a powerful Tang dynasty, when that calamity came, who in the world would be able to stop it? He had already failed back then, and if he were to start all over again in this life, would he fail again? Chong'er, just what are you saying? Wang Zhen stood there in a daze, completely stunned by Wang Chang's words. Chapter 468. Big Uncle, once the war begins, the Tang dynasty will lose without a doubt. Wang Chong knelt on the ground and cried out in pain. I want to stop this war not because I want to help Meng Shizhao, but because I'm worried about the Tang dynasty. 300,000 Meng Shizhao elites and 180,000 Tang dynasty Anan soldiers. Once this war begins, it will be a war of unprecedented proportions. Big Uncle, have you ever thought about what will happen if the Tang dynasty loses? Wang Zhen was dumbfounded. As a civil official, he was not well versed in matters of military strategy. In this period of time, the court had been discussing how to punish the Mengshi Zhao Empire and Jelifeng. No one had ever considered the question of the Tang dynasty's defeat, and no one had ever considered it from this angle. The Tang dynasty would not lose. This was a belief deeply rooted in everyone's heart. But victory and defeat are commonplace for a soldier. Wang Zhen had to admit that once the war began, there would be victory and defeat. The Tang dynasty was completely likely to lose. Wang Zhen did not believe that the Tang dynasty would lose, but he was, after all, born into a clan of ministers and generals, so this was common sense. For a moment, Wang Zhen was stumped by Wang Chang's question. The dark prison was cold, and the gloomy light illuminated the even colder floor tiles. As Wang Chong knelt on the floor, he felt waves of cold air coming from his knees, but Wang Chang's heart was even colder than the floor. All he could hear was silence. There was nothing but the sound of breathing. But Wang Chong could clearly hear the beating of drums. That was the warning voice of fate in the dark. A world of billions of people, after going one round, had once more stepped into the abyss of destruction. Dawn was coming, and there would be the first glimmer of light. Autumn was coming, and there would be the first fallen leaf. The war in the southwest had never been a simple war. 180,000 elites had been wiped out, and the billions of people had been reduced to bones. For the first time in the Central Plains, the Tang dynasty had been completely defenseless against two foreign empires at its southwestern gate. This crushing defeat shocked the entire empire. It also shocked the boundless barbarians and jackals around the Tang dynasty. The death of 180,000 border elites caused the empire to suffer an unprecedented heavy blow. The entire military strength of the Tang dynasty suffered a huge loss of nearly a third. Such casualties were unprecedented in the history of the Tang dynasty. This war inspired all the great powers around the Tang dynasty. The Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates, the Goguryeo Empire, the distant Abbasid Caliphate, Karak Spazinu, and even Mengshi Zhao and the Uzun Empire that started this war for the first time. The great powers around the Tang dynasty found that the Tang dynasty was not as powerful as they had imagined. It turned out that the current Tang dynasty was no longer the invincible and terrifying Tang dynasty. This battle allowed all the foreign barbarians around the Tang dynasty to see the weak side of the Tang dynasty. From then on, countless powers began to grow restless, and they stared hungrily at the Tang dynasty. Northwest, northeast, north, Longxi. The Tang dynasty was embroiled in endless wars, and it fell into troubled times. A massive empire, the most powerful civilization in the history of the Central Plains, fell into decline, and it fell into decline. This was the eternal pain in the hearts of the people of the Tang dynasty. It was also the pain of the entire Central Plains. No matter what, Wang Chong had to change everything. Big Uncle, I know that this matter has put you in a difficult position. But first, Uncle, please think about it. Since young, have I ever lied to first uncle? I know that big uncle is in a difficult position, and I have never asked big uncle for anything. But this time, I hope that big uncle can promise me no matter what. No matter how many people oppose me, or how many people slander me, I hope that big uncle can stop this war. This isn't just for the Wang clan, it's also for the Tang dynasty. One day, time will prove that I am right. At the end, Wang Chong clenched his fists tightly, and his head was pressed against the ground. His veins were bulging from the excessive force he was exerting. On this journey of vengeance, he was fated to be alone. Only by experiencing it for himself did he understand how difficult it was to change the fate of the empire and the world. There were far too many things in his heart that he couldn't tell anyone. Even someone as close as his big uncle couldn't convince him easily, much less anyone else. Wang Zhen looked at the kneeling Wang Chong, his heart deeply moved. Although Wang Chong hadn't said much, Wang Zhen could feel the unshakable will in his heart. Chonger, let me think about it. Wang Zhen sighed, closed his eyes and fell silent. Military affairs were no trifling matter. One couldn't be swayed by emotions, and one couldn't neglect one's private interests for the sake of public interests. This was the principle that Wang Zhen had upheld for many years in the imperial court. If it were any other descendant of the Wang clan, even if it were his own son, Wang Li, Wang Zhen wouldn't even consider it. But Wang Chong, scenes of the past flitted through his mind. The regional commander's incident, the consort Taijin incident. Wang Chong had proven himself time and time again, and it was Wang Chong who had been the first to discover the recent war in the southwest. Time and time again, he had proved that Wang Chong was right. He seemed to have some sort of foresight, always able to find the most correct path among the countless threads. Chonger, tell me that you won't regret today's decision. Wang Zhen suddenly said. Big uncle won't regret it. Wang Chong was overjoyed. His big uncle's words clearly indicated that he was agreeing. Wang Zhen suddenly gave a long sigh. Chonger, I can agree to your request this time. This is the first time I've abandoned public interests for the sake of private interests, but it will also be the last time. Do you understand? Wang Zhen opened his eyes. Your nephew understands, Wang Chong sternly said. If he didn't know his big uncle's personality, Wang Chong wouldn't have let his big uncle off during the regional commander's incident and only tried to persuade the king of Song. Speak. What else do you need me to do next? Wang Zhen said, his expression much more relaxed. Wang Chong nodded. Big uncle, after we return, please tell the king of Song that no matter what, he must personally make an appearance. In addition, I have a letter here that big uncle should give to Yang Zhao. If we want to change the decision of the imperial court, we need big uncle, the king of Song and consort Taijin. In addition, big uncle, please tell the king of Song that we aren't helping Mengshi Zhao. Jelifeng's ambitions are too obvious, and she must be punished, but not now. Ask him to stall for time and only act when he is fully prepared. So, from now on, Big Uncle and the King of Song should mobilize the army from the Bureau of Military Personnel to the southwest. Just the 180,000 soldiers in the southwest are far from enough to deal with Jelifeng. Only an army of 300,000 or more can deal with Jelifeng. That's impossible. Mobilizing an army is no small matter. Even the King of Song can't make such a decision on his own. He needs the approval of the other officials. Wang Zhen shook his head. The King of Song was an authoritative figure in the Bureau of Military Personnel, but he wasn't so powerful that he could blot out the sky with one hand. At the very least, King Qi's faction also wielded great authority in the Bureau of Military Personnel. Moreover, the Tang dynasty had always fought with the few against the many. The Tang dynasty had always walked the path of elite soldiers, and their soldiers were well equipped from head to toe. In terms of equipment, they were superior to all other powers. If they really mobilized 300,000 soldiers, they could easily crush Mengshi Zhao. That would be a war that could wipe out a country. Moreover, the Tang dynasty only had so many soldiers. If they mobilized 300,000 soldiers, the defense in other areas would become weaker, and that might cause even more trouble. Then we'll use the reserve army, the prefectural armies. This is the best source of soldiers, and we can bypass the Bureau of Military Personnel to minimize any resistance. Wang Chang's eyes were sharp as he spoke without hesitation. As the war saint of the Tang dynasty and the last commander-in-chief of the Central Plains, Wang Chong had a far more thorough understanding of the art of war than his big uncle. The battlefield is the best furnace. 3 months is enough to train a regular army that would take several years to reach the standard. The prefectural armies are the best source of soldiers. If a regular army existed in a perfect military system, there would definitely be a reserve army. Mengshi Zhao, Uzun, Goguryeo, and the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates were all examples. Although the Tang dynasty did not have many soldiers, they had always maintained a large reserve army. The number of reserve soldiers was not large, but there were at least 200,000 of them. Moreover, the training of the Tang dynasty was far more rigorous than that of other armies. It was a complete system. An army that had undergone such rigorous training could enter the battlefield at any time. This was also the reason why the Tang dynasty was able to maintain a stable number of soldiers despite fighting 1 against 6 and suffering many casualties every year. However, reserve soldiers were still reserve soldiers, and they were severely lacking in battlefield experience. Although they could quickly train a large number of qualified and experienced soldiers by entering the battlefield, the casualties would probably be high. Moreover, such a transfer of reserve soldiers would cause a gap in the military pyramid of the Tang dynasty. The training of reserve soldiers would be severely lacking, and it would have a great impact on the future. Wang Zhen looked at Wang Chong with a strange look in his eyes. Wang Chong knew much more than he did. These words didn't seem like something a teenager like Wang Chong would be able to say. I will try my best to convince the King of Song. The war between the royal court and Mengshi Zhao will definitely unfold. If it is unavoidable, this might be the best solution. Wang Zhen sighed. Also, there is one more thing I need to trouble Big Uncle with. This time, Wang Chong did not speak. Instead, he leaned forward and whispered in Wang Zhen's ear. Uzun! Wang Zhen's body trembled. He understood Wang Chong's meaning. Big Uncle, no matter what, you must bring these words to Zhangzhou Jianqiong. The southwest is not our territory. Only Zhangzhou Jianqiong's words will be listened to by Xianyu Zhongtong. Wang Chong said. Mengshi Zhao had never been a thorn in the heart of the Tang dynasty. The true thorn was Uzun. No matter what, they had to keep tabs on Uzun's movements. If they did not understand this, the tragedy of their previous life would only repeat itself. I understand. Leave this matter to me. In the end, Wang Zhen still left. With Wang Zhen gone, the dungeon became deathly silent. Come out. After his big uncle left, Wang Chong suddenly spoke without raising his head. At first, there was silence in the dark prison. After a while, a few figures appeared. Zheng Qinzhou led several experts from the Chamberlain of Dependencies out from the back. Wang Chong, I don't care what you're discussing with your big uncle. You won't be able to escape from this important matter. Zheng Qinzhou bluntly said. There's no need for you to worry about this matter. Wang Chong indifferently said. Zheng Qinzhou harumphed. Not wanting to invite a rebuff, he beckoned his subordinates over and left. Once everyone had left, Wang Chong once more extended a finger and began to write on the ground. Around him were countless square letters and maps of the Tang dynasty. Compared to a few days ago, they were several times more detailed and thicker. Chapter 469. The turmoil in the southwest had attracted the attention of the entire empire. Even Wang Chong could sense this from his prison cell. The people of the Court of Judicial Review and the Chamberlain of Dependencies had been watching him every day, but in this period of time, they had rarely appeared. The prison guards who occasionally came to deliver food also seemed absent-minded. The entire capital was somber and somber. It seems like it's almost time to make a decision, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Although he was anxious, there was nothing Wang Chong could do in his prison cell. He could only silently wait. Chong-er. The next time he saw his big uncle was 10 days later. His big uncle was dressed in the robes of an official, his expression stern and inflexible. Upon seeing his big uncle, Wang Chong's eyes widened and he suddenly had an extremely ill foreboding. The imperial court has already made its decision. It has ordered Xianyu Zhongtong to lead 18 elites of the Annan Protectorate and immediately set out to attack the Mengshi Zhao Empire in the southwest to punish Jelifeng's invasion of the Tang dynasty. What? Upon hearing this news, Wang Chong's heart chilled, and he felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly remembered something and rushed to the bars of the cell. Big uncle, how could it be like this? Haven't you, the king of Song, and consort Taizhen all intervened? Don't tell me the three of you have no way to stop it? The king of Song, the Wang clan, and the consort Taizhen behind Yang Zhao were undoubtedly the three major factions of the Tang dynasty, three titans. The combined strength of these three factions was enough to influence the decisions of the imperial court. Wang Zhen sighed. He did not hide anything and gave a detailed account of what had happened. After meeting Wang Chong in the hidden prison, Wang Zhen immediately went to meet the king of Song. Furthermore, Yang Zhao was Wang Chong's sworn brother. These three forces were more than enough to change the entire royal court. However, both Wang Zhen and Wang Chong had underestimated one person. Is it the Yao family? A cold light flashed in Wang Chong's eyes as he suddenly interrupted. It would be fine if it's just the Yao clan and King Qi. Wang Zhen sighed and shook his head. Only those who had been involved in the court debate that day knew just how intense it had been. When Wang Zhen and the king of Song, who had always advocated war, stood out to oppose attacking Mengshi Zhao, the entire court was shocked. For a long time, there was a deathly silence in the hall. No one spoke. Even more surprising were the Yao clan and King Qi. These two clans had always been keeping an eye on the Wang clan and the king of Song, but when Wang Zhen and the king of Song stood out to oppose the war, the Yao clan and King Qi, who had always advocated for a retreat, suddenly stood out to criticize the Wang clan and the king of Song. They said that the two clans had colluded with one another, accepted Jelifeng's bribe, and strongly advocated for a war against Mengshi Zhao. But it would have been fine if things had ended there. After all, the Yao clan and King Qi were still inferior to the alliance of the Wang clan, the king of Song, and consort Taizhen. But in the end, no one could have expected the most illustrious and low-profile person to suddenly stand out and change the outcome of the court debate. Who? Wang Chong's heart tightened. It's the Prime Minister. Wang Zhen sighed deeply as he revealed the answer. Wang. The moment Wang Zhen said those words, the dark prison suddenly fell silent. Wang Chong's mouth was agape, and his pupils constricted. He was unable to say a single word. Li Zhenu, this name was like a bolt of lightning, rumbling through Wang Chong's mind, echoing endlessly. In that instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind like snowflakes. In the Tang dynasty, there was no position higher than the Prime Minister. It was truly a position that stood above all but one. Both the Wang clan and the Yao clan were inextricably linked to this position. This was also the reason why the Wang clan was known as a clan of ministers and generals. However, both the Wang clan's old master Jiu and the Yao clan's old master, Yao Chong, had already retired from the position of Prime Minister. The current Prime Minister of the Tang dynasty had long since changed. Li Zhenu was that person's son. In the Tang dynasty, this person was abnormally low profile. There was no one else in the illustrious position of Prime Minister who could keep such a low profile. Many people had even forgotten about his existence, but Wang Chong had never dared to underestimate him. I didn't think that it would be him. A sharp light flashed through Wang Chong's eyes. In the entire Tang dynasty, the one that Wang Chong feared the most was not the Yao clan or King Qi, but this illustrious prime minister who always made people forget about him. In the entire great Tang Empire, apart from himself, perhaps even his uncle did not know how terrifying the prime minister, who was usually as amiable as a spring breeze, was. Everyone had greatly underestimated this Lord Prime Minister. Wang Chong had not expected this Lord Prime Minister to uncharacteristically join the War of the Southwest. The Yao clan, King Qi, and this Lord Prime Minister of the Tang dynasty were a force that could completely neutralize the power of the Wang clan, the King of Song, and consort Taizhen. In addition, there's one more thing. At the crucial moment, Zhangqiu Jianxiong stood on the side of King Qi and the Yao clan. Wang Chong was truly flabbergasted. Zhangqiu Jianxiong and consort Taizhen belonged to the same faction, and they had an extremely close relationship. It had been Zhangqiu Jianxiong who had sponsored Yang Zhao's entry into the capital. Consort Taizhen and Yang Zhao had opposed this war, but Zhangqiu Jianxiong, the Minister of War, had chosen to stand on King Qi's side. No one had expected this. One Lord Prime Minister was one thing, but now Minister of War Zhangqiu Jianxiong. The outcome of this court war was basically decided. Wang Chong fell silent. There's nothing we can do about it. His position as the Minister of War had not yet stabilized, and he was also the Annan Protector General of the Southwest. Now that a problem had arisen in his territory, the pressure on Zhangqiu Jianxiong could be imagined. Almost all of the generals under his command supported the war against Mengshi Zhao. If Zhangqiu Jianxiong were to back down now, his position as the Minister of War would be in jeopardy. Wang Zhen helplessly said. Zhangqiu Jianxiong's desire for power was simply too strong. His 10-some years of oppression on the border had made his desire for power and status far stronger than anyone else's. Wang Zhen had originally thought that he could delay this court war for at least 20 days, but now that things had developed to this point, it was no longer up to him. There was nothing Wang Zhen could do. It was quiet in the dark prison. Regardless of whether it was Wang Chong or Wang Zhen, neither of them spoke. Only the flickering of the torches on the wall could be heard. Chonger, what do you plan to do next? Wang Zhen looked at his nephew in the prison and asked. All the plans had been arranged by Wang Chong, and he had told him what had happened in the court. Only Wang Chong could decide what to do next. I didn't think that I would still be unable to avoid it. Wang Chong gave a long and bitter sigh. When Jelifeng attacked the Tang dynasty, the imperial court had decided that Xianyu Zhongtong would lead 180,000 Tang dynasty elites to the southwest. If Zhangqiu Jianxiong had been the one leading the army, if Zhangqiu Jianxiong was still in the southwest, the final result might have been a little better. But Zhangqiu Jianxiong had already been drawn to power, and the position of Minister of War had become a shackle around his neck. It was easy to leave for the southwest, but difficult to return to the southwest. A Minister of War could not leave the capital to command the 180,000 elites of a border protectorate. There had never been such a thing in the history of the Tang dynasty. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. He had been trying to avoid this war this entire time, but in the end, he still couldn't avoid it. With this, the last sliver of hope in Wang Chong's heart had been extinguished. Since it was unavoidable, he could only face it. Big uncle, when did Xianyu Zhongtong leave? Wang Chong raised his head and closed his eyes. 4 days ago. The news was sent by the fastest golden eagle of the court. It should be delivered in 2 days. Given Xianyu Zhongtong's reaction, it should be another 2 days before he leads the army out to make contact with the Mengshi Zhao Empire. Wang Zhen said. It's already too late. Wang Chong mentally gave a long sigh. The journey from the capital to the Annan Protectorate was a long one. Even the fastest bird would take 6 days. By that time, the dust would have settled, and it would be too late to say anything. Big uncle, take me away from here, Wang Chong suddenly said. Bong bong bong. crossing thousands of mountains and tens of thousands of rivers, passing through layers upon layers of space. In the distant lands of the southwest, dark clouds gathered. The beating of a drum suddenly soared into the sky. This heaven-shaking drumbeat startled the earth, startled the entire southwest. It had been a very long time since such a heavy drumming had been heard in the southwest. The last time such a thunderous rhythm had resounded through the skies had been 10 some years ago. By the order of the imperial court, we are here to punish Mengshi Zhao and raise the might of my Tang dynasty. In front of the vast and imposing hall of the Annan Protectorate headquarters, an inflexible, solemn, and dignified voice resounded through the heavens. The newly appointed Annan Protector General, Xianyu Zhongtong, was dressed in armor, his body exuding a chilling and powerful aura as he stood on a tall platform. On the platform, banners fluttered in the wind, their lofty pillars reaching into the heavens. And on the platform, a majestic atmosphere prevailed. The 180,000 elites of the Tang dynasty who had been stationed in the southwest were spread out in a dense formation, a dense mass of dark clouds in front of the Annan Protectorate headquarters. Fight! 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 The Tang dynasty elites waved their halberds, each of them letting out a heaven-shaking roar. Waves of essence chi burst out from their bodies like long rainbows, shooting straight into the depths of the dark clouds. The beating of the drums caused the earth to tremble. The mountains were silent, the mountains trembled, and the atmosphere was somber. Move out! Without further words, Xianyu Zhongtong gave the order. War horses neighed, and the 180,000 elites of the Tang dynasty galloped and roared like a dark cloud toward the southern Mengshi Zhao Empire. For the first time in the history of the empire, the 180,000 elites of the Tang dynasty had left the cities they had been guarding. After 10 some years, they were launching their first war against a foreign country. Other than a teenager in the distant capital, no one understood what this war truly meant. Even those who were in the game. Flap flap. Almost at the same time that Xianyu Zhongtong gave the order and the army set out, messenger pigeons soared into the sky from all over the city. These carrier pigeons did not fly to the capital of the Tang dynasty. Instead, they crossed the borders of the Tang dynasty and flew to the northeast, northwest, north, southwest, and west of the Tang dynasty. Goguryeo, the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates, Uzun, Arabia, Karax Spazinu, countless powers were paying close attention to this conflict between the Tang dynasty and the Mengshi Zhao Empire in the southwest of the Central Plains. The southwest had always been peaceful. This was the Tang dynasty's first large-scale operation, and the scale of this operation far surpassed that of its operations in Longxi, the northeast, and the northwest. And this was also the first time the Mengshi Zhao Empire had participated in this conflict with the Tang dynasty. Chapter 470. Not long after Xianyu Zhongtong set off with his 180,000 elites, his gaze flitted across the vast earth, across the torrential Irai in the southwest and across the vast forests. Move out! A hoarse shout tore through the sky. In the southwest, a middle-aged man with a tall and imposing figure and a black mustache, who looked like a hero and a bold vision, wearing a flat crown and an imperial robe, suddenly raised the golden sword in his hand. Waves of majestic chi, like the mountains and the seas, soared into the sky from his body. Rumble! The entire earth seemed to have suddenly awakened from a long slumber. It suddenly shook violently and emitted bursts of loud rumbling sounds. Kill! 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 Boundless killing intent condensed into a tangible substance and soared into the sky, stirring up the winds and clouds. Across the vast earth, one could only see the countless Mengshi Zhao warriors, armed to the teeth, shrouded in thousands of black and white war halos. They were like a ferocious flood of steel, surging toward the distant Annan Protectorate headquarters of the Tang dynasty. The rumbling of drums resounded through the world. Dark clouds churned in the sky. After 10 some years of peace, war had finally broken out in the southwest. Clang! A massive hammer swung down, smashing against a searing red iron. Sparks flew, the screeching of metal almost tearing apart one's eardrums. Clang, clang, clang. The massive hammer continued to swing down, once, twice, thrice, tens of thousands of times, and the number of hammers swung had increased from 1 to tens of thousands. On the massive Uzun plateau, flames roared and smoke roiled. Tens of thousands of short and capable Uzun blacksmiths were bare-armed, constantly swinging their hammers on this plateau, forging armor, sabers, swords, U-shaped horseshoes, arrows, and all sorts of other weapons in the open air. Sweat poured down their bodies, and it was through this scattered method that these Uzun blacksmiths forged an endless stream of weapons. Uzun's weapon forging was not as developed as the Central Plains, and it was not as effective. However, no one dared to underestimate the weapons forged on this plateau, because they used the most primitive and most direct method, 1,000-hammer 100 refinement. Uzun's armor didn't have any artistic beauty, much less any technical content. However, their armor was indeed the most solid, sturdy, and durable armor in the world. The weight of an Uzun cavalryman's armor far surpassed that of the Tang dynasty, the Eastern and Western Turks, Goguryeo, or even the Abbasid Caliphate or Karak Spazinu. This also made it very difficult for normal weapons and attacks to cause harm to Uzun's cavalry. The creation of Uzun's armor was time-consuming and laborious, but it also made Uzun's armor last the longest among all the ordinary armors. This protracted armor training had begun a long time ago. Now, on the vast plateau, groups upon groups of weapons and armors were piled up together, forming a magnificent sight on this vast land. Flap, flap. High up in the sky, wings flapped, and a pigeon as white as snow flew down through the thick smoke and sparks. Above the ground, a middle-aged scholar dressed in a white robe that touched the ground looked up and allowed the carrier pigeon to land on his hand. Ha ha ha, Horseshoe, it's finally begun. Dalawan Ruozan faintly smiled as he flicked his finger, sending the letter flying out. The thin piece of paper in his hand was like a sharp blade, flying out at lightning speed. Clang! Not far away, General Horseshoe Wuzong of the Uzun Empire's Ngari royal lineage was standing in front of a small mountain of Uzun weapons. Seeing the letter fly over, he threw away the weapon in his hand and easily caught it. Jelifeng has come to ask us to send troops again. Horseshoe Huaitsong finished reading the letter in his hand, as if he had expected this. This is the third letter. Dalawan Ruozan faintly smiled, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. Ever since Mengshi Zhao had retreated, Jelifeng had been sending letters non-stop, requesting the Uzun Empire to send troops and form an alliance. However, Dalawan Ruozan had stopped all of them. Do you want him back? Horseshoe Wuzong turned his head and asked expressionlessly. No need. Dalawan Ruozan waved his hand and sneered. Everything that needs to be said has been said. If Mengshi Zhao wants to win the support of our Uzun, then come and show your loyalty. The world has been peaceful for decades. Is the current Tang dynasty as strong as before? Mengshi Zhao is the best test. If the Tang dynasty wins and easily destroys Mengshi Zhao, then it means that the time is not ripe yet. Our plan needs to be delayed. But if the Tang dynasty loses, then it means it is the era of our Uzun. At the last sentence, Dalawan Ruozan slowly raised his head. His gaze swept over the mountains and rivers, looking towards the distant southwest of the Tang dynasty. From the towering Uzun plateau, one could faintly see the billowing dust in the distance. Two steel armies were surging towards each other. Perhaps it is the era of our Uzun. As this thought flitted through Dalawan Ruozan's mind, his eyes gradually turned cold. Whether it was the Mengshi Zhao Empire or the Tang dynasty, they were still no match for the Uzun. In this war in the southwest, the Uzun Empire was certain to be the final winner. As the days passed, Wang Chong calculated the state of the war in the southwest. Although Wang Chong hadn't taken part in the war, he had personally experienced it, so he remembered everything clearly. The future has already changed. The war between the Tang dynasty and Mengshi has been brought forward by at least half a year. I can only hope that the course of this war will also change, Wang Chong quietly said to himself, his heart filled with worry. Although the gloomy prison was cut off from the rest of the world and could not hear news from the outside, Wang Chong could sense from the atmosphere that this war in the southwest had attracted the attention of the entire Tang dynasty. The air was suffused with the stench of something burning, and Wang Chong was more worried than anyone else. But Wang Chong still could not leave. The pressure from the Chamberlain of Dependencies and the Court of Judicial Review seemed to be far greater than he had imagined. Several days later, just when Wang Chong was about to reach his limit, a figure appeared in the gloomy prison. It was not his big uncle Wang Chong, but the Tang dynasty's the King of Song. "Your Highness!" Wang Chong was dumbfounded. In a flash, a very bad feeling welled up in his heart. "Wang Chong, I have some very bad news for you." Separated by the bars, the King of Song's complexion was extremely unsightly. "The Tang dynasty has lost. Xianyu Zhongtong has lost." "What?" Rumble. Like a thunderclap, Wang Chong suddenly stood up, his mouth agape in shock. How could this be? Chapter 471. The battle in the southwest was like a clap of thunder that shook the entire capital. While everyone was hoping that the new Annan Protectorate Protector General Xianyu Zhongtong would lead 180,000 Tang dynasty elites to defeat Mengshi Zhao and punish Jelifeng, the battle in the southwest dealt a heavy blow. Emperor Jelifeng of the Mengshi Zhao Empire had mobilized all his forces, leading all 340,000 soldiers of Mengshi Zhao to engage in a decisive battle with the 180,000 Tang dynasty elites of the Annan Protectorate on the plains of the River. The disparity in numbers had resulted in the Annan Protectorate's defeat. The long journey meant that no further information was available for the time being. But the preliminary results were already extremely unsettling. In the northeast, Yuzhou, Anshi's Suya, Longshi's Jishur, and the Yin Mountains of the north, the Tang dynasty had always held the upper hand, or at least the upper hand. But in the southwest, the Tang dynasty had rarely mobilized an army of 180,000 soldiers at a time. Furthermore, losing a battle on such a scale was something that had never happened before. Ever since the imperial court had received the news, it had dispatched hundreds of its most experienced spies to the southwest, traveling day and night to gather more information. And the imperial court was also discussing the issue of reinforcements. Whether it was Anshi, Anong, Anbei, or Longxi, the Tang dynasty was facing a powerful empire, a powerful foe. It was simply impossible to casually withdraw reinforcements. If it acted rashly and revealed a flaw, it would be an even greater crisis. Thus, reinforcements could only be sent from other parts of the interior. The imperial court sent out the second wave of reinforcements 2 days ago. This army is being led by the rising young general of the army, Li Jingyi. It totals 60,000 soldiers, and they are carrying a large number of bows, ballistae, weapons, and rations for the southwest. You might not understand Li Jingyi very well, but he's a leading figure of the younger generation in the army. He has participated in many major battles, and his performance is extremely eye-catching. Moreover, he became famous very early on in the army, and his reputation in the army is probably even above that of your big brother, Wang Fu. The King of Song said. The King of Song's expression had always been extremely grave, and when he spoke of the defeat in the southwest, it became even more somber. But when Li Junjing was mentioned, the King of Song's expression was clearly much more relaxed. It was clear that he held Li Junjing in high regard. Wang Chong's complexion turned extremely unsightly. "History is repeating itself," Wang Chong murmured. At this moment, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. How could Li Jingyi not know? Li Jingyi had indeed made a name for himself earlier than his elder brother, Wang Fu. In terms of talent, he was also publicly acknowledged to be formidable. He had first joined the Anshi Protectorate, taking up a post in the distant Suaya city to the west. There, his performance had been so dazzling that even Gao Xianji had praised him. Later on, he was transferred to Baiting, where he conquered the Turks many times, his performance even surpassing some of the generals in the army. In the army, Li Jingyi was publicly acknowledged to have the potential to become a great general. The army had also chosen him as a promising leader of the younger generation, one who could replace the likes of Wang Zongxi and Zhang Shogui and become the cornerstone of the empire. But no matter how formidable the imperial court was, no matter how talented Li Jingyi was, he could never have imagined that their true opponents were not the people of Mengshi Zhao, not Jelifeng, not Fengjie, but the Uzun Empire's Huashu Wuzong and Daluan Ruozhen. The former was the #1 general of the Uzun Empire's Ngari royal lineage, possessing incredible offensive power. In the past, he had been appointed the invincible great general of the Uzun Empire, second only to the likes of Li Sai. The latter was a famed strategist of the Uzun Empire, possessing unparalleled ability to grasp opportunities. When the two of them worked together, even the 180,000 Tang dynasty elites under Zhangzhou Jianxiong's command would be in grave danger. In his 10-some years in the southwestern protectorate, Zhangzhou Jianxiong had never once attacked the Uzun Plateau. It wasn't that he was worried about Mengshi Zhao taking advantage of the situation, but that he wasn't confident that he would be able to defeat Huashu Wuzong and Daluan Ruozhen even if he left the south of rosy clouds. Although Li Jingyi was powerful and talented, he couldn't compare to figures of the level of Huashu Wuzong and Daluan Ruozhen. And the soldiers he could muster from the interior were also incapable of dealing with the elite cavalry of the Uzun Empire. In a direct confrontation, Li Jingyi's strength was already lacking, and he had been completely unprepared. One could easily imagine the fate that awaited him. Wang Chong had never imagined that the tragedy that had occurred back then would repeat itself. "Your Highness," just as Wang Chong opened his mouth, a voice suddenly rang out. A turning point in the world. A major event. Uzun has intervened in the war between Tang and Mengshi Zhao. The Tang dynasty has been defeated, with 80,000 soldiers remaining. From now on, user is forbidden from revealing any information related to Uzun. From now on, if the army of the Southwestern Protectorate falls below 10,000 soldiers within 2 months, user will be considered to have failed the mission and will be killed. If the army of the Southwestern Protectorate is completely wiped out, user will be considered to have failed the mission and will be killed as well. User will not leave any traces in this world, including the memories of others. The countdown begins now. 1. A jolt of electricity coursed through Wang Chang's body, causing him to tremble in shock. He couldn't utter a single word of what he wanted to say. "Wang Chong, what's wrong?" the King of Song asked with concern. Wang Chang's complexion didn't look too good. "It's nothing." The pale-faced Wang Chong shook his head, his mind in disarray. Xianyu Zhongtong had been defeated. Not in battle, but in utter defeat. The Uzun had intervened in the war much earlier than he had expected. The 180,000 elites of the Tang dynasty were already no match for the 340,000 elites of the Mengshi Zhao Empire. Now that there were more than 200,000 cavalry from the Uzun Ngari royal lineage, the fate of Xianyu Zhongtong and the 180,000 elites of the Tang dynasty could be easily imagined. "I didn't think that it would still be too late." Wang Chang's heart sank to the bottom. Of the 180,000 elites of the Tang dynasty, only 80,000 were left. The death toll had reached more than 100,000. The Annan Protectorate had finally suffered an unprecedented blow since its founding. When the last 80,000 elites of the Tang dynasty were annihilated by the combined might of Mengshi Zhao and the Uzun Empire, the 180,000 elites of the Tang dynasty, the Annan Protectorate would become the first protectorate in the history of the empire to be disbanded because of war. But only Wang Chong knew that this was only the beginning. Without the 180,000 elites of the Tang dynasty guarding the gates of the Tang dynasty, the millions of citizens of the Tang dynasty at the southwestern gate would be reduced to bones under the hooves of the iron hooves. And the eastern and western Turks, Goguryeo, the Abbasid Caliphate, Charax-Spasinu, the various kingdoms of the western regions, countless foreign countries would be encouraged to move. The borders of the Tang dynasty would no longer have a day of peace. As these countless thoughts flitted through his mind, the various memories of his last life floated to his mind. Gradually, the dazed look in his eyes faded. Wang Chong clenched his fists, his eyes slowly hardening. What had already happened could no longer be changed, but at least he could still fight for the future. If he was still unable to change the past after 2 rebirths, unable to prevent it, and had to watch as this tragedy repeated itself, then what need was there for him to exist? "Your Highness, take me away from here," Wang Chong indifferently said as he looked ahead, his voice tinged with a unique tone. The King of Song stared blankly at Wang Chong in surprise. The current Wang Chong looked very different from usual, but he couldn't say what was different. It was as if something special was being released from his body. But King Song still quickly gave a grunt of acknowledgement and nodded. Taking Wang Chong away had always been his goal. Boom! Chapter 472. The area outside the government office was in chaos. Only when he walked outside did Wang Chong realize just how chaotic the capital was. The bustling and peaceful capital of the past was now much quieter. There were fewer hawkers on the streets, and everyone was in a hurry. Instead of talking about trade, they talked about Xianyu Zhongtong, Annam Protectorate, Uzan, Jelifeng, and other such names that one would rarely hear even once in several years. But the air was suffused with a sense of impatience and unease. It had been far too long since the Tang dynasty had suffered such a defeat. The defeat of 180,000 elites of the Tang dynasty was enough to affect the empire. At this moment, it wasn't just the people of the capital who were paying attention. Even the generals of the army, the ministers of the imperial court, and the important ministers on the border were paying attention to this war. Everything seemed so familiar. "Young master!" A familiar voice came from next to him. The eagle was standing on the street outside the government office, next to him a carriage drawn by 4 horses. It was clear that he had been waiting for a long time. But Wang Chong did not immediately get on the carriage. "Pass on my 3 orders." Wang Chong extended 3 fingers, his eyes looking forward with a profound gaze that seemed to peer into the depths of space-time. "First, immediately dispatch the guards of the clan to all the tea-houses and taverns in the capital and hire all the experts of the true martial realm and above. No matter how noble or lowly, strong or weak, or how high the price, hire them all," Wang Chong said. "Yes, young master." The eagle stared blankly for a moment before rejoicing. This encounter and more than half a month of imprisonment had not weakened his will. The Wang Chong before him was still the calm and wise young master he remembered. Moreover, every time he issued this series of orders, it meant that he was about to make a major move. It was clear that his young master was about to take action. "Young master, is it related to the war in the southwest?" The eagle probed. While the entire empire was still unaware of the war in the southwest, only Wang Chong and the eagle were aware of it. While the entire empire was still discussing what to do, Wang Chong had already taken action. Although Wang Chong didn't understand why they were selling spirit veins, the eagle could guess what they were. Wang Chong neither nodded nor shook his head. Although it seemed ambiguous, the eagle, who had always been by his side and was very familiar with him, had already guessed what was going on. The war in the southwest had shaken the entire empire, causing everyone to be extremely worried. Ever since the establishment of the Tang dynasty, the crushing defeat of Annan Protector General Xianyu Zhongtong was a huge blow to the Han, who had always believed that the Tang dynasty was unstoppable. Although an individual's ability was limited in a war, not to mention a teenager, the eagle always believed that his young master could do something. Perhaps others might not be able to do it, but their young master would definitely be able to. This sort of thing had happened many times in the past. Second, summon the 4 great swordsmithing clans, as well as all the sword shops and smiths in the capital, as well as all the swordsmiths, grandmaster swordsmiths, and inscription masters. Tell them that the Wang clan will buy out all the weapons of their clans. For the next 3 months, all the weapons they produce will belong to me. Buzz. The eagle raised his head and stared in shock at Wang Chong. There were more than 1,000 sword shops and smiths in the capital, and with the addition of the 4 great swordsmithing clans, buying out all the weapons produced by these shops and smiths for the next 3 months would require an astonishing sum. Yes, young master. Although he was shocked, the eagle still immediately agreed. Third, summon Zhao Jingdian, Wei Anfang, Zhao Qiqin, and Huang Qian. Tell them to come see me at the Wang residence tonight. Yes, young master. The eagle immediately replied. At this moment, the eagle no longer had any doubts. With these 3 orders, Wang Chong's image of a decisive and murderous man overlapped with his own. There were some people who could not be judged by age, and they would not be weakened by their circumstances. It was clear that Wang Chong was one such person. Have you prepared the brush, ink, and paper? Wang Chong said, not noticing the change in the eagle's expression. Yes, young master. It's in the carriage. The eagle deferentially said. Wang Chong nodded and said nothing more. Your Highness, please. Only then did Wang Chong turn around and extend his right palm to the King of Song. The King of Song's carriage was parked nearby. Upon receiving Wang Chong's invitation, the King of Song's face froze, a hint of surprise in his eyes. All right. The surprise soon faded. In just a moment, the King of Song returned to normal. He nodded, lifted his robes, and stepped into the carriage. Wang Chong followed closely behind. With a whoosh, he let down the curtain and stepped into the carriage. Let's go. The carriage set off quickly. No one knew what Wang Chong and the King of Song discussed inside. A majestic force burst out from inside, instantly isolating the eagle's senses. No one knew what happened next. The eagle only knew that when the King of Song walked out of the carriage, his expression was very ugly. After the King of Song left, the carriage regained its peace. Half a month's time, only half a month's time at most. Whether I succeed or not depends on this half a month. In the carriage, Wang Chong's eyes glistened. He quickly unfolded a piece of paper, pressed it down with a paperweight, dipped a pen in ink with his right hand, and started writing. The first letter was written by Wang Chong to his father, Wang Yan, and his elder brother, Wang Fu. Xianyu Zhongtong was a typical general who defended a city. Furthermore, he was a stickler for form and lacked variety. He was only suitable for defending a city in battle. Furthermore, his talents were not suitable for commanding an army of 180,000, let alone dealing with top-notch opponents like Huishu Wuzong, Daluan Ruozhen, Jelifeng, and Duan Gechuan. In his previous life, Xianyu Zhongtong had been defeated by them. The 180,000 soldiers struggled and resisted with all their might, but only managed to save Xianyu Zhongtong's life. To save the remaining 80,000 generals and preserve the strength of the Tang dynasty as much as possible, Wang Chong could only trust his father and elder brother. Father and elder brother, Wang Chong presents. Wang Chong's head was slightly lowered, his chest agitated. The brush moved like lightning across the paper, writing line after line of heavy characters. Other than Wang Chong himself, no one knew that the fate of the Southwest and the lives of the remaining 80,000 soldiers would be decided in these lines of regular script. Flap, flap. After the first letter was written, a messenger pigeon soared into the sky, flying toward the southwest. After writing the first letter, Wang Chong didn't hesitate to write a second, a third, a fourth. Some of these letters flew to the southwest, some to the southeast, some to the inside of the city, some to the outside. Eagle after eagle, magpie, and messenger pigeon flew down from the sky, landing on the roof of the carriage, and then flying off in all directions, carrying the snow-like letters with them. Other than Wang Chong, not even the nearby eagle knew what was written in these letters. Young Master, seeing Wang Chong's solemn and focused expression, Eagle gave a long sigh. His heart ached, but he wisely chose not to disturb him. Chapter 473. The first day in the capital was destined to be difficult to calm down. Whoosh! Messenger pigeons flew in all directions in the city. On a mountain range over 10 li away from the city, a slightly plump young figure was currently cultivating with his eyes closed. Surging stellar energy shot out from his body, turning into thick white pillars of chi. They coiled around his body like huge pythons, making the youth's aura seem extremely powerful. Receiving the messenger pigeon, Wei Hao, youngster Wei, had a look of astonishment in his eyes. Then, he tore open the letter and started reading. Ha ha ha, Wang Chong, you bastard, you finally came to look for me. Pung! Clenching his fist, the letter in his hand shattered into pieces. Youngster Wei suddenly burst out laughing excitedly. There wasn't much content in the letter that Wang Chong had given him. There were only a few simple sentences. Lend me 20 guards. What were 20 guards to a childhood friend who had grown up with him? Even if the Wei residence's rules were strict, even if he had to take the risk of being reprimanded by his father, youngster Wei would definitely help Wang Chong. What 20? Even if it was 200, he would think of a way to help him. Boom! The air trembled, emitting a metallic sound. Beneath youngster Wei, an obsidian-like halo of thorns shot out majestically. Following that, it was 2, 3, 4. In a short period of time, youngster Wei's aura had broken through from the essence Qi realm to the true martial realm, then from the first level of the true martial realm, second level, third level, all the way to the fourth level of the true martial realm. It even showed signs of breaking through to the fifth level of the true martial realm. At this moment, youngster Wei's aura was majestic and filled with boundless strength. The strength of his aura even surpassed that of Wang Chong. This was the might of the mountain ascension art. This cultivation technique of youngster Wei was given to him by Wang Chong, and it was a top-notch technique with extremely powerful might. The mountain ascension art was extremely difficult to cultivate, and it had a very high requirement for one's physique. Especially at the essence Qi realm, it was even more difficult. But once one broke through to the true martial realm, its might would be incomparably powerful. Ever since youngster Wei entered the Kunwu training camp, Wang Chong rarely went to look for him. Whether it was dealing with the Gogrian assassins or dealing with an Yaoyuan, Wang Chong had never called him over. His goal was to have him focus on cultivation. Wang Chong would do his best to help this childhood friend of his. The golden ginsengs he obtained from the Gogurians were at least 100 years old. After Wang Chong reached the true martial realm, he did not use it much. However, with youngster Wei, Wang Chong had always provided it to him without any restrictions. The mountain ascension formula was different from other cultivation techniques. The effects of the Gogrian ginseng on him were far greater than that of Wang Chong's. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult for the mountain ascension art to break through from the essence energy rank to the true martial realm. However, if he had the Gogrian ginseng, he would be able to achieve greater results with half the effort. Currently, the amount of Gogrian ginseng that youngster Wei had consumed was at least 20 to 30 times that of Wang Chong. Moreover, even though Wang Chong forbade others from getting close to the spirit vein, youngster Wei could freely ascend and descend the mountain to cultivate. However, after reaching the true martial realm, the mountain ascension formula no longer required simple origin energy of heaven and earth. Instead, it required the mountain essence energy of a higher level. This sort of thing was different from any other origin energy of heaven and earth. Under normal circumstances, it was extremely difficult to cultivate without a unique cultivation technique like the mountain ascension formula. Thus, after reaching the true martial realm, youngster Wei left the spirit vein and entered the depths of the mountain range. The more primitive the surrounding mountains were, the more numerous they were, and the more inaccessible they were, the denser the essence chi of the mountains. Youngster Wei was a martial arts fanatic to begin with, and he was crazy about it. When he cultivated, there was no difference between day and night, day and night. In addition, he did not have to worry about miscellaneous matters like Wang Chong. Together with a martial art like the Mountain Ascension formula, he was a match made in heaven. Thus, youngster Wei's current level of cultivation was even higher than Wang Chong's. Compared to his last life, youngster Wei had undoubtedly reached a level that he could never have reached in his previous life. Something must have happened for Wang Chong to borrow guards from me. I have to go and take a look. A gleam flashed in youngster Wei's eyes as he suddenly stood up. With a swoosh, he leaped out like a monkey, covering over 10 meters with a single step. In just a few leaps, youngster Wei was like a fierce tiger or elephant, vanishing from the mountain range. At the same time, in another part of the capital, there was a 3-story tea house with high eaves and ancient decorations that exuded an air of elegance and grandeur. A beautiful figure furrowed her brows. Her slender porcelain fingers held a 5-inch-tall celadone teacup. She seemed to have a lot on her mind. Flap, flap. The sound of wings flying through the air could be heard. A hint of surprise flashed through Bai Siling's eyes as she subconsciously raised her head. He saw a snow-white messenger pigeon spread its wings, drew an arc in the air, swept over the high eaves of the tea-house, and flew towards him. Bai Siling froze for a moment, then subconsciously stretched out her arm to catch the pigeon. It's him. Opening the letter and seeing the familiar and crooked handwriting, Bai Siling's creased brows suddenly began to unfurl like ink. The worries of the past few days had melted away, and Bai Siling's lips perked up into a smile like the blossoming of a flower. I just knew that the prison wouldn't be able to hold you. Bai Siling gave a confident smile. Picking up the teacup on the table, she took a light sip, feeling the lingering fragrance on her lips. With the worry in her heart finally put to rest, Bai Siling felt much more relaxed. As for the contents of Wang Chong's letter, she didn't care much about it. Putting down the teacup, Bai Siling took light steps and swiftly left the tea house. Ha ha, 20 true martial realm experts. Wang Chong, you really aren't one to be left out. In the training grounds of the Su clan, a pigeon perched on Su Gan's shoulder. One of his hands was holding onto a red spear made of white poplar, and the other was holding onto the letter written by Wang Chong. You've just been released from the prison and you're already asking for soldiers? Are you going to make a move again? The Southwest? Su Gan raised his head slightly, and his deep gaze seemed to peer into the depths of time and space. Su Gan had always felt deep respect for Wang Chong, who was even younger than him. Wang Chong's way of thinking, Wang Chong's actions, and his boldness and ambition were all things that Su Gan had always felt inferior to. Su Gan was glad that he had met Wang Chong during the mission in the training camp. The scions of the great clans, especially those of the direct line of descent, were all proud and arrogant, but Su Gan had never felt the same way about Wang Chong. If there was one person in the entire capital that he admired from the bottom of his heart, it could only be Wang Chong. Whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, the red-tasseled great spear in his hand let out an ear-piercing whistle like a thick and heavy flood dragon. With a whoosh, it accurately landed on the weapons rack 60 to 70 feet away. Let's go. Last time, it was Zhang Shogui and biting Vice Protector General and Sishun. I wonder who's following me this time. Following him, I really don't have to worry about wasting my life. Wiping the sweat off his neck with a towel, Su Gan strode out of the training ground. Haha, as expected of someone that I, Zhao Yadong, admire. Nothing can stop you. Chapter 474. Flap flap. One carrier pigeon after another flew to various places in the capital. All the great clans and nobles of the capital that had existed for decades or even centuries, whether they knew them or not, received Wang Chong's letter. Father, what do you think the Wang clan is up to? In the remote Duke of Lu residence, Li Bing gripped the crooked letter in his hand, his brow deeply furrowed. It would have been fine if it were anyone else, but we had a conflict with him last time. That Su Han. Just what is he up to? The Duke of Lu lineage had already withdrawn from the system of the imperial court long ago, and it could be said that it had no authority at all. It only enjoyed the treatment of a duke, and it could not compare to a clan of ministers and generals like the Wang clan. One could say that the Duke of Lu lineage was of no help to the Wang clan. Moreover, the two sides had even had a disagreement over the matter of Su Han. Although the two sides had reconciled, this matter was not so easily resolved. The hall was quiet. Duke of Lu was silent, his brow furrowed even deeper than Li Bing's. If the relationship between the Li clan and the Wang clan had reached such a level, then no matter what request Wang Chong made, the Li clan would definitely agree to it. But truthfully speaking, both Duke of Lu and Li Bing felt that the sudden letter from Wang Chong requesting for experts was very abrupt. Binger, the Wang clan is finally no longer an ordinary clan, and that Wang Chong is a golden fish that has fallen into the water. In the end, he's no longer a fish in a small pond. No matter what he wants to do, since you've received his letter, send a few people to take a look. Moreover, this truly is an opportunity to befriend the Wang clan. But remember, that Su Han. Do your best to avoid meeting him. Yes, your child understands. I'll do it now. Li Bing lowered his head and quickly left. Just what is this Qilin son of the Wang clan up to? If Duke of Lu had only found it abrupt, then Duke of Su was finding it hard to understand why Wang Chong would send a letter. If I remember correctly, the King of Song must have forcefully suppressed the Supreme Court and the Chamberlain of Dependencies, releasing Wang Chong. At this time, why does he suddenly want to borrow guards from me? Duke Su was over 40 years old. He had a full beard and looked rather dignified. Father, don't worry about him. That Wang Chong is not a good person at all. Last time, he greatly humiliated us, and now he wants to borrow our guards. Just ignore him. Bastard, he must be up to something again. Before Duke of Su could speak, Su Bai, who was standing by the side, immediately shouted. Also, father, have you forgotten? Last time, I almost died in prison because of him. Bastard. I haven't even talked about you yet. Speak. Have you been causing trouble for me again recently? Duke Su turned around and scolded. Dad, I'm innocent. I didn't do anything. Su Bai cried out in grievance. He truly had been wrongly accused. He had been fooling around in a tea house when his father had sent guards to kidnap him. To tell the truth, Su Bai had been scared half to death that Wang Chong had sent a letter to the Duke Su residence, even more shocked than his father. Didn't do anything? If he didn't do anything, why would he send a letter to our Duke Su residence? Unfilial son, remember this. I don't care about anyone else in the capital. As for that Wang Chong, no matter how great your grudge was with him, stay as far away from him as possible. Duke Su harshly rebuked. Why? Isn't that brat relying on the fact that he has the King of Song to help him? Otherwise, given the trouble he's caused, he's dead for sure. Su Bai angrily yelled. Humph, you also know that he's dead for all the trouble he's caused. Then why don't you think about why he can't die? Who are Zhang Shogui and Sishan? One is the Anong Protector General and the other is the Biting Vice Protector General. Both of them are great generals of the Empire. You can't even provoke one of them, much less two of them. If the King of Song releases Wang Chong, it's fine if the others don't say anything. But do you think that Zhang Shogui and Sishan don't dare to say anything? Although the status of the great generals of the empire is lower than that of an imperial prince of the Tang dynasty, they don't need to worry too much. Why don't they say anything? Su Bai's mouth fell open and then he froze. It was true that the King of Song had released Wang Chong from prison. The others could be ignored, but what about Zhang Shogui and Sishan? Others might be afraid of the King of Song, but they might not be afraid of him, right? If his father had not brought it up, Su Bai would have never considered this question. Father, you mean? Su Bai gazed at his father and asked in bewilderment. Humph, if it weren't for His Majesty's will, do you think that Zhang Shogui and Sishun would let this matter go? The regional commander's incident was such a major affair that the entire court was in an uproar, but they couldn't do anything to him. This time, all he did was kill a few people under Zhang Shogui and Sishun's command. Do you really think that anything will happen? Zhang Shogui has always been praised for his clear-mindedness, his 8 apertures open. If he hadn't figured out His Majesty's intentions, he would never have let this matter go. As for Sishun, although he's a Hu and doesn't have many thoughts, he's loyal and devoted to His Majesty. Do you think that a Hu like him managed to become biting Vice Protector General by luck? It's one thing for the others, but he clearly understands His Majesty's intentions. And Sishun must have received His Majesty's orders to understand the will of the heavens. That's why the King of Song was able to release Wang Chong so smoothly, Duke Su indifferently said. Duke Su indifferently said. There was no way he would let Wang Chong off so easily. However, having worked in the imperial court for many years, he had a clear understanding of all sorts of political struggles. If one wanted to remain in the political world for a long time, one had to have a keen sense for politics. Su Bai was dumbstruck, unable to say a single word. He only knew that the King of Song had gone to save Wang Chong, but he had no idea that there was so much more to the story. The inner workings of the imperial court were far more complicated than he had imagined. Send a few people. Let's see what he's up to first, Duke Su said with a wave of his hand. Similar events were taking place in various parts of the city at almost the same time. It wasn't just the Bai clan and the Su clan that had some sort of relationship with Wang Chong. Even noble clans like Duke Lu and Duke Su, who didn't have much of a relationship with the Wang clan, had received invitations. Other than the Yao clan and King Qi, which were sworn enemies of the Wang clan, almost all the other clans with some status in the capital had received invitations. The entire capital had been mobilized by Wang Chong's letters. No one knew what Wang Chong was up to, but there was no question that the letters Wang Chong had written on the carriage back to his residence had once more set the capital abuzz. Chapter 475. Zhao Jingyan, Wei Anfang, Zhao Qiqin, and Huang Qian'er arrived at the Wang clan residence very late at night. The Wang clan residence was brightly lit, and after Wang Chong invited them into his study, he closed the door. No one knew what they were talking about, only that Zhao Jingyan, Wei Anfang, Zhao Qiqin, and Huang Qian'er all had nasty complexions when they came out of Wang Chong's study. The 4 of them were completely out of sorts, all of them so absent-minded that they didn't even hear the Wang clan guards call for them. They left the Wang clan residence that night. But the light in Wang Chong's study did not go out. After they left, Wang Chong's silhouette on the table was reflected on the paper window, and the rustling of a brush could be heard. But the door was tightly shut, and no one knew what Wang Chong was doing inside. Lion City has long since been constructed, and a large amount of food has already been stored in the city. This is the last chance for Xinyu Zhongtong and the Annan Protectorate Army. In the study, the candles flickered as Wang Chong stared at the table, his expression unprecedentedly grave. On Wang Chong's table was a miniature model of the Southwest. All the valleys, mountains, rivers, plains, cities, and forests, all of them were vivid and lifelike. Wang Chong had borrowed this model from the Bureau of Military Personnel a long time ago and found skilled craftsmen to make it. In the Tang dynasty, everything that involved the geography of the mountains, rivers, and even the defensive positions of the garrisons were classified secret. Secretly keeping such a model was a major crime. But Wang Chong had never cared, and this model had always been hidden in his study. The defeat of the Annan Protectorate Army in the southwest was already a foregone conclusion. The past could no longer be changed, but there was still hope. If nothing unexpected happens and everything is still the same, then the battle between Xianyu Zhongtong and Jelifeng will definitely take place on these plains. Wang Chong stared at the model, countless thoughts flitting through his mind. At this moment, he didn't look like a young and inexperienced teenager at all. In a daze, Wang Chong had once again reverted to the great Tang commander-in-chief from his previous life, a man with the sun and moon in his chest, commanding an army of thousands, commanding a mighty army with a flick of his finger, and deciding the outcome of a battle. Whoosh! Wang Chong took out a small flag and stuck it into the Arai plain on the sand table. As the war saint revered by the world in his previous life, Wang Chong had experienced thousands of battles, big and small. Even Wang Chong himself couldn't count them all. Even a layman who didn't know anything would be a good commander if he could survive thousands of battles, let alone Wang Chong. As long as Jelifeng wasn't an idiot and Duan Gechuan was still the commander, then the location of their decisive battle would definitely be the Arai Plains. Only the Arai Plain could accommodate so many soldiers. In his previous life, it wasn't without reason that the Tang dynasty and Mengshi Zhao chose that place for their decisive battle. And if the decisive battle was held there, as long as Xianyu Zhongtong wasn't completely muddle-headed, as long as he was still a normal person, then he would definitely be able to see this place. Wang Chong took out a small red flag, as thick as a toothpick, and stuck it into the Lion City, behind the Arai Plains without hesitation. Wang Chong hadn't been to the Lion City yet, so he didn't know what this city that cost him millions of taels of gold looked like. But with Zhang Shouji's ability, once it was built, Wang Chong didn't hesitate. This magnificent city would definitely be the most prominent existence near the Arai Plains. Even if it was hundreds of miles away, it would definitely be able to discover this Lion City, forged from steel and iron. This Lion City was built by Wang Chong for himself, and at the same time, it was also built by Wang Chong for the 180,000 Tang dynasty soldiers. This was their only hope of survival. In his previous life, the 180,000 Tang dynasty soldiers had nowhere to hide after the Battle of Arai, and the infantry definitely couldn't outrun the cavalry. That was why the 180,000 Tang dynasty elite soldiers were completely annihilated. Except for Xianyu Zhongtong, who barely escaped with his life, the rest of the army was completely annihilated. But Wang Chong's Lion City became the only chance of survival for the 180,000 Tang dynasty soldiers. Wang Chong was almost certain that the remaining 80,000 Tang dynasty soldiers had definitely escaped into the Lion City. Otherwise, the 180,000 Tang dynasty elites would have been completely annihilated, and Wang Chong would have been obliterated by the Stone of Destiny because he had failed in his mission. But Wang Chong knew very well that a single Lion City would definitely not be able to change the fate of the remaining 80,000 soldiers and the situation of the entire Southwest. There was no city in the world that could not be breached, and this Lion City was no different. The 300,000 Mengshi Zhao army that Jelifeng had built with the strength of the entire nation, together with the 200,000 soldiers of the Uzun Empire's Ngari royal lineage in the southeast, was definitely enough to break through any city. There was no way that the Lion City would be able to hold out for too long. The Lion City, that Wang Chong had spent an enormous sum of money to build, could only provide the remaining 80,000 Tang dynasty soldiers with a temporary respite. This respite would not last long. Moreover, even if Lion City was sturdy and impregnable, it could not last for too long. Although Wang Chong had already stored a large amount of rations in the city, this little bit of rations was definitely not enough for the 80,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty, who had to fight day and night, ready to go to the battlefield at any moment. Before the troops and horses move, the rations and fodder must move first. Without sufficient rations, the army would collapse on its own. If he wanted to save the remaining 80,000 Tang dynasty soldiers and change the course of the Southwest, he had to act before the rations ran out. There was not much time left for Wang Chong. Wang Chong's gaze swept over the sand table, over the geography of the Southwest. The 300,000 Mengshi Zhao army, and the 200,000 Uzun army of the Ngari royal lineage, was not a force that a trifling 80,000 soldiers could resist. Even if his father and Li Jingyi's tens of thousands of soldiers were added together, it would still not be enough. But Wang Chong had no choice. Moreover, although it was not easy to defeat many with fewer, it was not impossible, at least for Wang Chong. As long as one made good use of the geography and terrain and added appropriate tactics, it was not impossible in the art of war. In this world, no one understood the meaning of these words better than Wang Chong. Wang Chong was searching for this geography and terrain. Swish, swish, swish. One small banner after another fell from Wang Chong's hand, landing on various places on the sand table. Hills, forests, rivers, mountains, all the places where the small banners had been inserted were projected into Wang Chong's mind. The sand table was empty. Nothing had happened. But in Wang Chong's mind, thousands upon thousands of soldiers were roiling about. Mengshi Zhao's army, Uzun's army, and the Tang army trapped in Lion City. All of this seemed to have a life of its own as it played out in Wang Chong's mind. This was Wang Chong's first time using psychic energy to deduce the changes in the War of the Southwest. Deduction of soldiers was a skill that any commander had to possess. But even the most formidable commander could only deduce tens or hundreds of thousands of soldiers. No one had ever been like Wang Chong, able to mentally deduce a massive war of 700,000 soldiers. Moreover, this war involved famous generals and great generals like Jelifeng, Fengjie, Duan Gechuan, Daluan Ruozhen, and Huashu Wizang. The tactics of famous generals and great generals were unfathomable. If someone were to see what Wang Chong was doing, they would assuredly be dumbstruck. This was because in order to deduce top-class figures like Huashu Wizang and Daluan Ruozhen, one had to have an extremely deep understanding of their opponents, and one had to completely surpass them in terms of strategy. Only in this way could one smoothly deduce. But what Wang Chong was doing was precisely this sort of thing. Chapter 476. Buzz. Wang Chong's mind continued to run simulations. The positions of the red flags kept changing as he plucked them out one by one. In the end, when everything in his mind had settled down, the number of red flags in his mind had also been reduced to a bare minimum. There were only 7 or 8 flags left. 80,000 soldiers, half infantry and half cavalry, and a phalanx of sharpshooters. We can't escape from Uzun's warhorses. If a battle is inevitable, this will be the place. Wang Chong muttered to himself. Finally, he extended his finger and drew a circle on the sand table in the southwest direction. Even though the surroundings were silent, Wang Chong knew that this would be the place of the final battle. The 80,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty and the fate of the Tang dynasty would most likely be decided in this area. Considering all the factors, distance, speed, and rations, this would be the last hope of the Annam Protectorate. I'll do my best and leave the rest to fate. The rest will depend on luck. Wang Chong thought to himself. It was as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. One wrong step leads to many wrong steps. In a war, predicting the enemy's moves was the most basic prerequisite. Facing top-notch generals like Huashu Wizang and Duan Gechuan, trying to determine the location of the battle in advance, lure them over, and make preparations was something unimaginable for most people. But for Wang Chong, he had encountered stronger enemies before. None of this was a problem. Although reincarnation lowered his cultivation, it did not affect his instincts and attainments in the art of war. Time passed slowly. Wang Chong's pen moved quickly. The map on his desk grew thicker and thicker. War was never a simple matter of reasoning. It was much more complicated than this. Wang Chong had to be prepared for everything. No matter what the situation was, he could deal with it. The Eagle, send 3 people to these 3 locations. I want them to investigate in detail, then draw out a map of the terrain and give it to me. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Chong finally opened the door to the study with a pale face. He walked in somewhat weakly. In his hands there were a few blueprints. Yes, young master. The eagle took the blueprint and glanced at Wang Chong's slightly sunken black eye circles. His eyes couldn't help but waver. How's the matter of bribing all the sword shops and smiths in the capital for 3 months? How's it going to go? Wang Chong said. In addition to the time he spent in the dark prison, Wang Chong had not had a good rest for a long time. Even so, Wang Chong didn't feel sleepy in the slightest. Instead, his eyes were bright and full of expression, as if he had boundless energy. Replying to young master, we have already sent out the guards in the mansion. However, time was still very short. It hadn't been a long time since the young master came out. Even though we've contacted quite a number of sword shops and smiths, they haven't made their stance clear yet. We should need some time before we can get their reply. The eagle lowered his head and said sincerely. Even though he had been by Wang Chong's side, ever since he returned yesterday, he had been executing the things that Wang Chong had said. However, unlike the average person, the eagle didn't move, but his messenger pigeons and various eagles never stopped. However, involving so many sword shops and smiths, it wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. One night's time was obviously not enough. Moreover, the real negotiation, signing of the contract, and going to the Supreme Court to be notarized also required time. If you need time, then the price is too low. Wang Chong sneered. Even though he was young, he wasn't a 3-year-old kid. In a place like the capital, if the deal couldn't be done quickly, it meant that the bargaining chips weren't enough. The eagle, let me ask you. How much money did you raise when I asked you to auction off the spirit vein? Wang Chong asked. With his hands behind his back, his long hair and robes danced in the wind. His body naturally exuded the aura of an aristocratic family's scion, yet it didn't lose the masculine aura of a military family. Young master, even if you didn't ask, I would have told you. 1/3 of the spirit veins mountain has been sold, and we've raised 8 billion taels of gold. 8 billion taels of gold. Wang Chong took a deep breath, his face full of shock. Even though he was the one who started it, Wang Chong couldn't believe his ears, because this number was far beyond his expectations. Yes, young master. The price of the auction was much higher than our initial estimate. However, even though it's 8 billion taels of gold, the actual amount isn't that much. When we started the auction, the aristocratic families didn't have so much money. Therefore, a large portion of the money was paid by the families using their families' assets or other treasures. The eagle said apologetically. The spirit vein was a priceless treasure, and any family that obtained it would view it as a treasure. But unexpectedly, in the hands of Wang Chong, it was tossed aside like a shoe, and he took it out for auction. The aristocratic families in the capital went crazy. However, the price of the spirit vein was still very high, and it wasn't something that ordinary families could afford. Thus, most of the spirit veins were auctioned off using gold as well as the family's asset. However, even so, it was still a huge number. How much is left? Wang Chong asked. Around 200 million taels of gold. The eagle replied. This number was a little different from what he had reported initially, but he had no other choice. The Wang clan didn't have any decent, large-scale businesses. They weren't like the other clans, who had an endless supply of assets and income. Old Eagle had only thought of this method after starting from this point of view. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to collect so much gold. Even the eagle didn't know Wang Chong's true motive. 200 million taels is more than enough, Wang Chong said calmly. His gaze was calm, and he seemed to have a card up his sleeves. Take out 100 million taels, and have the guards of the clan bring the gold to those swordsmiths and shops to negotiate with them. I want to hear their reply after today. Also, use the remaining 100 million taels to help me find the swordsmithing clans and swordsmiths around the capital. Even though their smithing abilities can't compare up to the swordsmiths and swordsmiths in the capital, they are more than enough to forge what I want," Wang Chong said without hesitation, his expression calm. The eagle stared at Wang Chong in shock, and he hesitated. 200 million taels of gold was the result of the Wang clan selling the spirit vein. What Wang Chong was doing now was using money to pave the way. This was much more disadvantageous than under normal circumstances. "Yes, Gongzi." Old Eagle wanted to say something but hesitated. He wanted to say something to stop Wang Chong, but he changed his mind. Wang Chong's will was firm, and it seemed like it wouldn't change. It was clear that nothing he said would be of any use. Wang Chong nodded. "Have all the great clans of the capital been informed? When will they come?" "According to Gongzi's wishes, they have all been informed. They should arrive in around 4 hours. The eagle said. I understand. I'll go in and work for a while. Inform me when they arrive." After which, Wang Chong turned around and walked in. "Yes, Gongzi." The eagle's voice came from behind him, but in the next moment, purring, a powerful force struck a major acupoint on his back. Wang Chong's body jolted, and like a punctured ball, all the strength in his body vanished. A powerful wave of fatigue swept through him. The eagle, Wang Chong's body went limp. This was the last thought in his mind. "Gongzi, I've offended you. You really need a good rest. If you go on like this, I'm afraid you'll collapse." The eagle supported Wang Chong's body, and let out a long sigh. Ever since he had entered the prison, Wang Chong had been in high spirits. He didn't seem tired at all. But the eagle knew that he was in a state of extreme exhaustion. It wasn't just physical exhaustion. A martial artist's body was much stronger than an ordinary person's. What worried the eagle the most was Wang Chong's mental state. Since half a month ago, Wang Chong's brain had been operating at full speed. The eagle had seen him a few times. He had been writing and drawing in the prison. Even though he couldn't understand what Wang Chong was writing, the eagle could guess that it had something to do with the southwest of the empire. A person's body would not be so exhausted. If Wang Chong continued like this, the eagle was worried that he would run out of energy. "Rest well, Gongzi. Leave the rest to me." Chapter 477. Wang Chong woke up 4 hours later. "Gongzi, the clans have arrived." A familiar voice sounded by his ear. Opening his eyes, Wang Chong immediately saw the eagle standing by his bed. His body bowed respectfully. Wang Chong was taken aback, and then he smiled bitterly in understanding. "The eagle, I know you meant well. But don't do it again." "Yes, Gongzi. The eagle understands." The eagle did not talk back. Wang Chong smiled bitterly, not dwelling on this matter. The eagle had a good personality, and Wang Chong knew that it was for his own good. However, time was tight and there were too many things to do. How could he rest so easily? "Where are the people from the clans?" Wang Chong asked. "In the main hall. I only came to inform Gongzi after I made arrangements for them," the eagle said. Wang Chong took a deep breath, nodded and quickly left the room. The main hall of the Wang clan was packed with people. The clans of the Wang clan were all gathered here. The Wang clan was a clan of ministers and generals, and its status far surpassed that of the other clans. Ordinary clans could not even step through the gates of the Wang clan. Moreover, under the influence of the old master, the Wang clan was very strict, and they rarely invited other clans into their residence. To the clans of the capital, this was the first time they had been invited into the Wang clan residence. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the lobby was not harmonious at all. What does the Wang clan want? Why hasn't anyone appeared after so long? Is this how the Wang clan wants to borrow people from us? What borrow? You've agreed, but I haven't. I want to see what right the Wang clan has to make such a request. That's right, that's right. Even if Duke Jiao is famous throughout the world, he can't do this, can he? We don't even have many true martial realm cultivators, so why should we lend them to the Wang clan? and a true martial tier 4 or 5 expert at that. The main hall was bustling with activity, but the atmosphere was not friendly. These bastards! When the eagle came out with Wang Chong, they saw such a scene. The eagle's eyebrows twitched. "It's all right," Wang Chong smiled. Just as the eagle was about to beat someone up, he suddenly pulled him back. Unlike the eagle, Wang Chong only needed one glance to know what was going on. "Someone is setting the pace," Wang Chong said calmly in his heart. He clearly understood the situation before him. With so many aristocratic families in the capital, it was inevitable that they would be unwilling to lend their precious true martial realm experts to others. But for so many people to work together to cause a ruckus in the Wang clan's hall was definitely abnormal. If someone wasn't intentionally causing trouble, there was no way that so many people would be so united in such a manner to denounce him. However, Wang Chong didn't care at all. If he didn't have some confidence in this operation, he would never have dared to do such a thing. He was not only confident that he could convince the great clans of the capital to willingly lend him their experts. Even if it was those people who were intentionally causing trouble, Wang Chong was confident that he could completely convince them. In truth, he wouldn't be the one begging them. They would probably be the ones begging him. "I've kept everyone waiting." With a wave of his sleeve, Wang Chong and the eagle walked into the hall. "It's young master. Young Master Chong has come." Wang Chong's appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Wang Chong glanced around. There were quite a few people in the room, but compared to the number of people he had invited, it was only a tiny fraction. Furthermore, most of the people who appeared here were not true members of the aristocratic families. Instead, most of them were subordinates of the aristocratic families. No wonder he was so easily instigated by others and used as a tool. Wang Chong quietly said to himself, now fully aware of everything. "Young Master Chong, what does young Master Chong want to borrow people for?" "Young Master Chong, Duke Jiu has always been revered. If the Wang clan has a need, our Li clan will do its utmost to help. However, even we don't have enough true martial tier 4 or 5 experts. Young Master Chong, I truly apologize. Our clan leader hasn't been around in the past few days, so we can't give you a reply. Thus, we sent me here to apologize to young Master Chong. I hope that young Master can understand." "Young Master Chong, these are 2 deep-sea Xian pearls that represent a small token of our Yu clan's appreciation. As for the matter of 10 true martial realm experts, forgive us for not being able to do it. Our Yu clan also doesn't have enough people, so I'm not sure if 2 true martial realm experts will be enough." Wang Chong coldly watched from the sidelines. All sorts of people had appeared in the hall. There were those who directly refused, those who wanted to refuse but were wary of the Wang clan's influence, so they found other excuses, and there were also those who wanted to negotiate and reduce the number of people. Previously, when the eagle had struck his acupuncture point, while he had been unconscious, the measures taken by the person who had secretly set the pace had clearly been effective. But Wang Chong wasn't surprised by this result in the slightest. True martial realm experts were extremely important to the great clans. Moreover, the imperial court had always been extremely strict with the experts of the great clans. Every great clan had people serving in the army, and if there were too many experts in the clan, they would immediately request to be forcibly inducted into the army and put under the control of the army. Thus, the number of experts that the great clans could control had always been limited. Moreover, the experts of the clan were a special resource. They couldn't be casually lent to others like gold or silver. On the contrary, if they met someone with talent and outstanding strength, the various aristocratic families would actively recruit them into their family. How could they possibly lend their experts to others? From the very start, it was very unlikely that anyone would agree to Wang Chong's request. Isn't it just 20 true martial realm tier 4 or 5 guards? I'll borrow 40 of them. Suddenly, just as everyone was trying to find excuses to shirk responsibility, a thunderous roar suddenly entered everyone's ears. In an instant, the entire hall quietened down. Everyone was looking at the straightforward and forthright young man from an aristocratic family. Humph, I was wondering who it was. So it's Wei Hao. You and Wang Chong are childhood friends, grew up together, and are brothers who wear the same pants. Of course you'll lend them to him. However, an eccentric voice quickly sounded from the crowd. It was filled with sarcasm. But Wei Hao, I just want to ask you something. You casually asked for 40 true martial realm experts, but do you have them yourself? If I remember correctly, you still have big brother and second brother, right? Have you asked your big brother, second brother, and your father, the Duke of Wei? Chapter 478. Humph, Su Bai sent you here, right? Bastard, since he sent you here, he shouldn't be too far away. Su Bai, you bastard, get out here! Wei Hao harumphed angrily as he swept his vicious gaze across the crowd. He had no need to be polite to Su Bai. Since this fellow dared to send someone here to cause trouble, he shouldn't blame him for being impolite. Don't spout nonsense here. Our Gongzi didn't even come here. Besides, the one who invited us is your brother, Wang Chong. What does it have to do with us? The guard from the Duke Su public house sneered and said rudely. The order he received was to disrupt Wang Chong's operation as much as possible. No matter what he did, he couldn't be allowed to succeed. However, even if he didn't know, Duke Su's original intention was for him to take a look and interact with Wang Chong to understand what was going on. However, it was a pity that Su Bai's selfishness got the better of him. He changed the order to disrupt Wang Chong's operation, regardless of the cost. Wang Chong, Su Bai must be up to no good by sending this bastard here. Say the word and I'll chase him out for you. Wei Hao angrily squeezed his way through the crowd and rushed to Wang Chong's side. He and Wang Chong had grown up together, so he knew everything in the Wang residence like the back of his hand. However, Wei Hao was still able to distinguish the occasion. This gathering was initiated by Wang Chong. In such a formal occasion, regardless of whether the other party was welcome or here to cause trouble, only Wang Chong could make the decision. Enough. Wang Chong chuckled lightly as he pulled the furious Wei Hao aside. Calm down, I was the one who invited Duke Su's man. What? Wei Hao, who was still fuming a moment ago, was dumbfounded when he heard those words. He had always thought that Su Bai sent someone here to cause trouble. He didn't expect that it was actually Wang Chong who invited him here. Haven't you always been at odds with him? Why did you invite him over? Wei Hao had a look of disbelief on his face. He had not expected the truth to be like this. I'll tell you later. Wang Chong said with a smile, but he didn't say anything. The matter in the southwest was a national grudge, but the matter between him and Su Bai, the matter between the Wang clan and the Su clan, was a personal grudge. Compared to what was about to happen in the southwest, what did personal grudges count for? As long as it could be beneficial to what he was about to do, as long as it could help this empire that was in a precarious situation and facing a huge crisis, as well as the millions of people living on this land, everything else was not important to Wang Chong. Humph, Wang Chong, don't bother with this bastard. Isn't it just a dozen or so true martial realm experts? Our Bai family may not have much, but we do have a lot of these experts. All of a sudden, a voice sounded from the crowd, and Bai Siling walked out of the crowd on her tiptoes. Her slender neck was raised high, and she exuded the allure of a young lady. As she walked toward Wang Chong, she even winked at Wang Chong a few times, seemingly carrying a deeper meaning. We were going to look for you, but it just so happens that you were sleeping. Furthermore, Bai Siling said that if you were to bring so many people with you, there would definitely be people who would cause trouble. So, she told us not to rush to meet them and to sneak over here first. Wei Hao approached Wang Chong and whispered. Even though he rarely stayed in the training camp, he had more or less seen the faces of the people around Wang Chong. He knew of the Bai clan's intelligent and crafty Bai Siling. Hee, if Wang Gongzi needs something, count our Su clan in as well. On the other side, Su Gan cooperated with Bai Siling and walked out of the crowd. He wasn't as high profile as Bai Siling, but he only needed to cooperate from the side. Haha, count us in as well. A fiery cloud flashed by. Zhao Yadong, dressed in red and with a red dot on her forehead, was a bewitching beauty. She lost no time in walking out of the crowd. Buzz. Be it the Su clan or the Zhao clan, both of them were influential clans in the capital. Not to mention, Bai Siling's Bai clan was one of the oldest clans in the capital, and in terms of influence, it was on par with the Wang clan. The crowd buzzed with activity as these three clans stepped forward. It was clear that none of them had expected this. Great clans always had their reasons for doing things. If it wasn't beneficial, they would never do something like this. For many clans, when they were hesitating, they only needed to look at the actions of the most influential clans. Without a doubt, the appearance of Bai Siling, Zhao Yadong, and Su Gan, as well as their powerful support, had a major impact on the crowd. Some of the smaller clans were also moved. Wait a moment. If I'm not wrong. Bai Siling, Zhao Yadong, Su Gan, all of you are Wang Chang's friends. If you want to help him, there's no problem. But we don't need it. The Duke of Su's bodyguard hurriedly shouted. Furthermore, those who can appear here, which family isn't extremely wealthy? And many of those experts were personally raised by us with great effort. There are also some that we hired from outside at a high price. If we give them to you, wouldn't that be helping our Wang clan make a wedding dress? I know that you, Wang Chong, sold the spirit vein for money, but no matter how much you pay, we won't sell it. The Duke Su's protector said with an unperturbed expression. With his interference, many people in the hall once more began to hesitate. The status and identity of a great clan was extraordinary, and they played a decisive role among the great clans of the capital. However, if Bai Siling, Zhao Yadong, and Su Gan were Wang Chang's good friends, then this matter was naturally a different matter. In the end, what Wang Chong was borrowing from them was not pots and pans, gold, silver, or other treasures. For many clans, top-class experts were related to their clan's resources and could not be easily lent out. Damn it, how does this fellow know Bai Siling, Zhao Yadong, and Su Gan? Wei Hao cursed in his heart. This fellow seemed to have steeled his heart to make trouble. Ha, who said I was buying with gold and silver? Wang Chong indifferently said. Is that not the case? The guards of Duke Su's public house immediately responded with tit for tat and mocked back. Gold and silver? Treasures? To the other great clans, these things were not very attractive. As for status, the Wang clan could not provide it. Wang Chong only faintly smiled, not arguing with him. His gaze turned to the people from the various clans in the hall. First of all, I thank everyone for coming. Then, I didn't say it in the letter because words alone have no basis. If you don't hear it from my own mouth, I trust that none of you will have much confidence in the following transaction. Wang Chong paused for a moment, his expression calm and unhurried, exuding an infectious air. There's no free lunch in this world. Since I'm asking the various clans for help, I naturally can't be borrowing it for free. So, everyone can decide for yourselves. I need everyone present to lend me the strongest guards of your clans. The requirement is that they must be at least tier 4 or 5 of the true martial realm. I only need them for 3 months. During this period of 3 months, everyone must listen to my commands. And after 3 months, these guards will naturally return to your clans. And as for the price, Wang Chong paused, and for a moment, the hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Chong. Even the Duke Su residence guard who had been making trouble this entire time was holding his breath, a look of concern on his face. Wang Chong had just clearly denied that he would spend money to borrow true martial realm experts from the various clans, but what everyone present was curious about was how Wang Chong was able to get them to agree to the transfer of experts from their clans if it wasn't for money. Given the status of the great clans in the capital, there truly weren't many things that could attract them. A woozy steel weapon. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Wang Chong slowly extended a finger. For 3 months, for every true martial tier 4 or 5 martial artist that is transferred, you can obtain a woozy steel weapon from me. Once these 3 months are over, whether or not I've completed my task, you will obtain a woozy steel weapon from me. And of course, there will also be the guards of your residence. Buzz! The moment Wang Chong finished speaking, the hall fell silent for a long time. Wang Chong, you've gone mad. The first to react was Wei Hao, his eyes wide as he stared in disbelief at Wang Chong. No, it wasn't just disbelief, it was complete panic. How can we give them a woozy steel weapon? And for 3 months at that? Take back what you just said. That's right, Wang Chong. Woozy steel weapons are currently priceless. You can't buy them even if you want to. If you need some top-class experts, we can think of a way to help you. There's no need to do this. Bai Xiling was also stunned. Not even she had expected that Wang Chong had gathered so many people just to propose this sort of deal. The woozy steel sword was decisive, and it was said to be the king of weapons. Not even Wang Chong himself had many of these things. Xiling is right. Wang Chong, do you want to reconsider? Su Gan also agreed. From his perspective, no matter how he looked at it, Wang Chong was at a great disadvantage. This sort of deal was simply insane. Wang Chong, if you need help, I can also help. Our Zhao clan is a military clan, and we've probably been involved in the military for even longer than your Wang clan. In this aspect, our Zhao clan can provide assistance. There's no need for you to ask them for help. Zhao Yadong walked up to Wang Chong's side. No. Before Wang Chong could reply, someone below the stage grew anxious. The Wang clan is still a clan of ministers and generals. Words spoken cannot be taken back. Since you've already made a promise, you cannot go back on it. As soon as the voice fell, a somewhat arrogant figure squeezed through the crowd and walked out. It was not the guard from the Duke of Su's residence, but someone else. Bastard! Su Bai, it's you. Chapter 479. Wei Hao, do you think that I'm afraid of you? You want to challenge me? You're asking for trouble. Su Bai had been hiding in the crowd for a long time. Seeing Wei Hao charging at him, he wasn't afraid at all. Brat, even if I can't deal with Wang Chong openly, do you think I can't deal with you? A vicious glint flashed across Su Bai's eyes. What kind of person was Wei Hao? He was the butt of their jokes, a toy that they toyed with in the Eight Gods Pavilion. Su Bai had never feared Wei Hao. Furthermore, he had been suppressed by Wang Chong in every aspect, and he had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Boom! Su Bai pushed his palm forward, and his entire body suddenly flushed red. A metallic clang sounded from the depths of his dantian, and a majestic energy burst forth. It wasn't the energy of an origin energy realm cultivator, but the stellar energy of a true martial realm cultivator. Even though he seemed ignorant, Su Bai had long reached the true martial realm. As one of the nobles of the empire, how could Su Bai possibly be ignorant and incompetent? Wei Hao, I'll let you suffer a little this time. A vicious glint flashed across Su Bai's eyes, and he seemed to be roaring his last sentence. But in the next instant, boom! A tremendous force, accompanied by a metallic clang, smashed into Su Bai's fist with the force of a landslide and a tsunami. In just a single strike, Su Bai felt as though he had been struck by a mountain, and he was sent flying like a broken kite. Boom! In a straight line behind Su Bai, 7 or 8 people were sent sprawling on the ground along with Su Bai. Su Bai, you bastard! Are you blind? What are you two doing? Are you fighting here? The originally orderly lobby was instantly thrown into chaos. The aristocratic families that had been brought down by Su Bai couldn't help but curse out loud. Wang Chong, why aren't you reigning in Wei Hao? Su Bai sat on the floor, both shocked and furious. He was shocked that Wei Hao was so formidable, and he was furious that he had embarrassed himself in front of so many people. All right, Wei Hao, that's enough. Wang Chong laughed in his heart. As soon as Wei Hao entered, he could feel that his strength had increased tremendously. The mountain ascension formula was a top-notch technique from back then. It would be a wonder if Su Bai could defeat it. However, the reason why he pulled Su Bai over wasn't to humiliate him or exact vengeance. Compared to what he had to do, these were really not worth mentioning. Su Bai, weren't you talking big? What about his ability? For the sake of Wang Chong, I'll let you off this time. But it won't be as good again. Wei Hao said bluntly. Since Wang Chong had spoken, of course, he couldn't attack again. However, he could still humiliate him verbally to satisfy his craving. Su Bai's face alternated between green and purple. Surprisingly, even after suffering such humiliation, he didn't leave the banquet in anger. Wang Chong, do you mean what you said? Is the matter of borrowing a real martial realm expert for 3 months in exchange for a Wuzi steel sword still valid? Su Bai glared at Wang Chong said. In the first place, he had never intended to show his face on this trip. On the surface, he had agreed to the old master's request, but in reality, he had done something else entirely. He wanted Wang Chong to make a fool of himself. However, he couldn't ignore this matter anymore. The Wuzi steel sword was a top-notch weapon. Not only was it beautiful, it was also extremely hard and hard to destroy. At the same time, it was indestructible and sharp. There was almost no sword in the capital that could compare to it. Thus, even though every Wuzi steel sword was incomparably expensive, it had always been priceless. More importantly, the Duke of Su had once tried to purchase a Wuzi steel sword, but in the end, they discovered that the Wuzi steel sword was only circulated in the depths of the palace and couldn't be bought outside. In the past, with the Duke of Su's status, he could easily obtain any information or item he wanted from the Imperial Guards there. However, the situation this time was different. In the past, the Imperial Guards were very respectful towards the Dukes of the Empire, but this time, their attitude towards the Wuzi steel sword was completely different. Once a Wuzi steel sword was auctioned, no one would easily take it out. Since the first Wuzi steel sword was auctioned until now, the number of Wuzi steel weapons that appeared outside of the Imperial Guards could be counted on one's fingers. Thus, to the majority of the aristocratic families, this item was still something that could only be looked up to and not played with. It was something that could only be encountered but not sought. More importantly, the aristocratic families in the capital more or less had some treasured swords that were passed down from generation to generation, and the sharpness of the Wuzi steel sword was far superior to their heirloom swords. Its value was naturally immeasurable. Martial artists had a lifespan, but there was no limit to the inheritance of swords and sabers. This was where the value of the Wuzi steel sword lay. If one were to borrow a true martial realm tier 4 or 5 expert, in just 3 months, one would be able to exchange for an indestructible Wuzi steel sword. No matter how one looked at it, this was a huge bargain. That's right, Wang Gongzi, you can't possibly go back on your words. Even the aristocratic families have to maintain their dignity. Gongzi won't disregard the Wang clan's dignity just for a Wuzi steel sword, right? 5 true martial realm experts, no problem. Wang Gongzi, you can't go back on your words. That's right. That's right. In an instant, the crowd echoed in agreement. Their attitude was completely different from that of the Prime Minister. The conditions offered by the Wang clan were simply irresistible. No one could have imagined that they would be so generous. Wait a moment, Wang Chong, don't agree to them. Seeing Wang Chong making such a promise, Bai Siling panicked. Siling, it's fine. With a smile, Wang Chong waved his hands to appease Bai Siling. Then, he turned to the crowd in the hall. Our Wang clan's words are naturally true to our words. However, I'll make it clear here. In the end, I only have 1,000 Woot's steel weapons here. If you miss this opportunity, I won't be able to give them to you even if I wanted to. Thus, I'll stop at the limit of 1,000 true martial realm experts. Whether you can obtain the Wuzi steel weapons or not will depend on yourselves. Boom. The moment Wang Chong finished his words, boom, as though a boulder had fallen, everyone in the hall rushed out in a frenzy. When the interests of the clan were at stake, no one dared to fall behind. Su Bai, wait a moment! Wang Chong suddenly shouted. In the crowd, Su Bai, who had already rushed out 7 to 8 zhang away, trembled upon hearing those words. He slowly turned around with an awful expression. Wang Chong, don't tell me you're thinking of going back on your word? It was true that he wanted to cause trouble, but he was no fool. Lending 10 top-notch experts in exchange for 10 Wuzi steel swords was a good thing that could strengthen the clan's foundation and influence the Duke Su residence's strength. Only a fool would not do such a thing. In comparison, the rift between him and Wang Chong was insignificant. If Wang Chong suddenly wanted to go back on his word, he would be dead meat. Heh! I won't go back on my word. Wang Chong flicked his sleeves and smiled calmly. But I'm sure you understand the relationship between us. So, Su Bai, don't think about sending a few people over. With the Wuzi steel swords, they can lurk around me and cause trouble. For others, I don't have too many requests. But for you, don't send your Su clan's confidants. Don't send anyone below the 6th rank of the martial path. Also, I know that your Su clan has recruited a new batch of expert. It should be less than 2 months ago. This amount of time isn't enough for you to completely tame them, right? If you want to get the Wuzi steel swords, you should know what to do, right? Wang Chong said calmly. Su Bai's expression froze, his face alternating between green and white. Wang Chong was right, he did have such a plan. No matter what Wang Chong wanted to do, as long as he sent a few of the Su clan's confidants in, he would be able to get the world's sharpest Wuzi steel swords. He would also be able to understand Wang Chong's movements and secrets. If necessary, he could even stab Wang Chong in the back. If something really happened, he could just say that he didn't know anything. At most, he could just abandon the pawn to protect the carriage and push the blame to the guards. But he didn't expect that Wang Chong had already prepared for this move. And he even knew that the Su clan had recruited a new batch of expert. Humph. Wang Chong, don't get too cocky. There will be a day when you'll regret it. Although Wang Chong had seen through his plans, Su Bai wasn't willing to lose. With a cold snort, he threw down these words and swiftly left. This matter involving the Wuzi steel swords was no small matter. He had to go back and tell his father as quickly as possible. Wang Chong, why did you recruit so many people? And you even want to use Wuzi steel swords to trade for them? Once the people in the hall had left, Zhao Yadong took 2 steps forward and finally couldn't help but ask. Does it have to do with the southwest? It was Bai Siling who saw the first signs and stepped forward to ask. Wang Chong said nothing, only glanced at Bai Siling and then firmly nodded. The Wang clan was going to take out 1,000 top-class Wuzi steel swords to borrow experts from the great clans of the capital. The news of what had happened in the hall was quickly spread by those who had left the Wang clan residence. The entire capital was in an uproar. Damn it! I knew I should have gone. It's over, it's over. All of you were the ones who talked too much. This was a chance that was delivered to our doorstep, but we threw it away. Hurry! Do you know how much effort Patriarch Wang had to put in to obtain the Wuzi steel swords of the Imperial Court? Now that the Wuzi steel swords have been delivered to us, we can't miss it. I don't care why the Wang clan wants to borrow experts from our clans. Even if we die outside, we have to get those weapons. Hurry and gather the experts of the clan. In addition, get ready. I'm going to the Wang clan to pay a visit to that young Master Wang. No matter what, we have to get those spots. The great clans of the capital were in an uproar, all of them regretting their previous decisions. The Southwest was currently attracting the attention of the entire capital, but it was still too far away. In comparison, the matter of this young Master Wang was closely related to the interests of their clans. Countless great clans immediately began to move.